that we should be focusing on.
Boom.
But Geng couldn't go more than 2 weeks letting people believe that there was any hope for KT whatsoever.
Honestly, though, we should all thank KT because they're the reason we're in this timeline.
Yeah,
they're the ones. They altered so much with that upset victory to bring us to this tournament.
It's true. We gotta watch T1 in plans. I didn't expect that.
They've played spoiler a couple of times for Geng, so why can't it be today? I think maybe the storyline
Taky zpomalný jako já, když se probudím po kalbě, to tak bývá u mě u rána. Hlavně já jsem fakt jako nespal dneska dobře. Nebo spál, ale budil jsem se hodně.
I have a feeling that they too are going to be Geng favored because also a lot of KT fans don't predict KT.
Yeah, we have a surprising amount of people who did not understand the assignment.
I'm going to be honest. When we were planning this, I thought this was going to be a slam.
She understood the assignment.
Good. Yes. Okay, you're watching us.
Okay, that might be like 30% too many. We can give him 9.6, but we gotta slow our roll a little bit here.
How many times is Laura gonna slip that into the broadcast? By the way, that presentation, I've seen it before.
Yeah,
you didn't learn.
She ganked the control room a couple of days ago. That's true. But I need you guys to paint me a picture because I know that the story is so strong for Geng. I know that they are favored to win this entire world championship. I know that KT, even their fans didn't believe in them getting here, but they went 7-0.
Ty vole, jako včera ta série byla goat. Já doufám, že dnes to bude taky dobrá. Jako včera byla nejlepší série Worlds, legit nejlepší. Pokud jste včera neviděli tu sérii, koukněte se.
Because in BDD especially looked so fantastic in that series, and it's something that you can't really afford to underestimate.
Yeah, and I think that they used some special picks as well. That was key, and we've seen them repeat, you know, the Zoe plus the Ziggs combo. That was huge. Then we also had the Nocturne when they were able to use it versus Geng to find their win there.
Já jako správný biohacker musím teďka počkat. Jsem se probudil před 45 minutama a já ještě musím počkat tak 30 minut předtím, než si dám kofein. Abych se klasicky probudil svým normálním kortizol hormonem a ne kofeinem.
Yeah, for me, BDD has consistently been stellar, even when the rest of KT
have
just been okay. In that Geng series, though, it was really Cuz for me that absolutely stood up. Occasionally he has some of these
kolik si myslíte, že musí mít jako scénářů na drona streamer clash? Když je tam teďka ta aukce, já jsem včera koukal na Snappyho. Snappy, co to co-streamoval za turnaj? To je ten MČR turnaj nebo něco? A on u toho řešil ty. On u toho řešil. Kamola, hej, ty holuby měla fakt triggerovat, jak furt lítají. Oni furt říkali, nebo on tam řešil týmy, jaký jako skautil hráče, nebo co? Playzone Rift Summit, jo. Takže Playzone, ok.
Picture perfect, and it have to be career best performance, and not just career best performance anywhere, career best performance for everyone on the world stage in a semifinal, and that's why I find it difficult to believe.
Yeah, and I mean, it was difficult to believe domestically, right? Because we saw all of the playoff predictions.
Přesně tak, Black Sheep píše správné věci.
No one predicted KT in that matchup.
And Jonah Strong, surely that should have been the red flag, because normally he's the one who's always finding the angles, always looking for the creative options, but this is so incredibly one-sided, and rightfully so. But it didn't matter.
Tohle je v LCK playoff. Prediction. Teď uvidíme prediction na Worlds.
I still think that is true today, by the way. A little bit of a spoiler, but they are still so heavily favored.
Yeah, they are so heavily favored.
Tak jsem zvědavý dneska. Jako, hele, jak říkám, pokud někdo, tak fakt KT porazí Geng. T1 podle mě neporazí Geng. Geng je prostě ví, jak hrát proti T1. A ještě musí samozřejmě vyhrát proti top esport, proti Číňanům, proti dalším Číňanům.
I think Gen.G are going to win.
I just set it up saying that they didn't win last year, didn't they?
I think the difference
they didn't
is
win the year before.
They
Vy
have
jsi
a team
říkali
that is
SAL?
so well set up around the players they have. Canyon has Duro, who is happy to play that role of that pseudo jungler. They've got Keen, who's super dominant on the top side.
Ale stejně jsem predikoval T1.
Everyone has just been much more consistent. Last year, we did see some oopsies. We did see some bad games. Even when they won MSI, there were cracks in the game.
T1
Now
nikdy
it feels
nevíš,
like no team can even touch them when it comes to moving around the map. And even if they can match some of the individual
Já
positions,
nevím, T1 jsou prostě, kamo, normálně to je simulace. Oni prostě vždycky mají štěstí a zároveň hrajou dobře. Já nevím.
From a while ago, and I'd love to see what our predictions are from the desk, but everyone we asked, and if it'll be the same story. No!
Okay.
All right, I have some questions for
3-0 KT, Dracos.
Yeah.
Well, we'll hear Azale's point of view later, but Dracos.
Okay, so you'll agree with me, and I know you all will, that every rational piece of evidence points to Gen.G winning this.
Yes.
But it did last time too, and I think the thing that people don't appreciate about KT is sometimes you need to understand that the irrational is what matters to this team. I don't know if it's the primordial force of every KT fan doubting them more than I ever could, but I feel like it might be on the cards. So sometimes, because Gen.G should win this, it is the correct result. Sometimes in the pursuit of that result, you gotta make an incorrect position, because I am excited. KT forever, BDD and Cuz are winning Worlds. They're the greatest team we've ever seen. Easy 3-0.
Wow, that was terrible.
Já se jdu pro kafein.
Internal reaction. So I think Gen.G are going to take it, like, honestly. The last time they met Dracos, actually, it was a crushing Gen.G 3-0.
She's looking him in the eyes.
It was not that upper bracket upset. And I gave them a game because I do think KT have been performing a little bit better. But I do think this Gen.G team is just much stronger.
Yeah, I think this KT Rollster Coaster, it actually stops here, and it is going to be at the hands of Gen.G. They're going to repeat, and they are going to win this time.
And I think if they're the pedigree of a team like T1, you give them the plot armor, you believe a little bit more. But KT is a team with reverse plot armor. It feels like the odds are perpetually stacked against them. This is for sure a 3-0. If you take out all superstition, it should be a Gen.G clean sweep.
Yes, but this is Worlds, and crazier things have happened that World, so I like that we're entertaining the idea for all the KT fans around the world who have been waiting for this moment for their team, if they can make it happen. But on the other side, we have Gen.G and we have Chovy. He has his eyes set on the World Championship trophy and on those grand finals. But at Worlds, you got to step up and take it, or will we see the KT roller coaster ride of all time? Let's get into our semifinal.
No. La maison feature.
春兰、夏竹、秋菊、冬梅，人称四君子，得心是所真。Gen.G 春兰于深谷中盛放，静自芳香。
제가 생각하는 가장 아름다운 룰은 사람들이 눈치채기 힘든 디테일인 것 같아요. 사람들이 알아채기 어려운 디테일일수록 그걸 플레이하는 선수는 정말 많은 생각과 심리전을 섞으면서 하고 있다고 생각하기 때문이에요.
To je pravda, proto je tak dobrý člověk. Řeší absolutní detaily.
작년에 월즈에 떨어지고 나서 월즈 경기들을 보는데 이대로 아무것도 안 하면 진다라는 생각으로 무언가를 만들어내려는 그 움직임이 눈에 가장 인상 깊게 새겨졌던 것 같아요. 그 깨달음을 얻고 더 이상 아무것도 두렵지 않습니다.
4강전을 정말 많이 왔어요. 21년, 22년, 23년 이렇게. 근데 늘 넘어졌어요. 그런 실수를 어떻게 안 하려고 생각했냐면
초심으로 돌아가는 게 정답이었던 것 같습니다.
完美与谦逊集于一身者，即为主宰。季中冠军赛冠军，几近不败的传说，直至棋逢对手，将他们逼至绝境。KT 秋菊于西风中独立，铁骨金霜。
룰러 선수와 인연이 되게 깊은 것 같아요. 17년도에는 상대로 만나서 제가 지고 20년도와 21년도에는 동료로서 경기에서 또 지고 23년도에는 상대로 만나서 제가 또 지고 올해는 또 이렇게 만나게 됩니다.
孤星之光，难破长夜。
승부욕이 좀 세서 보통 포기를 안 한 것 같은데 이 게임 자체로는 제가 자신감이 있어가지고 더욱더 포기가 안 되는 것 같아요.
但众星齐聚，长天尽耀。
사실 그때 굉장히 좀 진 게 충격적이었고요. 질 거라고 전혀 생각하지 않았는데 좀 다시 마음을 다잡는 그런 계기가 됐던 것 같습니다.
제가 생각하는 완벽한 롤은 선수 개개인 다 같이 각자 역할을 잘 수행했을 때 나오는 그 시너지가 롤이라고 생각합니다.
No to řekněme solo queue spoluhráčů.
겐지가 저희와의 경기에서 되게 잃을 게 많다고 느끼는데 떠독의 반란 보여드리겠습니다.
(21년도에) 제가 젠지를 떠나고 소비 선수가 제 자리에 들어오게 됐는데 당시에는 받아들이기가 쉽지 않았는데 결국에 제가 할 수 있는 거는 제 실력을 보여주는 것밖에 없었던 것 같습니다.
天际已不遥远。
항상 그래왔던 것처럼 제 길을 꿋꿋이 걸어나가겠습니다.
월드 우승과 함께 만족스러운 경기력까지 보이겠습니다.
银汉迢迢，紫薇熠熠，摘星必在此行。只有一方可冲破天幕，
Dobrý, ale kde jsou
直
pandy?
至星河。
꿈은 언젠가는 이루어집니다.
BDD 선수 꿈 깨시길 바랍니다.
BDD time to wake up.
"全球的英雄联盟粉丝们，大家好，欢迎来到上海梅赛德斯奔驰文化中心，一见证2025全球总决赛半决赛。今晚只有一支队伍能够拿到通往成都的门票，登上总决赛的舞台。上海，让我们热烈欢呼，迎接首场4强对决，神迹对阵KT。
Kámo, Joe vypadá, že má 2 metry. A on je vysoký. Já jsem s ním jel ve výtahu a ten týpek má prostě 1,80 m na Korejce. On tam vypadá, kdyby měl 2 metry, ale má tak 1,79 m, no. Ale oni ti Korejci jsou malinčí, nebo všeobecně Asiati jsou malincí, takže on je prostě tam úplný gigant. Ještě Zeka je vysoký strašně.
for Genji, all that they want, all that they've talked about all year, despite their domestic success.
Čo vypadá jak main charakter anime.
They need not just to win here today. They're already looking forward, I imagine. But KT, their story might not end here today, but the fact that they're here in the first place in semis is insane.
Komu fandíme?
The ups and downs of the roller coaster.
Komu bych
Given the
fandil?
expectations, they weren't even supposed to be at Worlds, right?
Ty
People
vole,
didn't think they would actually make
asi
it.
Genji, legit.
And their greatest moment was one
KT,
against Genji.
nejedno
The
KT.
qualification to Worlds, being able to win this improbable match, I think really does have a bit of poetic.
Za mě 3-1 nebo 3-2 Genji vyhraje.
How beautiful that is that they now have this opportunity to
Ale
really
KT
prove
můžou vyhrát
themselves here
klidně.
once again and to pull
Spíš
off
ne, ale
what
můžou.
would be a colossal
XDD.
upset and just continue this great story that KT have already had.
That's the question for KT, isn't it? Can you rekindle that flame? Can you find that moment once again to take
Mají
down
dobrý
Genji
ty dva obleky,
like you
ty
did to make
dva
it here to
vpravo.
Worlds? For Genji,
Chronicle a
you won
Vedy.
MSI 2 times back to
Teda
back. You have been
medic.
the presumptive
Takový jako
champion of
matnej,
Worlds
ten
for the
oblek.
last couple of years, and
Se
now
mi
you
líbí.
have to prove that you can take that next step because it's been 8 years since Genji made it to a finals.
And I am left wondering what we're going to see here, because there are parts of this KT journey that make you reminisce of 2022, a DRX roster that up until the very end was doubted.
Vy jste pochopili špatně zadání, když budete fandit KT, tak KT prohrál.
And KT, today they
Jste
have the
potřebuji nějak
opportunity to
nasvítit ještě?
show whether they can take
Tady
down
jsem dobře
Genji again.
nasvícený.
We all
Jo.
saw that graphic at the
Tak tady.
beginning. They won one series and
Takhle.
I was there and it was a banger. But can they replicate that?
I mean, that is a question on everyone's mind, and
Teď jsem
all
nasvícený
jokes
zas moc.
aside, Genji is a massive favorite, right? That I think is undeniable. But I will say for KT, both Perfect and Peter have played better at Worlds than I expected. KT is on a 7-0 run. They have not dropped a single game. Yes, you can talk about the strength of the competition. Yes, you can talk about the fact that they haven't played someone of Genji's caliber. But I still do kind of get that inkling of hope watching this KT team. They couldn't really have done much more up to this point.
Sere mě, že jsem si nekoupil tu T1 jacket, fakt mě to sere. Fakt mě to sere.
Sorry, we have to get
Už
that
to
one out of the way.
vykoupili to během 2 dnů. Azir Yunara, Oriana, OK.
I don't like it, but we are here at the LCK versus LCK matchup, so
Byl boss holub, jo, už jsem ukazoval boss holuba, už přišel se podívat. Vyhnal další 2 holuby. Myslím, že mají pití v těch kelímkách, je to buď většinou kafe, Red Bull, anebo vodu. Ale spíš Red Bull. Zinzao, OK. Kolik chtěli za bundu? Jenom $150 právě. Takže Wukong, Zin jsou out, to jsou dobrý jungleři, Azir Oriana jsou out, to jsou dobří midaři, a pak je tam Yunara, Galio out, First Pick Rice, Oriana, Rice, Aurora, Talia First Pick, wow. To hrajou jak Faker.
So will be Talia. The Galio ban to me was interesting because that's trying to open the door for Rumble, very likely, or some of these combos
Rumble
like the Galio
1-2,
Jarvan,
protože
but
je
I'm
open a
expecting
zabraný
with that,
Galio,
giving
Niko k
over
tomu
Rumble. So
výborný,
good that
Rumble
Genji
Niko
had to
úplně
know
krása.
that was going to be happening,
Dobrý
and still
KT.
they do just choose Talia because you're
To je
giving
hodně
over
dobrý.
2 of the strongest AP champions really in the game right now in Nico and Rumble. Of course, there are a lot of comfortable.
Je to ten
tank
nejsilnější
answers up
support,
the top
nejsilnější
side.
topar, co mě.
Sion is unbanned, kind of conspicuously absent thus far, but Trundle is available. Some of those
A navíc
answers
tam
that
můžeš
people
piknout
have,
Trundla na trojce, kdyby náhodou
available
pikli
are
Siona.
there.
And the Galio not only into the Rumble,
Plus Erik jde nám mít nějaký rady.
for the longest time. If you can get 2 champions though,
normálně.
without really asking for any bans, it would be these 2 for Perfect and Peter. I think even when Perfect was struggling, his Rumble has always been great.
Vitalia,
And there
okay,
was a large
klasika.
period throughout this year
Vitalia
where
nebo
Peter was just
Vipantheon.
straight up the best Nico. Even when KT wasn't necessarily in the best form, was many times banned against him. We're going to see Canyon's Vitalia as a combo that we've been seeing for the entirety of the year. Guaranteed lockdown and a lot of ability to set up plays.
Jinak když se takhle vždycky podívám doprava, tak tam letí holub, jo, jenom abyste věděli, proč se takhle furt dívám doprava. Tipci tady mají prostě v legeto holuby. Korky, ty Genji, tady jako Katie má mnohem lepší draft. Mnohem lepší draft, bro. Yone je taky dobrý do Talie. Jako, Talia má prájo.
insane 1v9
Ale ten teamfight,
performances I've
co
seen
má
from
Katie,
Chovy
ty
against him
koko.
on this Yone specifically. So not only does he pick it away, and is this a huge show of confidence for the man that has been stalwart in the mid lane all year, but he also has a pick away
Genji mají taky
because
pohodě
we are
draft.
of course playing in
Tady měli
Fearless, and this
upřímně
is something
piknout
that
Ryzeho do
Genji
Talia
even
Vi,
used very
pikuje to,
recently in their
ale měli by
last
moc
series
AP.
to pick up a win.
And I just think
Actually
so
mohli úplně
far,
v
the
pohodě
red side
piknout
draft
Ryza, měli
looking
piknout Ryza.
really good for KT. You know, not only do you get a lot of these power picks, you already have mid lane counter. You can throw down some protection bands up towards top side if you're worried about things, you know, like the Ornn or the Sion or whatever. So I do really like what they're doing so far in draft.
Je to lepší s tím světilkem, že jo? Tady to. Ještě jsem koupil druhý na tady tu stranu. Jedno stojí 2000 teda, takže. Ale jak to bude tady, jak bude to tady světilko a tady světilko, tak si myslím, že to bude cool. Že to bude vypadat dobře. Že ani nemusím malovat a nebude to vypadat konečně jako, že jsem byl na intráku nějakým skluveným. Značka Wurf? Jo, značka Wurf.
You know, what else they want to take away. A lot
Ty
of
si to má vyját, potřebuji tady světlo nějak nasvítit. Ještě jsem si pohrával s tím, a vám to ukážu, že tady tohle. Já mám světlo teďka daný do zdi, aby se odráželo to světlo na mě a bylo to příjemnější, ale ještě jako můžu dát světlo sem a nasvítit se.
Very likely on this pick. Could go AD carry and save the jungle.
Máš feeling na one pixela? Tak one pixel goat.
That is a combo that we have seen many a time. Yeah, the Sivir I think is just very solid into
Mám studio, no jasně, že to je studio. Obývak. Jarvan,
Just gonna be a Jarvan though. I don't love the Jarvan into the Taliyah Corki combo, but it is obviously a lot of comfort, and the combination with the Rumble is quite strong.
Yeah, good combination with the Rumble. Obviously, you need an AD jungler here when you do have already the Rumble. You don't want to be, you know, too heavy on the AP. And I'm just kind of curious to see, you know,
Tady to jsou takovýhle pičoviny, věc, co to je prostě.
They were picking a lot of Caitlyn early on. And Caitlyn is still up and available if they want to try to play for a really
Vzali
dominant
Rakana
lane 2v2. You could go
do Niko. Jako je to důležitý pro ten tým. Fight Italian, Rakan je mega good together. Ale špatná linka a last pick AD carry. Není možný, aby pickli JC useless champ. Ambessa, Sion, okay.
This is more what I was thinking, kind of just assuming like I touched on earlier, Sion or Ornn are kind of the obvious answers. Generally people do just like playing a lot of these neutralizing picks into the Rumble. Once you have Kanik, all of a sudden you're not really taking damage anymore. But of course the fact that the Yone can be in the side lane later on does make that
Zaja do korky Talia Vi. To bude Kajsa podle mě. Caitlyn? Jo, Caitlyn jo. Jsem úplně zapomněl na Caitlyn. Že ti týpci prostě nehrajou Caitlyn Niko. Caitlyn Niko je silný. Jako není to tak dobrý, ta Caitlyn. Upřímně na Worlds, jak jsem čekal. Ale jako Katie to má dobrý draft. Genji taky. Problém je... Jako Korky Rakan nebude mít jednoducho nejde fáze proti Caitlyn Niko, no. Talia bude zase vyhrávat do Jonáše.
It was a lot off of Cuz and BDD having these heroic performances, and being able to be enabled just feels so critical.
And when I look at the early game for Genji, that is just going to be the mid-jungle duo, right? So there's a lot of pressure being put here onto Canyon and Chovy.
Mají dobrý wombo combo Genji s tím, že Vi a Rakan ult na někoho, Talia combo, týpek umře. Sion ult do toho. Rumble, Jarvan, Yone, Caitlyn, Niko. To je taky hodně dobrý, ale zase není tam nikdo, kdo by potankoval. Niko tam musí najít monster dobrý jako v engage a musí engageovat první. Jako Katie draft musí engageovat první. Niko first engage, do toho Yone, Rumble, ultimátka vyhrajou. Ten, kdo engage první, vyhraje tuhle hru. Mimo. Tomáš je jinak Magor, on vstával se mnou v 7 ráno, aby šel hrát Battlegroundy ve Vovku. On bude hrát dneska 10 hodin Battlegroundy, aby nahrál 100 000 honoru. Kokos. Neuvěřitelné.
For Genji, it would be the culmination of a story long told, the culmination of aspirations and dreams, expectations over the last couple of years. For KT, truly is something out of a fairy tale, a storybook, you have to say. Similar to that DRX run back just a few years ago.
Zdar, jaký byly včerejší zápasy ve Skrce? Filsonku, běž se podívat. Doslova pusy, absolutně se neptej. Běž si pustit můj záznam, je přístupný pro všechny na Twitchi a koukni se na všech 5 her. Koukni se postupně na všech 5 her. Zaručuju. Čet, a vy, když jsem zpřístupnil ty záznamy pro všechny a vy nemáte tier 1 suba, tak si nemůžete možnost. Nejde přetáčet ten stream, jo? Jak na YouTube. To je jenom pro Twitch tier 1. Kdo má lepší draft, oba drafty jsou good. Ta semnice jo, někdy jo. To pouštím na YouTube anyway. Klasicky poprosím YouTube uživatele, co koukají na tento stream, jestli můžete zanechat like na tom videu. Chovi zase bude vole hard pushovat a hard smurfit. Protože ten Talia ty pičo, dívej, jako perma hituje. To je úplně bully. Tady jako milým midařům řekneme papa příští patch, protože Doran Shield nerf. Second Wind nerf. Be able to prove their worth, to take down someone who you were replaced by, who everyone is overlooking you for. Second Wind funguje, takže to je hrozný. Jeníku, zdravím i tebe, máš ho tam lajkl, díky Michal.
It's a pretty one-sided scoreline for Chovy, as are many things for Genji this year. They've only lost 2 best-of-5s across the entirety.
Tak teďka mi dal follow Michal E21994 Barton, tak potřebuji vědět, jestli je to bot nebo je to reálný nickname někoho.
And it's been close calls many a time. We've seen them go against
napiš do chatu, jestli nejsi bot.
Against or in MSI as well. But outside of those two, they have been
s těma bodama, co stojím ve Streamer Clashi, mám dojem, že si je nevybereš. Já mám 2 scénáře na Streamer Clash. 2 scénáře. A potřebuji jich mít tak 40, vole. Ne, reálně tak 10 scénářů. No, hraje se dobře proti Kitníko, co?
But it is because he's been looked at, maybe not at every given moment, but many moments for many years now as the best mid laner in the world. And now they're looking mid.
Okay, Chovy Geng. Fail. Fail flash. Snažil se flashnout přes kombo, ne. A tak to je huge, kámo, to je huge. Yona kill, to je důležitý jak blázen.
But Cuz doesn't even have to flash, BDD doesn't even have to flash, and they got first blood, and it goes to the Yone!
And that is in a matchup where Yone is expected to struggle early on.
Tam našel strašně dobrý angle, ten Cuz. Dobrý Gengos. Včera mě bavilo hrát tu midlane, pamatujete si ten Ziggs hru?
And I like to joke about this, but I'm kind of not really joking. Yone's hit full build. You get that early Vamp Scepter, and it can just be so difficult now to actually have Prio to be able to poke you down, because you can hit this critical threshold where both Talia has a bad buy in just the tier, so you're not really getting a lot more damage, and you have so much sustain that now all of a sudden you can't really even get Prio in that lane. And that really was the only lane that we were expecting Genji to have that early Prio in. So BDD gonna be in his comfort zone now here, and Chovy's gonna have to play super defensive with no flash for the next 5 minutes.
Cuz gonna be in his comfort zone as well.
Čau, Micro, čauko. Jako hej, midlane je broken, já jsem hrál prostě midlane včera, měl jsem 3 levely advantage za nic na midlane oproti ADčku. Když ta moje Sivir měla, vole, Essence River, Phantom Dancer, já jsem měl 3 itemy a dal jsem komplet 1v9 v tom fightu. Jsem dal Ziggs ultimátku na 5 lidí a vyhrál jsem fight. S tou Sivir, Essence River na Vory bych tam mohl zahrát jak ruler a neudělal bych nic.
it is very telling that, again, it's cuz visiting BDD. These players on many A-Team have been together. Obviously, we're also on the 2023 KT roster, which was stopped by JDG back in...
Ne, ta Sivir měla 2-2-2, neumřela 3krát za zákus, už úplně zase klules. Stála 5 minut v bázi, to bylo až v late gameu, kdy dala DC. Ze záku já ti dám ba.
Like the focus on a different roster, and you put them all together and you build with more and more and more stars. Not everyone can be the star. Not everyone can take that
měsíc, jak vidím Worlds, tak mám mega chuť zapnout. To je pas.
And kind of figure out, okay, well, what playstyle works best for me and enables my team to have the most success.
LoLko je nejlepší hrát prostě v 5 lidech s kamošama. Když máš Discord, když máš 4 další kamarády, což je teda těžký v dnešní době mít další 4 kamarády, a prostě hraješ flex queue, ten nejlepší, to je úplně, abych hrál, nic jiného bych nehrál. Abych ani nehrál solo queue. Abych jen fell na Discordu s týpkama a hrál bych prostě flexky non-stop.
And was able to pick up that first dragon. So we'll see if Genji is able to contest for these grubs in about a minute and a half.
Both teams going for the lane swap, having their
Proto ten streamer clash je tak strašně dobrý, kámo, protože hraješ s dalšíma 4 lidma a je to tak strašně goated.
Did see Cuz hanging around mid a little bit, but wasn't really an easy gank path on Chovy, so he's just going to clear his top side, and Canyon mirrored down towards that bottom side is clearing up towards the grubs. Peter looking for some damage on Juro, but can always just
kdyby vrátili Twisted Freeline, tak to hrajou per másy. To byla goated mapa.
But they're just trying to keep the push going. And though we do see Ruler a little bit behind, at least the Caitlyn has not been
Jakýho starého čampa by si chtěl zpět do Kabezrevorku? Graves AD Gary.
Keeping the farm close enough and keeping them off the tower. It hasn't just been this total disaster where sometimes these Caitlyn lanes really can get out of control, especially when you are going against a weak early laning support like the Rakan. But Duro and Ruler are doing a great job of just kind of minimizing the damage as much as they possibly can, and that's really your job.
We'll have to see whether any contest can come through or whether KT can keep this early.
Včera tam byl D, Mikýř a tak dál, v čem? Jako ve streamer clash customkách, nebo kde? Ty customky se hrajou od kdy do kdy, kdybych to vyzkoušel? Ty streamer clash customky.
I have a lot of faith in his man's Corki, but without your health bar, that is only a tier and longsword and some bits.
Kámo, kdo tam zas přidal ten 7 TV tak emote? Tak, Grubíci, první akce, 1000 goldů ahead KT z toho midu, ty vole, Jonáš je 600 goldů ahead, to si děláš prdel, ne? Musí one-shotnout BDDho. Dobrý canyon pick, to bylo hodně clean. Možná díky tomu můžou fightit, oni díky tomu můžou fightit. Dobrý buffer od Jarvana, Canyon je goat. Canyon je tak strašně dobrý. Tady, kdyby takhle neforcnul Jonáše ultimátku, tak nemůžou vyhrát fight. Tohle bylo fakt clean, prostě našel jeho rotaci, forcnul jeho ultimátku a díky tomu zařídil 2 gruby pro svůj tým. Ale zase clever, že to KT nefightili až do piče, jo. Ty týmy jsou na téhle úrovni, jsou fakt chytří. Zetora děkuji za 4 měsíce, ty raidničky děkuji chlape. Ty raidničky teďka hodně hype u ty raidničky, protože to pravidlá podpora. A víš jak, joku, ale potřebuji 1000 ty raidniček na hypo. Nesmí to rok padnout pod 1000 ty raidniček a vemu hypo. Canyon je nejlepší jungler, Kanavy taky, Kanavy Canyon. To Worlds.
Has had his fair ups and downs, but he is a KT player, so that kind of comes with the territory.
Sure, but just to highlight how good it was, that was a whole wave, a cannon wave lost.
Kdo tam funguje s těma? Co je za stav?
It's a big gold swing for Perfect. Obviously doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but those are the small things that can add up.
No, they absolutely can. I mean, unfortunately for Keen, he already had a significant advantage.
Tak jak jsme na tom? Jonáš.
Keen is just point blank period, best top laner in the world.
Agreed.
This guy almost seems to just not make mistakes. It's kind of ridiculous.
No, co tam ten Tomáš dělá?
GDD's going to snap back here. Takes a couple of
Tam
fists to
dělá
his face,
hluk
but is able
hroznej.
to rebind his soul and escape with the wave pushing it.
I think Canyon
Nemyslím si, že by Vedry měl stát víc než Brian. Brian by měl být rozhodně drahší než Vedry. Kámo, já vám to říkám furt, Brian on má fintičku, on má prostě účet, na kterým hraje jenom na stream Clashy a je tam low elo. Jinak je Challenger skrytej. Kolikrát vám to mám říkat? Tak, 800 golďásků, 900 golďásků pro KT. Nejdůležitější je ten advantage na Jonášovi. Ojojoj. Dobrý. Kdo má lepší late game? Katie. Genji má lepší mid game, Katie má lepší late game. Jednoznačně.
But KTT, they are trying to set up in the area, trying to get some traps down. Genji looks like they're going to be able to retake this space, though.
Cuz is sitting on a spike, does have the Sun Art Sky available. That is a big advantage thanks to that early assist.
Jako tady KT dají outsky blázen, ale stejně ty fighty budou o tom, kdo engage první.
Is still around even without the ultimate. If the rest of the team sets up for him, should still be able to do a decent amount of damage.
And look at bot. So right now it's still Duckdom down there just pushing in this wave. So he's drawn Ruler down, but Ruler is now very separated from the rest of the team. So Duckdom does have the inside track to get back to the rest of his squad that's in this area. And BDD now coming again back from mid lane. So they have pretty decent positioning to try to take over this area.
Genji using that time to deny a little bit of vision control ward in the pit from KT as they do start up their second dragon. Ruler at the back of the pit. Can Valkyrie in if a fight starts sharpish. Meanwhile, the
Sion ultimátka, musí engage fast. Musí engage fast. Sion, do toho engage. Smajtnul tu kas. Rakan disengage, musí pryč. Snažili se Rakan engage, Sion engage, nic nerefili, v ten moment okamžitě disengage. Chytrý od Genji, ale problém. Zatím problém. Jako KT, ty vole, jako hej, zatím to vypadá dobře pro KT. Ale líbí se mně, jak ty týmy oba dva, oni prostě zkusí nějaký engage. V ten moment, když se to nepovede, tak dají okamžitý disengage, protože ví, že by to prohráli, když mysnou ty dvě ultimátky. Jako Rakan Sion ultimátky mysnou ty boom, víš co, GG. Tak Caitlyn z Nico, jak hitujou tu turret, ten je neuvěřitelný. To je tak broken.
Non-stop pushing just meant Ruler was so sectioned off from the rest of the team that by the time he actually got there, the dragon was basically already gone, and it just became a bit of a flip. And KT do get that, and they're comfortable to continue just playing at this pace.
And for Genji, one of the things that they have found many advantage in has been that snap engage. Duro in particular has been exceptional at this.
Okay, engage na Caitlyn, play safe AD. Play safe AD. Canyon zase našel. Která série byla nejlepší? Včerejší. Včerejší byla nejlepší série na Worlds a bylo to crazy.
Just kind of gets caught pushing a little bit too far up, and he is on weak side of the map. Everyone else
Proč nehrál safe? Koho baví hrát safe, vole, 40 minut za AD carry?
But it is just the one kill,
Možná
so
reklesa.
not the end of the world.
Sometimes you see these plays around the 13-minute, 13:30 mark because people want the plates, so they'll step up a little bit more greedily than they usually would, thinking, oh, there's a bit of 200 extra gold for me, you know, put it in my pockets. But because of that, Genji collapsed well, and as you say, there really wasn't any support.
No tebe ne, no mě ne, vole, já 2 minuty hraju safe a už mám nervy, že ta hra je nudná. Jen když si povídáš s náma, tak hraješ rozumně. Včera jsem hrál rozumně a nepovídal jsem si s váma, ne? Ale včera jsem hrál nějak moc dobře, až moc sus to bylo. That's a 200 gold lead. That's it for your Caitlyn Nico. Jsem podle mě viděl dobrou sérii včera, tak jsem hrál dobře a chytře. Že mi to dalo EQ, League of Legends EQ.
Kind of just minimizing the advantages that they're giving over to Docdom here. And Genji, as I was touching on earlier, even when they would sometimes fall behind in the LCK, they're just so masterful at how they approach the team fights and how they actually set up these objectives that getting a lead is very far away from guaranteeing a win.
1000 golďásků, 2 draci.
One of the most resilient teams that we have when it comes to both their cross maps, but as well the consistency of their setups for team fights. One of which I think we might be having on our hands soon.
You see a couple of wards behind that Herald pit from Duro. Chovy and Canyon moving towards that top side, perhaps seeing if Perfect overstepped. Cuz comes across, spotted.
Dobrý poke. Heraldí to, jestli Red Team veme Heralda, tak mají už první feats of strength. Ale tady to vypadá, že to givujou. Protože se divím, že to givujou. Jenom kvůli vision control to givujou. Engage na Petera, one-shotnutý Peter, šus. Upřímně actually možná vím, proč to givujou, protože teďka momentálně Vi, Rakan, Talia jsou moc silní. Víte, jak jsem říkal, že KT má silnější late game a Genji má silnější mid game. Tak teď je ten mid game, kdy prostě na tom prvním, druhém a třetím itemu Genji budou hard vyhrávat fighty. A když engage no first, tak vyhrajou, což je pro ně jednoduchý. Jako Vi za ulti a choose máš engage first.
And we're slowly starting to see the gold lead dwindle. There will be a TP advantage now though here for KT. We'll see if they can leverage that when the dragon comes up because
jinak Genji jsou úplně monster insane v comebackách. Oni vždycky comebackujou. Hrozně ví jak.
The game becomes so much harder to play out and they have an really frankly insane amount of Baron damage as well, so I feel like that makes it even more important that they are able.
Jsem čekal, že swapneš na streamer clash na jungle top lane. Ty vole, měl jsem to udělat upřímně, byla to chyba. Jsem si říkal, ty piče, já se za ten měsíc nestihnu naučit nový hrdiny, protože na těch rolích hrajou 2 čampy a je to fearless formát, ale já jsem si myslel, že to budou BO3, BO5 hned, ten fearless formát, a ono to je BO3 max a BO3 fearless je whatever. Ale víš, že bych prostě hrál top lane jungle, by mě vybanovali 5 junglerů, 5 topařů a já bych musel ještě hrát další 3 čampy na ty role, což bych prostě nedal, nenaučil bych si to za měsíc. Ale měl jsem to udělat, protože jako ty role jsou broken v téhle metě. Mixen, díky. Na Actinu teďka budou Black Friday, takže jestli mě chcete podpořit, tak nezapomeňte kupovat přes můj odkaz. Třetí drak, BDD a zase nemá ultimátku. Tak to je třetí drak pro Genji, ale hele, tohle je super pro KT zatím. KT si tady na early game stakovali 2 draky. Tohle bych nefightil, hoši, tady jako vyhraje Genji podle mě. Nebo záleží, Niko by musel engagenout. Tady ale vyhraje Genji, tady vyhraje Genji, já vám to říkám furt. Proč fight v tom? Teď jsem chtěl říkat, ty vole, Katie jsou frajeři. Early game si nastakovali 2 draky, takže nemusí fightit teďka. Nemusí fightit, můžou scalovat a prostě hej, až budete mít 3 itemy, tak můžete fightit. Tak, Kate jsou dementi. Ojojoj, kámo, teď jsem je chtěl chválit, že mají 2 draky early game, že mají perfektní pozici, že nemusí vůbec fightit, že můžou scalovat.
This is just picture perfect here from Genji, showing their class around
the objectives. Ale prostě říkám, kdo engagene první vyhraje a zase se nechá engagenout první. Když už fightí, tak engageovat first.
And Genji once again right back into their comfort zone.
And the 2 big points for me have been one, Peter, who obviously, even on his Nico, thus far hasn't been able to find the impact. No big ults, seems to be a little disjointed with his team.
Nezmění se ještě meta do streamer Clashe. No, ten nový patch je kdy? Ten nový patch vychází 3. Kde nerfou face rush. A tak se trochu změní se meta trochu.
Yone ult layered with the Rumble, layered with the Nico or the Jarvan, and we're not really getting that for KT right now, and they weren't able to get the Dragon as a result.
And it just feels like they clearly want to contest, but they are late multiple times now. It's the exact same thing we saw at the Herald. You know, Peter shows up, he's kind of separated from the team,
contestit do 3 itemů, KT.
BDD is making a rotation, but they don't have vision control in the river, so he loses his ult, and Peter walks out, loses
a problém s Genji je, že oni kdykoliv můžou smačknout Vi ultimátku a někdo umře. Rakan Vi ultimátka, někdo umírá. Ten boil alert je už fixet, nevím, můžeš vyzkoušet. Potřebuji vybírat na světla, víš co, tady to jedno světlo stojí 2000, potřebuji koupit druhý, abych měl tady. Nebo jako už jsem ho koupil. Ale ty vole, světlo za 2K.
And this is also where I think the KT comp, once you start falling behind, this comp struggles, because you have great tools of getting vision, but like who actually goes in? Because with the the clone and with Cuz's flag, you are able to check are they in the brush. But then what?
Ale víš co, Katie teď nesmí bojovat. Jako vy říkáte, bojuj, ne? Tak bojuj, ne? Ale Katie legit ne. Judo, Rakan engage. Boom. Talia combo do toho. Ale dobrá nám do ultimátka možná. Bojuj, ne? Bojuj, ne? Oni ale nemají bojovat, Azazel. Počkej, oni vyhrávají, Katie. Není to fixed, není to fixed. Co si tam dojebali? Jak to, že nevanshotli? To je dobrý win pro Katie, ale nic z toho nezískají, ne? Zabijou jenom Sion a ten nic, tak úplně k hovnu.
Yeah, I mean, Duro just got spotted out. He was on a very deep flank. He was trying to look for an angle to go in there. And did find it, but he kind of had to go at a time that he didn't really want to. I think he wanted to wait a little bit longer till the team was there in position. But gets found out, has to go early. And Genji just decided we're going to try to take the fight regardless. KT though, great turnaround.
Kozele teďka poslední dobou strašně busy, takže Rakan engage ne. Snaží se one-shotnout Nico, ale oni ji odhodí a tím ji zachrání. Jo, on ji odhodil a tím ji zachránil. A Rumble tam docela zaposmorfil. Počkej, Atakan start. Oni rašou Atakana. No to ne. Počkej, Peter. Nenašel to, tady kdo engage první vyhrává. Teďka prohrávají najednou. Teď Genji to retaknou. Teď je to v prdelu, má armor Magic Resist minus. Katie jsou tady napoukovaný. Tady je to nepříjemný pro Katie jak blázen, vyzounil ho, tohle udělal se Sion perfektně. Keen je mega dobrý topař. Tady tím flash kvéčkem na Jarvana zaručil to, že to nemůže smajtnout. Normálně, když by to neudělal, tak Jarvan zkusí smite steal a může to smajtnout. Díval se včera na entropy, díval.
It's so tough now for KT to re-enter. Cuz wanted to stay around to see if he could find an opportunity to look for a steal, but Keen shuts the door on that as well, flashes forward, makes it so his only way out is back to the tower, makes it a guaranteed Otacon for them.
Mají boty, což je taky důležitý Genji. Protože Ninja Tabi a ty Sorcery boty tady jsou broken. Líbí se mi, že ta Talia jde Sorcery boty. Co dělají KT, proč to forsovali? Oni se snažili, ten Atakan force jsem pochopil. Oni se snažili jakoby to zčíznout. Problém je, že toho Heralda fightili, ne toho třetího draka fightili. To si úplně dojebali. Ale jako fascinuje mě, že KT neví jakoby ty win kondice. Že tam fightili toho třetího draka. Někdo klepe. Nesmí fightit teďka, Katie. Zase se pozicionou na fight. Má Rakan flash ult, má. Díky, přečtu pohře, promiň. Ale Peter našel. Oni našli Chouvyho díky tomu. Tohle je přesně to, co se musí stát, aby vyhráli. Kámo, oni ten fight našli. Peter tam našel Freeman, Nico ult. Caitlyn zase má Last Whisper, ten Dogdam staví Last Whisper second item na všech ADčkách, ne? Jeho o Loki, ono se to vyplatí, protože prostě všichni mají tolik armoru, base armoru, že to je broken. Problém je, že máš, vole, 160 AD s 2 itemama. Talia neměla flash, tady měli nejlepší šanci vyhrát, ale pičů. Talia to turbo intla, že tam šlo do fightu. Dívej. Nevím, co dělá Chovy s těma ultimátkama, to je úplně odhoven ulti. A tady prostě proč jdou jako in. Proč prostě nepočká Chovy na to, až Rakan engage, to úplně naintil Chovy. Chovy musí počkat, až Vi ultne, anebo Rakan ultne. A on šel prostě in, dávat kombo bez CCčka, misnul to kombo a ještě se nechal engagenout. Nice! Chovy Church nikdy neintí, jo. A šel, on šel do trapy? Ne, nestoupnul si do trapy, ne, to trapa přišla potom. Že ne. To mi neříkej, že stoupil do trapy. Jo, vešel, vstoupil do trapy. Dobré. Tak Chovy ten fight solo prohrál. Ale jak říkám, kdo engagene první, vyhraje. Kdo engagene první, vyhrává. Chovy se potřebuje warm-upnout. První warm-up scrim. Kas 3000 HP teďka docela, ty vole, killable. Vše dobrý. Ale Genji, nesmíš nikdy Genji jako vysadit. Ale už začíná mít třetí itemy. Jakmile postaví KT třetí item, tak dávají, tak už jsou stejně silní, jak je Genji v těch fightech. A na 4 itemech už dali outskill.
Steadily getting closer. That is a crazy spike for both Caitlyn and Yone. And we have seen flashes are available now for Chovy, for Canyon, not quite yet for Ruler. And that is going to make these fights hard. Because again, this is what we saw there was the perfect setup for a KT fight. Just make sure you get on top of either Ruler or Chovy, take them out at the beginning. And we're looking at itemization as well. Chovy, which I think is a lot of utility, has gone for that Rylai's. That's no arm guard.
No, and I think that's probably what he's going to build towards next, but it does mean, and I was going to touch on that the 30 item spikes for BDD and Duckdom are going to be so much more offensive power. We're going to get a collector coming through from Ruler. Of course, that's still going to be some power. We're probably going to get a Zhonya's third from Chovy. So the amount of damage that they are going to be pumping out here with BDD and Duckdom, if they find that good engage, they have the power behind him to knock him down.
Okay, ultimátka. Boom, boom. Engage first, engage first. Engage first. Engage first. Co jsem říkal, kdo engage first vyhrává? Ty pičo, Chovy. Ty pičo, Chovy. A pozor, co tam dělá Jonáš. Kamo, mi daří jsou balans, halo? Oba dva to tam úplně turbo smurfli. Ty pič, ale Chovy tam jako nebál se toho, protože je tank, midlane tank. Typek tam flashne do Caitlyn. Jebe. Caitlyn záporný damage, no je to AD carry, bohužel. Typeček potřebuje 7 itemů, aby měli myč. Uká? Takže oni first engagenou na Caitlyn. Ten musí hnedka flashnout. Rumble ultimátka odhoven. Nico ult jenom na jednoho. Genji netref ani ty vole BDD netrefil ult. Oni myslí všechno. A tady kámo člověk flashne do té Caitlyn. Sátí mrda. To úplně vyzónil. Ale oni myslí všechno. Oni myslí Rumble ultimátku, oni myslí Yone ultimátku. Navíc Genji engageli first. Kate byl tak good, upřímně já nevím, ty vole. Jako ten týpek staví last whisper na ADčku second vždycky. Jako doslova po každý. A možná je to s tím kolektorem good, nevím. A možná ne. Zase jako když to tak vemeš, tak všichni mají, Chovy má 122 armor, jo. Si Talia má z nějakého důvodu 122 armor. Dřív, kdo měl dřív 120 armor, tak byl tank. A Last Whisper, ten co má, tak je efektivní od kolika? Od 80 armorů už je to cost efficient.
That's what we kind of were expecting coming in. And thus far, you know, I think we're still a few ups and downs short of Zil.
You can see Chovy though has his seekers now, you know, almost on that Zhonya's double
Co chceš dělat, když na AD nestaví žádný damage? Já vám říkám furt, problém AD carry je, že nemá damage. Ty máš menší damage než Midař a seš one-shotable. Midař má o 1000 HP víc a má větší damage než ty. Ta hra potřebuje, nebo ta role potřebuje rework. Ty potřebují reworknout AD itemy. Caitlyn už má 3 itemy teda konečně. BDD taky, ty pičo, BDD taky, ty pičo. Jonáš, sledujte Jonáš itemy. Teď musí trefovat engage a možná to můžou comebacknout. 80 armoru má každá role na vyšším levelu, jo? Co pěj, Jarvan 130 armoru. Nebo počkej, to je Jarvan v jeho týmu, ale nemá to, jako Vi bude mít stejně armoru, 130 armoru. Ty typci nemají ani jeden armor item a mají 130 armoru, to je prostě sračka. Potřeba, aby překlikli na ty, na enemy, chumpy.
We don't care about the soul, we're just going to shove in the opposite 2 waves. That's not going to be the case. Baron about to time out here.
Duro bloknut hit ultimátku. Talia Vol, tahle je dobrá na tier 2, to je free tureta z toho, ale podle mě to nemusel používat.
I just love how much protection there is for Ruler. You know, you see the ace in the hole coming through, Canyon's diving in front, Duro's jumping in. It's just get down, Mr. President.
Potřeba by překlikli fakt ty jumpy, protože tam je furt Jarvan. A já chci vidět to. Já bych rád viděl ty blue side jumpy, co mají kolik má armor.
They are so good at creating space for Ruler and Chovy, and of course you have arguably the best in both of their roles to
145 Korky. Korky má 145 armor s těma ninja tabama, jo? Pozor. To je prostě strašně moc armoru. To vole, to ten jungle, Canyon, Vi, 105 Chovy, teda ta BDD, 145 Korky. Překlikávajte, prosím. Bum, 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 bum. Víš, že prostě... Že oni skrz ten durability patch buffovali HPčka i armor, že? Scale armor per level.
Well-known ability of taking a game where they're in a slightly advantageous state and turning it into you not being able to play and just kind of watch as your Nexus crumbles.
And it's just so much harder when you get all these luxury.
Oni nepřekliknou na toho Siona. Na Ananto, já potřebuji vidět Vi, že podle mě Vi bude mít třeba 220 armor, legit, jenom z GA. Bez ninja tap. Že ten last whisper je důležitý, jak svině na ty Caitlyn. A teď otázka, je to dobrý na jako druhý item.
You full send it on Chovy, he presses Zonia's, you can't just be like, wait, reset, you know, it's very difficult to then be able to disengage from the fight.
It really is. Even things like the upgraded plated steel caps for Ruler, just those little shields that can really make it so the initial burst isn't taking you down. Genji pushing in through all 3 lanes right now. Chovy's assigned to top.
BD má QSSI. Vi má 160 armor. Okay. 160 armor bez ninja tap, bez jediného armor itemu, jenom z GA. GA neberu jako armor item, to je celkem crazy, no. Sion má 300 armorů, co ti jebe. Dobré.
There is just, as we keep highlighting, there's just no vision. There's no
surprise
angle, so Genji will see this attack coming.
There's no words, nothing out on the map.
Rakan 113 armoru. Taky, proč má Rakan 113 armoru, když nemá ani jeden MR item? OK, našli Jarvana. To byl dobrý Keen Smurfy, ale kámo, Keen Smurfy s těma Nico ten gauge. To je hodně deep. Jone našel. Ty pičo, Keen flashnul, aby proteknul Rulera, co ti jebe. Kamo, Keen je smurf, ti jebe. Play safe, AD. Wow. Kamo, ale Keen smurfy, co ti jebe. Ten Sion Hard smurfy. Bro. Ten Sion jako hard smurfy. Keen je všechny zachránil, jako jo, ale pak to zahodili zase. Ale ty vole, Keen jako fuha. To posrala Vi, Kenyon to posral, tohle byl insane catch. Insta-killnutej týpek. Teď prostě neultit Caitlyn. To bylo ale, počkej, ta Caitlyn trapa, tak ta byla clean. On trapnul, insta trapnul vibe předtím, než dala ult. Třetí drak. Jarvan už není tanky. Čo vydává damage. Oni to asi získají. Fast. My soul. Scaling guys, we're scaling. Caitlyn docela štípe, no Caitlyn štípe už. Ale nemyslím si, že Caitlyn tady musela postavit Rapid Fire, protože oni engagujou do Caitlyn, takže Caitlyn nepotřebuje mít range. Caitlyn by tady měla mít spíš attack speed do toho Siona a Vi. Víš, že Phantom Dancer by tu měla mít podle mě. Scaling. Katie skilluje, guys. Tady to klidně můžou vyhrát. No Sams, žádná Talia Flash. Korky Flash.
Punished beautifully with the comfort, the fact that it's BDD and Chovy left standing at the end of it all. These two players that have been fighting one another and
a tak Caitlyn trapa na tu Vi ultimátku, to bylo clean. To jsem ani nevěděl, že to tak jako... Vi se vždycky objeví za tebou, když tě zaultí, nebo kde přesně se objeví. Jako dává to smysl, že to je stejný jak s Zedem, že prostě Zed se taky objeví za tebou, když tě zaultí. Takže ty ho můžeš trapnout. Tak hoši, kdo engage first vyhrává. Nebo v téhle fázi už to není, kdo engage first vyhrává, upřímně. 7k, BDD zonuje. Niko, to je moc deep, tam nemá kdo follow. Rumble ultimátka minus najednou. To jsou důležitý ultimátky. BDD to začínají. Katie to začíná, BDD to začíná, protože oni nemají Rumble ultimátku, tak to je problém možná pro Katie. Tohle nevím, kluci, to se mi nelíbí, one shot do Rumble, one shot. Počkej, našli, ale Chovy je nesmrtelný. Ne, Ruler žije, už je mrtvej. To je GG, oni neměli vůbec startovat toho Barona. Ty piču ten damage, actually. Oni tady nemají Rumble ultimátku a startnou na Shora a Vi Rakan one-shot na Rumbleho. Mně se strašně líbí, jak oni používají tu Vi Rakan, že úplně ignorují Caitlyn a ignorují naše a one-shotujou prostě Jarvana nebo Rumbleho. Oni dají perma CC na Rumbleho, on nemůže dát ani Zoniu. A tady perfekto na Intil, perfekto hrozně na Intil. Ale jako určitě nemohl nic, protože ten Baron start byl úplně odhoden. To jako, oni nemají Rumble ultimátku a začnou Barona proti týmu, který ti může triple flanknout, mají perma CC a one-shotnutí hlavu. To vůbec neměli začínat. To neměli začínat. Jak dlouho žil Ruler? Strašně dlouho, tyjo. Ty ninja taby se podepisujou s tím korkem. Týpek má ty ninja taby upgradely plus 2 mountain draky a přežil tam strašně rakety. Kolik je Blade Game shit? Jako je horší než Caitlyn, ale není shit.
Ruler's completed his IE as well. So these carries are getting so powered up at this point that one mistake just means you get one.
Ruler má jako 3000 HP s korkem a má ninja taby upgradely, takže ten jako vydržel strašně rakety. Proto si možná říkám, že jestli ten Korky nebude dobrý v tom streamu, tak já to musím vyzkoušet v tom. V těch scrimech, protože ty máš Trinity Force HPčka a máš Valkyrie na to, aby si přežil ve fightu, když tě flashnou. Peter ulti na to, aby dali turetu. Tohle jako typek je docela nesmrtelný s tím Sionem. Caitlyn ho tam autoatakovala jako downu půlku, ale trvalo jí to strašně dlouho. To tam týpci všichni dostanou one shot předtím, než Caitlyn zabije sama. Katie musí nějak najít dobrou ultimátku. Chovy. Teda BDD. Oni ho našli, Chovyo. Ale Cassidy. Ale tohle je přesně to, co potřebovali udělat Katie. Kdo engage první vyhraje. Ale nečekal jsem zrovna BDDho, že engage ne, čekal jsem spíš Nico, že engage ne. Jako Peter to choukuje mi přijde tuhle sérii, nebo tuhle hru. Protože tam nenašel ani jeden dobrý Nico engage. Tohle bylo ale jebe, našel jak Chovyho. Tak rulera, ten musel flashovat, Chovy one-shotnutý díky tomu. Ale ten Peter nic nedělá. Kámo, tohle je taky potenciál na 5 her, zase tahle série.
20 seconds for the Elder. 41 minutes in the game.
Okay.
KT are looking to set up around it. There's a little bit of vision there for Gen G right now. They do have the TPs on Keen and Chovy. Keen still 10 seconds away.
But no
Elder tady rozhodne hru. Tady se rozhodne hra.
Teleport comes in for Chovy.
Kate trapy, bacha na ty Kate trapy. Tady to musí nějak, kdo engage první vyhraje podle mě. Ale ten Elder padá. Oni mají Eldera. Oni mají. Oni musí disengage, no fast. Kamo, Sion neumírá ani na Eldera. Chovy ale nemá flash, ne? Oni ho našli. Ty pičo, Kas. Pozor. Ty debile. Ježiši, Chovy přežívá. Co ti jebe?
KT, they're gonna keep looking. They want to try and extend this play. The trade.
They don't have the waves. They've only got mid.
The trade also not the worst because you'd rather have Cuz be taken down if you're Gen G than Duro, but they are gonna keep pushing. The back's gonna have to come through and mid lane is gonna
Inhibitor, ale podle mě nemůžou finishnout hru s tím Eldrem. Minuta 45 na Elderovi.
It came up as the Elder was ticking on him when Cuz went in, and procs as he would have died to the Elder Dragon execute there. That is insane.
Štěstí jak blázen. Uká, oni to tady rushujou, one-shotnou. Tady mě fascinuje, že ten Sion prostě neumře, když mají Eldra, že prostě nedostává damage. A Chovy, sleduj Chovy. Boom, flash ult, to flash Jarvan ult, že nedostane damage, to je crazy. A tady dostal Seras, no. To je crazy. Tam jako Chovy měl jednak zahrál dobře, že perfect flashnul Jarvan ult, aby to nedalo damage. A ještě Seras přišel. BDD 400 CS. Teď je ten Jonáš v hyper carry módu, Caitlyn taky 6 itemů.
And I imagine KT is going to full send it towards the Baron.
30 vteřin na Elder. Včera Activan využilo posledních 5 vteřin Eldera, bylo absolut cinema. Tady se to asi nekoná. Tady to KT nedělají, no.
Canyon spotted. There's a flank ward as well up towards where the crops
Kámo, Katie dali outscale, ale borci. Katie legit dali outscale. Tady to musí Katie nějak posrat, aby tu hru prohráli, podle mě. Dobrý, Sion nedostává damage. To je free Baron. Oni dostali outscale. Kámo.
I mean, BDD now has his GA, Docdom has a GA, cuz his GA is going to be coming back up. They're going to have triple potentially here. BDD just sold his. He's actually changing it out, so decides not to go for it. But so much power now in this game. It's just going to come down to one fight. This late into the game, the respawn timers are so incredibly long. And the question is, do they actually try to risk it here on a push? Because there's still a lot of standing gold. Both the outer towers are up in the bot lane. They could go clear those up at the very least. But the question is, will they just try to play towards Elder, or will they play aggressively to try to close this game?
We're seeing there
Jako jak ta Caitlyn dávala tu trapo kvéčko, aby tam nebyl někdo flanknutý, co jste viděli, to byl clean. Jako Genji musí flanknout, jinak podle mě prohrajou. Front to back prohrajou, to Nico dá counter engage, když engagenou teďka. Teď je problém, že oni, když one-shotnou Rumbleho a i Jarvana, tak už jako nevyhrávají. A Rumble si na to dává pozor, Jarvan má GA. Ale ještě musíš mě vysvětlit, co je Caitlyn. Caitlyn je jediný AD carry, co je AD carry. Doslova. Takhle, jak je Caitlyn v late gameu, by mělo být každý AD carry. Prostě vole, farmíš 45 minut, abys dal, potom byl Kasadin. Jseš useless 40 minut, aby si byl Kasadin. Problém je, že Caitlyn je jediná, co to tak má. Zeri? Ne. Aphelios ne. Ne, to všechno je. Zeri možná, Aphelios ne. Co Jinx nemá i mobilní AD carry. Má counterplay. Caitlyn nemá counterplay, protože máš jump, nejsi imobilní. Oni musí flanknout, oni nenašli flank, to je jako GG. Sivir, 500 range, imobilní, žádný jump. Caitlyn je unikátní v tom, že má prostě range a má escape. A má damage. To je nikdo jiný to nemá. OK, našli engage, ale Peter disengage, dívej, prostě oni engage ne a v ten moment Peter flash utne, aby disengageoval. To je mega clean od Petera. BDD. Tak, GG, outscaled. Hit. Kurva, co mám záhlem do piči? Dobrý outscale. To je potenciál na 5 her. Zase, to bude dobrá série.
Giving us a game for the ages. And I'm done with it. We are getting excited. This team is at semifinals. They just won game number 1. There is no.
Jinak Romane, děkuju za 200 korun. Děka za tvůj luxusní komentář, který je často na vyšší úrovni než profi športoví komentátoři. Jsi frajer, vidno, že se vyznáš. Díky za to. Ty vole, děkuju chlape, děkuju za 200. A Azejzal děkuju za 111. Jako není to sranda komentovat solo.
Oh my god, I can't believe KT just
Chybí mi dneska od tebe ta klasická energie. Mám strašně nepříjemný jako prostě hlen, vole, a ještě jsem nespal dneska. Takže pardon, omlouvám se, ale snažím se co nejvíc, co to jde. Si musím odkašlat. Tohle je Tilted prohrát, ani ne, první hra.
They're still undefeated in games at Worlds. Even after playing Genji, they're undefeated in games. Turns out the roller coaster just keeps going up.
And I thought it was so, like this was we're so back, we're so over. And it starts with the
Halus posílat ve slovenštině self-dono, barásínťa.
They certainly were, and I love that in the Swiss stage, we actually got an early interview with Dr. and he talked about late game Caitlyn. Their emphasis of Caitlyn was late game. This one, BDD opened it up with
nějaký čajček si udělat, asi si budu udělat ten zázorový čaj.
Really low effectiveness versus a Caitlyn team because they can just put the trap right.
Zeptej se svého doktora. Já když se zeptám Tomáše na cokoliv, tak mi řekne zeptej se AI. Tak vole, k čemu mi je? To je doktor na baterky, vole. Ty k němu, on bude praktik, ty k němu přijdeš do ordinace a zeptáš se. Doktore, bolí mě kašílek, toto a on. Zeptej se AI.
Few mistakes early, but there was another massive mid lane based defense, Kobe, that I know you wanted to go over in our HyperX.
Slyším nějaký pomluvy a nevysvětlíš proč? Tome, doslova, já se tě zeptám, něco mě bolí a ty řekneš, zeptej se AI. Ale tady Keen úplně smurfí ty fighty s tím Sionem. Tady to posral Canyon. Canyon to posral. To posral. A ta trapa byla dobrá od Diogdama. Proč to začalo? Někdo tady v chatu týpek aj flashnul, aby bloknul Kate ult. Jenom tady blbý, že Ruler to tady naintil potom, že šel in, dívej. Tady měli hrát s Chouvem. Já nevím, proč Ruler jde in.
Geng.
Dvojitým Včkem, to je illegal.
Back in and out, just absolutely insane performance and a really great understanding of how they want to use this composition with the Caitlyn, with the Nico, with the Rumble. Look at those damage numbers from Duckdom.
Again, the Caitlyn that they emphasized at the beginning of the tournament. They were one of the teams that immediately jumped on it. First couple games, Caitlyn Orianna. Duckdom interviewed about it, talked about how it was all about the late game for them, how they want to use this Caitlyn, and he really delivered. That right there, that is a roller coaster gold graph if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is a KT gold graph, but as we see these damage numbers coming through, I mean, Genji even had some great setup fights, right? So the tenacity coming out of KT.
I didn't know if I was going to ask it, but what does Genji have to do to recover?
Well, they can't give up Dragon Soul again. Mountain Soul proved to be very, very powerful.
Chovy got Talia 25-4 before that. You know, we've got Ruler on his Corki 15-4
Ale řeknu to opět, jsem
that.
zastánce toho, že pokud ty seš useless jako AD carry 40 minut, tak máš být tak silný jako Caitlyn tuhle hru. Každý AD carry má být silný na 6 itemech tak jak Caitlyn. Že prostě ty, když budeš hrát perfektně v late gameu, dáš 1v9. Vůbec mě to nezajímá. 40 minut jsi AFK, ta hra je boring as fuck. Buff AD.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, Owen by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in. Fisher flashes in, and down goes Light.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to World 2025 semi-finals, where KT somehow have picked up game 1 versus Genji.
Lore's gone, right?
Yeah, Lore's gone.
I'm okay.
Lore's gone.
You're safe now.
You excited?
Well, yeah, I'm done. I've been the guy on the LCK broadcast the whole year that said curses aren't real. Genji just straight up got outplayed in game 1 by KT. KT haven't lost a single game yet at Worlds.
Yeah.
8-0.
We have to acknowledge the fact that they just look insanely good, that clearly the team is working on all cylinders, that no amount of adversity, at least in that first game, was able to get them down, and that they're currently up 1-0 in semifinals.
Yeah, seriously, because it's not even like KT played a picture-perfect game, and you're like, well, can they repeat that? Because Peter, I think, looked nervous at times. He was pretty disjointed from the rest of the team. Some of those engages were not timed well. They got caught out at certain moments. Genji did some really, really good things. Their play around vision, and actually in denying the soul, delaying that, and getting both of the Barons. Like, there was a lot of good things that were happening for Genji. There were some mistakes from KT. But KT were able to persevere, and that's the thing that I think I didn't expect coming into this series. Is I thought KT could win games, but I thought if they were going to win a game, it would have been like a clean snowball, start to finish, where Genji just doesn't seem to be able to get purchased.
Ideálně někoho druhého, aby mluvil za mě, abych
overcome everything that went wrong in this game
nebolelo
and still win.
And partly that's because of the way way KT plays, but also partly it's the way that Genji plays. As we get into our champion select powered by Omen and Hyperx, because Genji, when they have a grasp on a game, they give you nothing. It is so rare that you're able to fight back against a team like Geng. So credit to KT for doing that. We'll see if they can do it again, because you have to remember some of their favorite picks were removed in their first pick.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this Trundle because Sion's already out, so it makes me think of the Keen Sante as an early pick, potentially. You know, when I think Trundle getting banned, I think about, you know, okay, maybe I want to play Xin Zhao, or I think about playing tanks top. So,
co se dělalo v první hře, byla zajímavá, mega actually. Back and forth, klasika. Ale Genji ale nehrajou tak clean, jak většinou hrajou. Jako Chovy to intil. Canyon to tam naintil taky jednou. Nezdá se to, ale Genji zatím nevypadaly tak dobře. A dostali outscale. Myslím, že KT urvou finále, ale pokud někdo chce porazit Genji, tak KT. Keen hraje mega dobře. Keen je podle mě jeden z nejlepších topařů na Worlds.
And I'm looking at Xin Zhao
here. Xin Zhao first pick,
I haven't finished my sentence. It has been one
of
the
to není jungle, to je hyper carry.
Outside of the Trundle, we haven't really seen any
Q up the clip.
Consistently insane into it. Very well rounded, and Canyon wasn't quite able to have the early impact in that one. When it comes to impacting the lanes, might have to see something different here.
I mean, pretty much all the kind of like S-tier AD junglers are now going to be gone, because we did see Vi Jarvan taken out early. Wukong
is banned. We have the Trundle ban,
picked away. So we think Kenzie, I was gonna say, the more the kind of like assassins and stuff, like Kiana.
Nebudu nic říkat, vy už víte.
Actually gonna get a Kiana for Cuz, which gotta love the confidence, man.
It's also an LCK Kiana, and I saw Matt flinch a little bit when that was
Když vidím Kianu, sázím na druhý tým. Řekl jsem to, zase jsem to řekl. Number one Kiana hater.
Partially due to obviously LCK playstyle, but also just plain mastery. Even players that I have held in high regard in the past, Canyon used to be a really good Kiana.
That's so weird to me.
Has just not looked good on it whatsoever. The other reason why I flinch is just, to me, KT look best when Cuz gets the impact the early lanes.
Tak aspoň je tam ten Rice, ten je dobrý teďka. Co tam ještě je? Aurora.
To junglers like Owner that are there to get their team going in the early game, set up a lot of these skirmishes. I do think Kiana, if the early couple of fights don't go well, can really struggle in that regard.
She really does, and for Cuz, he's bringing it out for the first time in his professional career.
Ambessa Galio, insta. Okay. Xin Ambessa Galio je hodně dobrý dive comp.
Of Ambessa Galio. Now, Chovy's Talia win rate was knocked down a peg in game one, but this Galio so often banned away from Genji because of how much of an impact their mid laner can have.
Alistar Rice je zase dobrá. Alistar Rice je úplně v pohodě proti Xin Zhao a Ambessa Galio. Rice je 4000 HP, hyper carry tank mid lane. A Alistar je dobrý na peel. Takže tady je to zatím úplně v pohodě, jenom co není v pohodě, tak Kiana. No. Tak Kiana není v pohodě.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very difficult playing Kiana into a Galio, right? Because you're really reliant on the grass blade to have these kind of like pockets of invisibility, but you can just be taunted out of it.
Tak zvýším si mikrofon, abych nemusel to křičet. A uvidíme, jak to bude.
More agency in this game, I think, is big, because to me he was the best player from Genji in game one. I thought he actually played really well on the side, found so many key moments where he was actually getting picks and setting up plays for the team. And a lot of focus on these defensive supports getting banned away from KT.
Co budu hrát do Xin Ambessa Galio za AD carry. Zaya, možná. Co dál?
Siva and Keen, I was going to say Cassante, taken away by Genji. KT here, likely looking towards their AD carry. You can pick
Proč Genji kompuje Poppy insane? Ani ne, Alistar je tu insane. Poppy je v pohodě. Myslím, že Alistar je mega goated tady. Rek'Sai taky dobrý. Ty co vemou za AD, ale jako Ziggs je available, no. Ziggs Ambessa kombíčko je possible. Zároveň tím jako counteruješ Zayu, kdyby chtěli vzít Zayu. Vemou Ezreala. Tady by byl dobrý Ziggs, lepší. Ezreal je podhoven.
get on top of it in later fights.
Nautilus do toho engageu. Nevím, Nautilus je v pohodě, Ezreal se mi to nelíbí, Ziggs by to byl lepší. Teďka týpek může piknout Zaju a je to jedno, že jo, Zaya to je dobrá.
Kai'Sa makes a lot of sense. I think if you're trying to stay safe from the dive, you can play poke Varus as well and just kind of try to stay back further away, try to stay safe in that way.
The issue becomes though, you have an Embessa, you have a Xin Zhao, and then you have the follow-up.
Blue Varus by byl dobrý, actually. Blue Varus je dobrý, protože máš Edge of Night a máš hrozně velký range, aby si nedostal engage. Proč se v pro play hraje Ezreal, mně přijde, že to nemá moc damage. Jako všeobecně AD carry jak v solo, tak v pro play je hodně o tom, aby ty si přežil a nedával damage. Jako damage je secondary. Ty když dáváš, hlavně když přežiješ, tak jako je to super. Protože ty jsi jediný, koho můžou fokusovat ve fightech. Protože top lane má 4000 HP, jungle má 4000 HP, mid lane má 4000 HP, v late gameu teda, když se o tom bavíme. Takže ty nevanshotneš nikoho z nich. Ty v podstatě, když použiješ CCčko a všechno, co máš na tyhle ty role, tak jo, možná je zabiješ, ale prohrál si tím hru, protože si použil všechno, co jsi měl na jeden target. Kdežto, když zabiješ AD, v podstatě, tak můžeš použít třeba jenom část toho engage a zabiješ ho. Na AD je hodně o tom, aby ty si jako přežil, když přežiješ, tak všecko na tebe použiju a přežiješ, tak v podstatě si vyhrál hru, protože tvůj mid jungle top die carry. Pokud nemáš nějaký dobrý AD carry, třeba jako Sivir do triple milice, když máš Sivir do 3 milíček, tak dáš carry tak dáš hlavně damage jak blázen, víš co. Aldo, kde sásky? Není tady moderátor, kdo to dělal. Já to nestíhám, borci, já jsem teďka, ani jsem tady nebyl na ten stream, že jo, jsem si dělal čaj a ani snídaní jsem si ještě neudělal nic, jakoby nestíhám nic. Jsem tady na ten stream sám, nejde to udělat, sorry, omlouvám se. Prostě to bude bez sázek.
Game one, they've already upset the apple cart, so to speak. KT at this world to
To
be
vydržíte.
a constant slew of surprises as we get on into game two. Remember, if you are at home, you can log into your Riot account on LoyalEsports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons.
Kolko poňukáš plat? 0 scroll, 0.
Join in.
Modi mají trička zadarmo, merch mají zadarmo.
Genji looking perhaps for a little bit of an invade. Now Perfect will see them with that tremor sense. Canyon's going to step forward. BDD and Doc Dam are here. It's going to be a 4v3. Peter comes across, make it a 5v3, and Genji wisely back away.
Yeah, not wanting to run any big risks. Want to highlight something that has been more and more prevalent this tournament, which makes sense with the popularity of lane swaps, but it's actually double TP here.
Raidlo z Boha se na po téhle hře si budu udělat vajíčka. Ale musím vám tam něco pustit, ať se tady zabavíte bez mě. Protože budu za 5 minut a fakt.
And it's kind of something we've seen in previous metas as that evolution. When people start taking the TP, then slowly you start getting kind of sustained out of the lane where they're just poking you down, pushing you in, then TPing back and kind of lane locking you. So then people start to just do TP to match. And I agree. I mean, Ezreal is one of those champions that can definitely get away with it. That being said, hey, maybe you get punished later on for not having a cleanse or having a combat summoner. So it is definitely something that I think is really not even a debate. It's just stronger for lane. The question is, do you get punished later on?
Small optimization from Juro there, going for the W, that shield, Titan's Wrath, to actually be able to walk up into the Alistair level 1. You don't need the hook. You can just walk at him. What's he going to do? Knock you up into the air? You still come down where you're standing. So uses the shield, steps forward, gets a little bit more pressure in the lane. And because of that, I mean, because also they have an Alistair, Doc Dam and Peter have to step away from the level 2.
And you see the early prio found there. That was something that was already
in
the last game.
A to nevadí, to vypálí bacila. Jako tyhle Worlds Rek'Sai se hrála od Swiss Stage a ve Swiss Stage to bylo odhoven. Že to nebyl jako ty lidi to neuměli hrát dobře, ale teďka jsme v éře, kdy už ty hráči jsou dobří. Už to jsou nejlepší týmy, top 4, prostě top 4 nejlepší týmy. A ty lidi už tu Rek'Sai umí hrát, no. ono je to důležité v těch fightech strašně umět dobře flankovat, one-shotnout AD, vědět, kdy jít in, kdy ne.
And then other people are kind of just farming even and then looking useless, right? So we have to see can Perfect perform well on this champ, because to me, the early game really does set the tone for what kind of a game you're going to have on Rek's side.
We get the knock up here onto Keen with that unburrow. Forces Keen a little bit lower, but Keen, he doesn't use mana, nor does Perfect.
Se domluvají, že budeme všichni TP je broken. Ale ne, tak když ty vemeš Varus Alistar, tak v podstatě to je AFK lane, tu budeš farmit jenom. Tak je dobrý a poukovat, to je dobrý potom z TP. Plus je to dobrý do toho, je to dobrý do... Pozor. OK, Geng na midlane tady. BDD si myslel, že je safe, ale není safe. Protože tam měl junglera u sebe. Tohle je blbý, no. To je jako, víš co, Kiana bere top scuttle a říká si, ty vole, no, Zin bude na botu, bude na bot scuttlovi. Takže havroval top side a dal mu free gank tomu Zinovi. To je blbý.
It's kind of just the exact opposite of how last game started, where Chovy died, wasted his flash.
Yeah, that's now 2 for 2 on flashes that make me and Azil look at each other in pain. Because both of those didn't quite hit the mark. I thought actually a BDD's call was just, I am dead, and I'm gonna hold on to my flash.
Yep.
Which, in hindsight, definitely feels like that would have been the play, because now it's the flip side situation where not only in terms of BDD going down, but also because now Chovy is in the one in the matchup that is expected to struggle a little bit early.
Yeah, against a champion like Galio for Chovy, BDD is really going to struggle as he gets towards these first few items.
Tak ještě si dám medíček na lžičku.
You can see he's just constantly dominating, even on these picks that are a little bit tanky, still putting out a ton of damage from that mid lane.
We'll have to see. Perfect has to be a little bit careful here because he is down a bit on XP, and Keen can get 6, I think, on this wave. So
tenhle med chutná fermentovaně.
sure that he's thinning it out enough.
Tak domácí med.
You don't want to get caught on a bad trade. Surprised by
chutná tak
those
jako skvašeně nebo ne?
that sometimes you have on a champion like Ambessa, and Perfect will just realize, you know what, I can't actually contest this. He's going to get 6 first. I got to back up.
It bows away on the exact minion. Yep. Keen was going to hit that 6. Smart play there from Perfect. Just backs underneath his tower.
To můžeš nebude, ne?
Will get the first recall out of this top, but shouldn't be too much of a bother as Genji start up the dragon down towards this bottom side. TP coming out from Docdam as he looks to match the push that Rulers had.
Vole, je to met, no.
That's been burnt by KT.
Zeptej se doktora, tak já se zeptám AI.
And it's kind of a flip situation. This time it's KT
tak, pozor, Geng. Drak. One shot no Alistara? Ne. One shot Nautilusa? Ne. Draka mají. BDD fight. Katie to chaseou. To bude mega dobrý pro Katie actually s tím Alistarem. Oni to turnujou. Tady je to ale hardwin podle mě. Hardwin pro Katie. Nemá manu už moc. Ty vole, comeback jak vinko. Wow. 3-0 Kiana. Tady ale čumím, že fightili tak early, ale jako My Gallia.
Even using the Realm War perfectly there as Peter was able to find a great angle for a re-engage.
And the hesitation from Genji in that contest feels like it was very well
ne, kámo, každý nemáte průser bacha na to. Takže oni nevanshotnou Petra, použijou na něj strašně moc věcí, to stejný na Nautiluse. Použijou strašně moc věcí na Nautiluse. A Kiana tady jako mega damage s Ryzem. A Varus taky. Tady Ryze ultimátka mega goated, že takhle pošle toho. One-shotnou Zina, to je hrozně důležitý, že tam one-shotli Zina. Tady to měl tankovat Galio. Tady Zin šel moc in. Jak to turnul Zin in, tak šel moc brzo in. Měl to forsovat Galio. A když by fokusovali Galia, tak pak Zin... Protože tady je Zin hypercarry v podstatě. Zin je hypercarry, že má největší damage v té situaci, takže by neměl jako umírat první. A když umře jako první, tak je to GG.
how nervous is Genji feeling? Because the pressure is going to be mounting. Something goes bad in game 2. You know, is that in the back of your mind? The expectations are so high for this team, and rightfully so, but a mistake early in game 2 when you're already down 1 is tough.
And on the other side, how hype are KT feeling, right? Coming into this, as we see Peter look for the engage onto Juro, we'll get the trample down, the hook's gonna land as Cuz dives in, supreme display of talent.
Juro zase neumírá, zase normál, hypercarry Zinzao.
Keeps him alive. Peter gets the knock up and a knockback. Ruler gets
2 killy naservírovaný Rulerovi. Ojojoj, kamo, to je ten scream, ne, tohle, týpci permafajtí.
They try to full send it, but they're sending onto Duro with Ruler just free firing on you, and Ruler gets both of those kills and a big shutdown off of Cuz, plus they're going to be able to get the grubs off the back of this as well.
3 grubíci, pokud to nesmajtne Varus kvačko. Ne, nesmajtne. Ruler 1100 goldu, tak tenhle Ezreal už bude mít damage, podle mě.
The gold basically even, 2 neutral objectives to 0 in favor of Genji. They get all 3 grubs. They're 1 neutral away from that feat of objective slaying, and Cuz does have the Profane Hydra complete, does have an 800 gold lead, can start to steal away some of these camps with the help of Peter. This is where Kiana can really shine, just out-farming your enemy man. But they've been stymied, they've been suppressed a little bit. That early game hype,
Snaží se tady zabít Canyona, kamo, to je scream, ti říkám. Týpci jsou agresivní jak blázen. Furt jsou ahead jak svině na tom junglu, protože 4-1 jungle. Ryze na 1v9. Jako nemají moc damage zabít Ryzeho, no. Ezreal nemá moc damage, Galio taky nemá moc damage. Ten týpek bude mít strašně 4000 HP face rush a bude mít hrozně velký damage, no. Jen jako feedla jak svině má first item už.
Ruler having his Triforce, those are the 2 strongest members on the Rift right now.
And Ruler on this Ezreal is not the one you wanted to have all the gold here, as he is going to be tough to take down, but is missing combat summoner.
Late game na KT stranu nejde.
So perhaps a little bit more vulnerable than he otherwise would be, but still very difficult to even just close the gap and get in on him. Plus you have all of this defensive power here from Chovy, who's going to be there to peel if you're oversending it onto Ruler.
Podceňuješ Ambessa Zin, hyperkill late game. Okay, CC, my damage. Face rush, XDD. Welcome to mid lane, League of Tanks. Si týpci do něj vysypou všechno, co mají a stejně čus. To je hrozný.
Still successful play though. Chovy gonna be bullied out here early. The prio is there for KT. They're again building a gold lead. This time though, Genji got the first Drake. They're looking to try and play for a second. Perfect thing, gonna finish his Titanic Hydra on the base. Keen might be able to finish his first as well. Could be looking at some double TPs coming in here.
Zase bude fight, tady jako Kiana má ultimátku first item, ale Zin už konečně má first item, takže tady asi fightit nebudou. Peter je napolkovaný jak blázen. Ruler má first item, tady nemohli fightit. Když se podíváš na itemy, tak nemůžou fightit, protože Trinity Force na Ezrealovi a Thunder Sky na Zinovi. Nebyl by lepší on hit Varus, tady je důvod, proč hrál Blue Varuse, kvůli tomu, aby nedostal one shot proti Zinzao a Ambessa. On hit Varus, tady kdyby hrál on hit Varuse, tak týpek dá jeden autoattack někomu a dostane Nautilus ult na hlavu, Galio ult na hlavu, Zinzao flash, Ambessa flash na hlavu, týpek okamžitě zmizí z planety Země. Oni ho rozsekají takovým způsobem, že rozsekají jeho 2 budoucí generace. Že tady týpek musí hrát Blue Varusa, i kdyby nechtěl. Catchnutý trošku, nic moc. Piču to roku. Koj. Ezreal dává damage. Ale Genji mají 2 draky. Ten člověk, tým, co veme first rep, tak má boty. To je taky důležitý. Tuhle hru. S tebou back and forth první hra mega insane. Ne tak dobrá jako KT, teda T1 proti ta včerejší série, ale taky mega good. Dali outscale potom KT totiž. Kovaliane, děkuji za 9 měsíců, děkuju. Ne, žádnou Lauru.
The trades just become so horrible after Mbessa is post 6 with Eclipse. All of a sudden you just can't really hurt her.
Kdy se hraje finále, 9. ne? Nebo teďka zítra se hraje další semíčko. Tým, co tohle vyhraje, tak je ve finále. Potom hraje zítra T1 proti Test, ten tým, co vyhraje, tak je taky ve finále. A finále se hraje za týden. 8. se hraje dokonce, jo. Okay.
Can do anything that Genji asks of him, regardless of the role, regardless of your weak side, strong side. He is just fantastic.
Yeah, and so
long
did he like try to get to this position in the LCK?
Nestreamu doma, unesli mě a potřebuji výkupný. Takže tier 1 sub plus. Tier 1 sub, 100 korun měsíčně. Come on. Skurvení žebráci ti streameři, že?
Still a lot of wards for Genji around the bottom side of that river. In a sport where there's so many players that just never get on the team that actually gets it done, never get the support that they need. It's such a feel-good story of the player that just throughout all those years until there was a core around and it could actually support him. Obviously starting with that breakout year in 2023 KT.
I mean, even beyond that, it's just hard to look good on a bad team, right?
To se mi se ty ani nemáš sub. Co zkoušíš?
Because League is such a team game, and when other lanes are losing, the map can just fall apart very, very quickly. You know, especially on a pretty team-dependent role like top lane. So it is just so impressive to see how.
Tenhle rok ty Worlds vůbec nejsou vyhypovaný, tak to jsi očividně včerejší sérii neviděl.
Really getting their recognition after being able to kind of grind their way up from the literal bottom of the LCK.
Looking at the game state right now, we have 2 item spikes approaching for a couple of the members. Most notably, Ruler really wants to
naseru vás znova, dám si nožičku do pusy a dám si to do medu.
Drake fight set up, minute and a half until the Drake actually spawned, and it will be a must fight for KT. They have a really strong ability, I think, to both rotate around that with the Realm Warp, as well as use the power of that Rek'Sai and Kiana to get on the backline. Genji not gonna let them breathe. Starts up the Herald.
Herald begun, TP coming in. KT looking to cut Duro and Ruler off from an easy path up towards the river. Canyon realizes it, backs away from the Herald, which will reset its patience in a moment. Chovy TPing in.
Kenny Peter instaultík, chytnutý. Flash engage, do toho Kiana ultimátka, ale na Chovyho. Chovy je tank. Ezreal hituje. Papa Peter. Bum, dobrý hook, ty pičo, Ruler tady ale seká damage jak blázen, to je clean, to je ace. Gáge. Týpci použili všechno na Chovyho. Já nechápu, proč používají všechno na Galia. Jako... Ale Peter jak hrál minule úplně mega insane tu sérii, tak tuhle choukuje. Je to vidět. Jakoby použít všechno na Galia, který je tank, dívej. Dobrý catch na Petra. Peter flash engage, než že oni použijou všechno na Chovy, jenže Chovy je tank. Takže teďka použili všechno na Chovyho, který je nesmrtelný. A Ezreal si tady může v pohodě hitovat, protože nemají žádný jakoby CC na Ezreala. A navíc je feedlay z předchozí situace jak blázen, že má 3-1. Víš, že prostě nemají nic. Ale jak říkám, ten tým, co pikne Kianu, prostě vemte hypo a saďte na ten druhý tým, co tu Kianu nemá. Každou hru je to free win. Ale KT má boty, to je jedno. To není tak, jako je to důležité, ale není to jako game breaking. Hej, Peter tam. Peter má ultimátku, nemá ultimátku. Ambessa ult, bum, one shot rise, malem. Dobrý flash, ale tady Ezreal je úplně goated. Ezreal bude 40-0 tuhle hru.
For KT, they got the Drake, and that's really all they wanted. Riptail charges in. Perfect matches it. Should be able to kill it off. Duro with a good hook away, but BDD still on the
Ty vole, ještě Ezreal, bum, Ezreal, bum. Flash ult, nemá ult. A naintil možná tím Ečkem. Naintil.
Canyon forced away, and they chase forward onto him.
Play safe, AD.
KT turn around the fight. And it's straight up disrespect from Genji, looking for exit kills, and KT says thank you very much as Ruler tries to replicate
Ale
the last
nezdá,
play.
bojujou, KT bojuje.
Perfect once more. He's potentially going to go in here onto Keen.
Look at the Keen who does still have that flash. And in the end, KT
Tady se trošku bojím ty Ambesy, ale nebudu lhat. Ta Ambesa tady bude hrozně silná.
By 800, he is still the most fed player in the game, but KT have shown if Genji overstep, they'll pounce.
It's just incredible. You know, you're going up against a team that I would say probably greater than 80% of people coming in thought were
Kiana má
going to be the
53%
runaway
win rate,
favorites.
Kiana
We're
v solo
supposed to
je
win
dobrá,
this
v
event.
kompetitivu je
You're
useless.
falling behind, you're giving arguably the best AD carry of all time, a massive gold lead,
Komu fandím,
almost
to
an
jedno.
entire item
Asi
ahead,
Genji.
and then you're saying, nah, I just win.
T1 vyhráli včera, takže Ruler šel moc deep, no. Play safe. Play safe, AD. World's win rate má 53%. Odhoven. Champion odhoven, neboj.
Exactly, just for the acceleration. And I've got to say, when you're an underdog, you can never play with fear. If a play fails, you have to just go right back at them. Play towards the strengths of your composition. And I think that's something that KT has done beautifully through these two
Umbrella Grave
games.
je hrozně broken na vizi.
It went bad, let's just try to scale, we'll sit back.
To one-shotuje ty vardy.
And KT couldn't be bigger underdogs. You have to look at it. We talked about the predictions
Plus ti to
earlier
vždycky
on today,
popne.
but
right on pace for my prediction. I don't know what you're talking about.
Already. Most of us are just wrong already. Or everyone predicting that 3-0 for Genji. A couple of 3-1s here or there. Azale, I'm sorry, I know you were memeing. I know you were joking.
Dead serious.
Dead serious. Okay.
My honest prediction, 3-0. I don't know. I just don't know why you guys didn't see it.
Hindsight is 20/20. I've got to say.
It's the Peter angle, you know.
Into the future, apparently. As KT now with a slight gold lead. It's not over yet. They are still very even in this
Celkem
game.
crazy, že Ezreal má 2600 HP. Přestaví Spiro Soujin, tank item, nebo top item.
He is still on his way to that third item, but for KT, these small moments, these small fights really start to accelerate things in their favor.
It's still, though, night and day between how Genji looked against Hanwha Life and how they look against KT now, right? And that is just the intangibles, the fact that Chovy is in another semi-final, something that most players dream of ever achieving, but for him, it's just been a hurdle. And right now, Jordan Spikes hit for Keen as well.
No, jako ta Ambessa bude nebezpečná.
You can't overstate it enough, right? When for Chovy,
hlavně Ambessa na 4 itemech tady dá 1v9, si myslím. Že Ambessa z Nzao Galio 1v9. Ten týpek one-shotne všechno, co vidí. Rek'Sai pro něj nebude problém, Kiana pro něj vůbec nebude problém. Ryze pro něj dokonce ani nebude problém, podle mě. I když Ryze má face rush. Takže možná trochu.
If you don't win at Worlds for Chovy, that's a failure. That's the level of player he is.
He said it himself. It's not just about the win. It's about playing well alongside it. He puts so much pressure on himself to perform in moments like this and to fall at not quite the final hurdle, but one short of it again would be such a disappointment for him as a player and for Genji as a lineup. 8 years since they last made it to the finals, 8 years since they last won the World Championship as Samsung Galaxy.
Zajímavé, že Keen jako freezuje tu vlnu. Což je dobrý, protože pak Rek'Sai myslí CS. Ale zase má perma move, když bude chtít. Že midlane musí respektit jak blázen. Ale je tam Ezreal, takže.
I mean, that's the thing. We keep seeing that, but teams still have the confidence to start it, right? They're going to go right to it. And we've seen that time and time and time again. But Dragon spawning here in 5 seconds. KT with good positioning here once again in the area. You can see Chovy is moving down. BDD is going to TP early to be with the squad.
TP, tohle je třetí drak pro Genji, druhý pro KT. Tady se bude fajtit, tady se bude fajtit. Ale už to musí one-shotnout tu Kianu. Jde na Ryzeho s tou Galiou. Ty pič, ta Ambessa. Ty, co udělala tomu Ryzovi? To se posral, ne? Počkej, Rule to nedělal možná trochu. Rule to možná trošku přehnal. Ne, přehnal to. A. Play safe, AD. Play safe, AD. Ta Ambessa one-shotla Ryzeho, ale to bylo insane, kolik damage mu nasekala.
What a team fight from Keen, though, and what a team fight from these two teams. It is an absolute bloodbath, but it's Cuz that walks away, importantly, with the Dragon here, grabbing another one for his team.
Tak se tam stalo ještě jednou. Tady mě překvapilo, že šla na Ambessa na Ryzeho, malem ho solo one-shot ne. Galio ultil moc brzo podle mě na tu Ambessu. PDD flashnul dobře, Ruler to přehnal. Co tam dělal Ruler? On se snažil zabít Ryzeho. A díky tomu se dostal do pozice, kde prostě play safe. To je docela dojebal ten Varus, teda Ezreal.
Really buys the time for Perfect to then get back on top. There's no cooldowns, and you can see on the face of Cuz, he's feeling himself on this Kiana. Giant gold lead here for him. And he's been getting the better end of Canyon in this entire series.
7000 damage pro nerf AD. Nerf AD fast. Ambessa 5200, nerf top lane fast.
You're the underdog. It is your rebellion. You're taking down the champions elect. For
Serpent's Fang má už.
Every fight like that excruciating.
Ruler se snaží, až moc mi přijde. No Ruler mi přijde, že má takový ten syndrom toho, že když jsi feedlej, tak se snažíš hledat komplet 1v9 a pak to najdíš. Ale mu stačí jen, aby prostě hrál safe. Začínají atakana, to ti sníží armor, Zin už má 50 armor, 46 armor, 30 armor. Zin má 30 armor, takže to nefajtí. WTF? Bro. Atakana musíš fajtit, ten týpek má 30 armor. Z 83 armoru šel na 30 armor, kvůli tomu, že Atakan mu reducne 50 armoru. Podle čeho poznáš, kolik má armor? Vidíš to vlevo dole.
Obviously going to be very happy that they're able to again get this lead.
Ale jako ten Atakan je insane, jak ti sníží armor magic resist. To je úplně šílený. Snaží se KT engage, no, snaží. Teď problém, co já mám s Ezrealem, je, že dívej, on dá Rek'Sai 3 kvéčka, perfektně hitne 3 kvéčka. A ty Rek'Sai to neublíží, nedává damage. To je můj největší problém s Ezrealem, no. Ty prostě nemáš damage. Jo, dobrý catch, dobrý poke. Peter tam hodně přemýšlel, že dá kombo. A podle mě, kdyby dali kombo, tak by možná ho zabili dokonce. Získal vizi tím.
But KT will take the tier 1 in mid.
Back and forth. Úplně stejný jako ta první hra.
Sometimes when a team finds a pick like that, at least on a tower, you see them backing away and then they lose their tower in response, but KT are keeping Dokdam around to defend.
And Dokdam sitting here with that Serpent's Fang.
Ambessa potřebuje 4 itemy, jak mohl být Ambessa 4 itemy, tak si myslím, že dá komplet carry.
For Duro, for Keen, for Chovy. We saw the damage he was able to output there as Genji gonna start off this Baron. I think trying to catch KT off guard. KT does know this is happening.
Jsou napokovaný KT, ale tady nechci začínat Genji dobře disengageli, nechcou začínat Barona proti Pouku, protože ty budeš dávat Barona proti Varusovi a Varus tě napoukuje úplně do sraček.
Yeah, that got pretty dicey for Genji. Peter, again, this was an issue in that first game. Going a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the team. Loses his ulti, and he is not going to be punished for it, but we'll see if they can find anything.
And we'll see if Genji's happy with that, because that was, to me, felt like they wanted to get cooldowns to play for Dragon, right? Because the moment that the teleports came through, they immediately backed off. Chovy still has his, so he can now be a sideline pressure point. Same for Keen. And this is going to be soul point for whichever team picks it up. Both Doctom and Ruler have access to their flashes. BDD just now finishes his Void Staff. Third item for Cuz as well.
The problem for Gen G is they don't really have vision around this area at all. They've got a single control ward, now a couple in that mid lane bush.
Okay, chytli Petera zase. Peter se nechává hrozně odchytávat. Tady Ruler mohl hit in, ale on to... Dobré. Dobré. Zabil ho. Peter se strašně nechá odchytávat. Ale tady ten třetí drak není relevantní. Upřímně, nemyslím si, že je relevantní. Problém je Baron, jestli forcnou Barona. To by bylo relevantní.
And BDD and Perfect were pretty late to the fight, so Gen G just walk through mid, they get the dragon, they go to soul point,
Peter jako minulou sérii dal Peter komplet 1v9. Tady je vidět, že Peter choukuje, že prostě jako je pod stresem. Že se strašně snaží engageovat a dostává hrozný punish. Blue, Varus, Poke, uvidíme, jestli něco najdou. Chovy, Duro tam hledají engage. Tohle vypadá, jako by Genji chcou jenom fightit, nefinishovat. Protože Takiana, jo, fighty a disengageují z toho. Dobrý Varus, Poke, Kaz to finishuje! Canyon tam okamžitě flashnul a smite battle. Kin misnul ult. OK, Galio zachránil. Kin žije. A teď žije. Kámo, tady Canyon posmurfil totálně a Chovy posmurfil. Komplet. Tohle bylo mega close. Kaz tam dal call na to, že to zabije, že tam one-shotne toho Barona. Protože tam Zin nebyl, snažil se to jako stealnout, ale Canyon to hnedka viděl a okamžitě split second zareagoval. To byla třeba 0,2 vteřiny na to, že zareagoval, že okamžitě flashuje zpátky do toho Barona, sleduj to. Genji to začíná jenom aby fightili a sleduj Kaz. Kaz to flashne, snaží se to one-shotnout, zaultí i toho Barona, ale tyhle prostě Canyon tam okamžitě flashne back, okamžitě tam flashne back. Dívejte, Genji koučové jsou jakože... To bylo hodně close.
And then again, this re-engage this time from Peter was beautiful. Chovy comes through with the ulti, but Doctom and BDD the whole time are just free-firing, getting so much work done in these fights.
And Doctom just unchecked in any of these fights, as you can see, the KT coaches still not used, despite everything on being on the roller coaster. It never gets old. Ruler doing an incredible amount of damage in that fight, and now
ale Chovy Canyon tam turbo smurfli tu situaci. Kaz to zkusil, kámo, Kaz to mega zkusil a nevyšlo to. Koučové nekomunikují s hráči při hře, ne?
The inhibitor will go down on the bottom side as KT look to defend their mid tower. BDD does have the TP. Chovy's a little bit isolated here. Ruler arcane shifts across to make sure his Galio can walk to safety.
Genji koučových je tam aspoň 15, dobrý týmy mají hodně trenérů. Dobrý týmy mají třeba 5 trenérů vždycky.
GA completed, Zonia's completed, second GA now coming through. Canyon and Keen both have theirs done. But we can't count KT out. They have shown us in this series their resilience, how much they are just fighting and scrapping for everything. Genji absolutely in control. But really, it's eyes on this next dragon.
No pak jsou tady Fnatic, co má jednoho kouče.
Can get that dragon, the game will absolutely continue, but you have to think with the lead that Genji already have. If they claim soul,
a druhý týpek nosí sešitek prázdnej sešitek a ručníky a vodu.
And that fall at the end of the climb of the coaster for KT is exactly what they wanted. True Shot Mirage takes half of Doctam's HP. Almost a K off his total.
Yeah, that's an unhappy duck. That was not great. We'll see if Genji can turn it into anything more, though. Giant wave crash here will get them at least a good amount of damage, but it does look like KT have been able to hold off on most of this. Obviously, the big issue is that upcoming possibility for a soul mid lane turret also will fall as
Sešitek prázdný je naděje Fnatic, no jako lepší než MF Lulu. Jakoby co bys chtěl mít, aby tvůj coach, co draftí, měl prázdný sešit s draftem, anebo piknul MF Lulu?
taking that over, sweeping out wards. Yeah, the Baron's gone, but you know
Bych
that
asi
KT
možná
had been
raději
locked up
volil
in their
ten
base
prázdný
for so
sešit v
long.
ten
They haven't
moment.
been able to get out on the map and reclaim vision.
A dost, dobré, dost. OK, engage na Kianu, one shot, hej, ale oni mají perfect CC chain. Ty dobrý týmy sledujte, že v momentě, kdy jeden člověk dá CC, tak oni perfektně chain CCčku. Že prostě ten týpek ani nemůže flashnout nic, jako on nemá cast flash, ale...
Genji not wanting to repeat their mistakes of game number 1 when Canyon went in way too deep this time, waiting for them to approach. That should just be the soul, right? That should just be the Ocean Soul going over to Genji, making the side laning Mbessa even more impressive than it already is.
I mean, it's the exact same spot that Keen set up that pick last game, like you're saying, you know, but then it was Canyon going too far. It was the fight
Můžu se zeptat, jakých slívnul Fnatic? Ano, líbnul.
They basically get a redo, and they do it perfectly. Dogdom jumped very low, and now you have to think.
Kámo, chceš to dávat tak velký damage teďka ta ultimátka? Co má za item? Spearku, Trinity, Serial dá. Muramana. Na tomhle streamu je fakt těžký být Fnatic fan. Oni Fnatic má ještě fanoušky.
Stopwatch, Mercurial Scimitar, and then I guess
jak moc je OP Ocean Soul a s porovnáním s ostatníma. Mně nejvíc OP Soula přijde Cloud Soula. Druhá nejvíc OP Soula mi přijde Fire Soula. Třetí nejvíc OP Soula mi přijde Mountain Soula. Ale záleží. Mountain Ocean je taková... To jsou takový souly, které v některých hrách jsou game breaking a v některých hrách jsou useless. Tuhle hru je to třeba mega dobrý, protože Varus má poke.
Elder is the great equalizer. Exactly, and sometimes in a game like this, your best chance can just be, hey, just delay, wave clear, try to hang on. That's not easy to do, but if you can, and you can flip an Elder, win that out, well, all of a sudden, Ocean Soul
Sakra, já jsem tam nedal toho holuba.
nearly as much, but Genji, again, just
jak udělám ten, jak přidám ten emotikon. Tady máme nový holub emotikon.
And that's kind of a flex from Dogdom, right? Like being up.
Peter engageuje. Nevím. Perfekt, Rek'Sai flank, ale Ezreal je tank. Ezreal už je tank. Ambessa, boom, play save Varus, boom. No jo. Dobrý pokus, ale týpci už jsou nesmrtelní a Ambessa dala hard outskill. Přesně jak jsem říkal.
Towards this blue side jungle, KT lose the fight. Genji, do you stick or do you twist? It looks like Baron is their target.
Yeah, Cuz still going to stay around, but it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to get in the area. He's hoping he can find a miracle to get in that pit. I mean, he has the sweeper. He knows he's not spotted, but he is now.
Ruler jumps immediately onto him. He knows his job here. They don't need the damage on the Baron, just falls Cuz away. Can't quite hit the
Já se snažím nahrát rychle ten emote. Dobrý, máme freeze agent. Upload. Freeze agent je uploadnut. Mělo by to eventuálně fungovat za chvíli. Pro tier 1 suby. Zatím nefunguje. Už, když dáte F5, tak freeze agent funguje.
99 times out of 100, that cow does not jump over the wall, but the teleporting cow this time finds his mark. But there are all these luxury items, right? The fact that Chovy stays alive for so long, and the fact that Canyon just gets to play with reckless abandon.
And I mean, look at how Keen is playing, right? You know, yes, the public execution does not hit onto Dogdom, but it doesn't matter. He hits Peter and he just taxis him over there. Dogdom flashes out, but Keen is there to follow, instantly knocks him down as well.
Ambessa je balance champ, guys.
Start a fight out, going for the Ambessa. You have to deal with some of these other members, but that just gives Keen all the freedom in the world to just crush through these fights. He's gonna have a beeline straight towards Dogdom.
Teď si půjdu dělat snídaní po téhle hře. Zatím 1-1 a ta série má potenciál být 5 her. Jako má tam to potenciál. Problém je, že jako KT jsou o něco horší než Genji, no. Takže to spíš vypadá jako 3-1 pro Genji třeba, nebo 3-2 pro Genji. Ale uvidíme. Nikdy nevíš. Včera jsme taky nevěděli do poslední chvíle.
Last time it was a hero play from BDD. The Q-free follow-up by the rest of his team that got KT out of what felt like at that point a position that generally Genji wouldn't lose from, as they are unrelenting, pushing on.
Ooh, Chain of Corruption comes out. Ruler with the Mercurial is going to cleanse away that slope. It was here that BDD managed to do it, but he doesn't have the same impetus to engage, doesn't have the same tools in his arsenal to get there. Inhib on the top side, taken by Genji. Now KT will put all 5 players to defending this mid lane wave that Chovy is going to begin to bring in. Genji though can still use the top side, knock up onto Keen.
Dobrý poke. Ruler má hrozně velký damage už.
Forced away by Ruler. Will be able to heal up in that passive. True shot rush dodged by Cuz, but not by
Wow, play safe, Dobrý peel, ale dobrý peel, upřímně. Ale oni peelujou to Ambese jak blázen. Ale stejně má GA týpek. Ale dobře peelovali toho Varuse. Všichni okamžitě flashback v peel.
KT though, they're gonna try and hold on. TP's gonna come in. Baron buff still for another 10 seconds.
Reset coming out from Chovy. He's finished a neat death cap. The Rabadons for that extra bit of damage. The Nexus Tower is falling. Ruler and Chovy take the first. Keen trying to get this wave in for the second.
To spamuje display. Bing.
Back in the base, just healing up on that fountain. The Nexus Tower falling lower. Ruler with the true shot rush still
a už Soula nemá už damage na Rulera. Ruler má AD carry 3000 HP.
Will be taken. Keen behind them. KT trying to defend, but they just don't have the wallets. Genji will answer the fight.
No, jedna.
1-1 in the series.
Genji battling back here. KT kept the pressure on, but
tak
Genji are just too damn good. What a performance from Ruler in this one. Critical in their win. Start to finish felt like he was ahead. The team is creating space. Ruler and Keen to me were the real keys of this game.
They really were. Dask, what do you think of that one?
I think we definitely agree. We agree. Ruler and Keen. Yeah.
Everyone's setting up Ruler for success. That man played the sickest and also, I think, most leisurely Ezreal game of his life.
Yeah.
Some fights were clutch, but some fights, no one could get to him. He just got to sit there shooting pot shots out, and every single one felt like it was landing.
I do feel like Genji are so good at executing these kind of compositions where you're like, okay, we're around 1 damage dealer. This time it's Ruler. Occasionally it's
Ambessa is definitely a damage dealer.
Also does a lot of damage, yeah.
He does. Hey, it didn't start off great for Genji. It actually started off phenomenal for KT. Okay, paint me a picture if you're a Kiana and you get into this game and you get like 3 kills.
You feel amazing.
How do you feel and what happened?
That's why this series has been so fun to watch, because it has been close, because it has been a roller coaster, and this roller coaster started out with LCK Kiana actually getting 3 kills, and LCK Kiana does not usually win games. Well, didn't end up winning this one either, but he did get us hyped, though, with the chase down river. And look at how they split the fight. So the Realm Warp that BDD puts down, look at Doctum. He fakes like he's going into it, then he cancels it, walks back to BDD, and so everyone turns. Peter then did take it, came back, heads butts to be able to get the other extra kill here, and it's just the spacing that KT had in this fight around the Galio, around the engages from Genji, was really nicely played.
It was nice. I feel like of all junglers, Cuz has a little LPL jungler style in him, you know? Like, he interacts with his lanes really well, like bringing out the Kianas in line with some of the other picks we've seen from him, the Viego, the Nocturne, you know? So I also just loved how they did play with space, like you pointed out, with Peter kind of baiting Genji into pressing forward.
But it wasn't gonna last, Kobe.
Tomáš mi tam nechal vajíčka, guys.
That's why it's a roller coaster.
2 na snídaně, 2.
What happens next?
Next one we have is a really good Genji fight where they actually space
Tak
out
nebude
Peter
snídaně, no.
himself, the Alistar. They work around
Však já měl 3, Tome, já jsem měl schválně 5 vajíček nachystaných. Včera jsem ti říkal, budem do Teska nakoupit, protože tam nic není. Nebudeš mít snídaní. Normálně hroty tady budou.
All the major CC from KT has been used, and look at how methodically Genji moved this fight forward. Ruler ends up flashing forward after the Alistar ultimate fell off. Then Duro hits an amazing hook here into the Chovy combo that sets up for Canyon to wrap around through the Rift Herald pit and come through and set up these 3 kills for Ruler. You were talking about Ruler, the caliber of this player. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame basically already, and if you give him a bunch of money on Ezreal.
I'm with you. We've got to debate what skin and what year right at this point, but 100% the big thing for me there is look at Cuz in that fight. He has no space to play. In that long drawn-out initial fight, before everyone's level 6, he had room on this Kiana, but against the Galio, the Nautilus, it's so impossible. He's in melee range of Ruler, and he is helpless in that fight, which just shows how confident Gen G are in the comp that they put together.
Yeah, and Cuz and BDD thinking, oh, he's done this to us before at Worlds in China. But yeah, Ruler goes absolutely huge, and he's, you know, of all the I don't want to say 2-pronged attack from Gen G, it's like 5-pronged at this point, but he's such an important tip of the spear.
1,300 damage per minute.
Yeah, Ezreal's usually get around 1K sometimes. This is insane. And also I want to point out the damage percentage. Actually, both ADs, I think, were at about 40% across this entire game.
And if we look at this, what I was looking at for 2017 versus 2025, KT's looking to rewrite history.
Yeah, and I mean, we pointed out how it's Gen G now who are kind of in that Longzhu spot, despite the fact that it was Longzhu coming out 6-0 in groups. But then lost to Samsung and Ruler in that quarterfinals. Now, Cuz and BDD looking for their revenge. They'll have to go back to the drawing board in the next game.
And it's not the worst place to be in. It's a 1-1 because you did win that first game. I do think they still showed a lot of fight in the second one, and I feel like because of game 1, perhaps Gen G is conditioned and KT is conditioned that they can turn around even deficits in this game, because they even did it in this game, Dracos, when they were behind.
Well, and I do like that they're confident to force those plays. Perfect had that final play where they made it work. They were too far behind in gold, but I like that despite some flubs, they start off really strong, that initial Alistair play. It gets pretty bad for Peter in a lot of these fights, but ultimately he still has the confidence to pull the trigger, and I think that is crucial for a team that has been going toe-to-toe with Gen G, reminding of us of that upper bracket upset. They need to keep that momentum going forward.
And I have to say, coming into this series, myself and a lot of people were looking at the top lane matchup as maybe the most lopsided matchup. And with Keen having a good game here on a carry champion, I still think that this is probably one of the most dangerous things for KT is going to be the top lane individual matchup. Keen is just so good. He can fit into any team comp that you want to execute on, and he definitely can carry.
Yeah, I think some people might just look at the lane and then being like, yeah, but he didn't get like that far ahead or a million miles ahead in either games, but he's just really good at converting what he has into what the team needs, into the team fights.
Yeah, and in these team fights, you could tell he had such great backline access. The public execution were really, really good coming out of him. And then by contrast, it was so difficult for KT to get onto Ruler.
Yeah, and I am excited to see what BDD and Cuz can cook up. I'm excited to see the depth of their champion pools. But I'm very...
Okay, sorry.
Whatever. We have to keep going. Okay, take the boot. But what I will say is I am very concerned for Perfect, because in the top lane, he plays Sion, he plays Rumble, he plays Renekton. Game 1, we lost 2 of those. The Rek'Sai didn't look good. I don't know where he goes.
I was giving him some grace, but it was rough.
Han vill genom en av toastjack, det går skogen lika.
If KT want to bring us to match point first, because right now, Gen G strike back with their eye on the grand final.
As Ruler, Arcane shifts forward, he wants part of this fight. Canyon with the Crescent Guard, Chain of Corruption will lock him up, and it missed times as they go in. Ruler able to pick up one, another hook coming out from Duro. The depth charge on the back line into the taunt from Chovy. Gen G rule the Rift as KT can find nothing.
Gen G showcasing their incredible team fighting here.
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map, and what I haven't been able to do is not tell you. It's really difficult. Protecting twins.
Versane di Yakuza 8, zdravím, to baví. A zajizol Yakuza 5, to je děkuju.
A lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's
Chtěl jsem říct, že jsem dneska mírně podrážděn, ale začíná to být dobrý.
So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ten nový tousták ve Vulgenu je fakt dobrý. To je raketa. Komu fandíme? Já Genji. Ale víceméně jako včera jsem fandil T1, tak jak já jsem fandil tohle World CFO strašně moc a T1. Nikomu jsem víc nefandil. Co snídám? Měl jsem 2 vajíčka. A Vilgen teďka udělal nový tousták, to je jako nakupu na Vilgeninu toustáček. Protože snídám tenhle, já vám ho ukážu. Nemá to žádný Ečka. Ve všem pečivu je Ečko. Když si koupíš v Lidlu pečivo, tak jsou tam Ečka. Mě to strašně sere. Ale na Actin SK to ještě není. Na Actin CZ už to je. Tak, tady ho máte. Dal jsem to do chatu. Tak ten normálně jsem kupoval ten předtím, ten normální, a teďka tam dali celozrnej. A je fakt dobrý. Ale je drahší, no. Nejlepší na tom je, že to vydrží dlouho měkký i bez éček, protože tam je ten oliváč v tom. Jsem třeba kupoval dlouhodobě kajzerky v Lidlu a pak jsem zjistil, že to je... Já mám jednu genovou mutaci, která mi dělá problém, když tam dávají folik acid do toho pečiva a oni tam ten folik acid dávají proto, aby to bylo měkčí delší dobu. A dělá mi to problém zpracovat, víš, tak jsem začal kupovat ty bez éček, ale já jsem si třeba myslel, že kajzerky v Lidlu nemají éčka a pak jsem zjistil, že mají.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. We're in our first semi-final. We are currently one apiece between Genji and
Éčka jsou pro mě všechno, co tam je nadbytek, jako chemie, jakýkoliv konzervanty, tady tyhle ty pičoviny.
And we're able to roll KT off the map. The question is, as we get towards the latter parts of Fearless, whether we'll start to see a few more spicy picks. Canyon obviously known for his niddly when we get towards the game 4.
Já problém zpracovat do toho, nebudu zabíhat, to je na dlouho.
And to me, the biggest question on the side of KT is how do you deal
ale je to MTFHR gen mutace. Můžeš to vygooglit.
Even in this Sion game, Perfect got pretty far behind in the laning phase. Yes, they did win that game, but Keen was really playing well in the team fights, and then you put him on the Ambessa, and I feel like he just crushed through a lot of those fights.
Co všechno jsem musel omezit kvůli refluxu, nic, jenom papám tady tyhle ty mňamkozní bombonky.
KT want to try to set up Perfect,
každý
and how
den.
they're going to try to deal with Keen, because he's just
A asi budu na smrti. Vůbec se mi to nelíbí. Protože to má nějaký side efekty dlouhodobě, ale GG, nejde nic. Tak, Aurora Wukong first pick. Pojďme se vrátit do toho, já si tady musím trošku uklidit. Trošku najezenej jsem, aspoň něco mám v sobě, takže jdeme na to. Wukong, Aurora, Kai'Sa. Keen je mega dobrý, no. Keen je fakt jako goated. Je podle mě nejlepší world stopař teďka. Takže jsou pro tebe špatné metyl vitaminy B. No metylované vitaminy B pro mě jsou dobré. Ty nemetylované jsou pro mě špatné.
But we're not seeing that thus far, and he has talked so much about the pressures. Thus far, it feels like he is buckling underneath them.
At least a little
Jaká je šance, že se poseru z toho medu? To je tak 5%,
ne? Shown more soul today than people expected from them. Shown more perseverance, more resilience.
To je prostě domácí čest, to je domácí med, který je jakoby krystalizovaný a trošku voní fermentovaně, jakože prostě hej. Tak, Trundle, Kai'Sa, Aurora, Junara, Wukong. Med se nekazí, já si taky myslím, že med se nekazí, ne? Jako může se zkazit všechno, ale hej. Tak, co tam je? Azir, Orianna. To bude trade, oni jako nemůžou. Buď zabuneš oba dva, Azir, Orianna, nebo necháš trade oba dva. A traduješ. Azir, oni raději piknou Aziria pro BDDho, OK, ale BDD Orianna je lepší než Azir. Ale Azir je lepší champion. Azir je lepší champion než Orianna prostě. Za mě.
Gets his pigeon and will be feeling great here. Chovy gonna be trying to play for lane, I do imagine, with the Orianna, but with how his laning has been thus far, that's going to be a
Jindru ze skaly, co jsem medem krmil i po několika letech a měsících a byl vždycky dobrý. Může Max zkvasit, když se tam dostane vlhko kost? Pantheon Orianna, OK.
It does feel like, though, you know, you want to see Kenyon trying to get aggressive to maintain that pressure that he's been able to put on. Had a really creative gank in last game, early on that Xin Zhao, came from an angle that BDD didn't expect, was able to really help out in that
Azir Pop je dobrý kombo. Pantheon Orianna taky není špatný,
You want to put pressure on him. You don't want to allow BDD to play his game comfortably. Poppy, I think, is a great pick here. It's a good answer into the
tak Jarda, po delší době mám čas kouknout na smrknu na streamy. Tak u Jardy si píšu, že nedostane merch triko zadarmo. Jinak 7. launche merch, od 7.11. do 21.11. Pánové, takže na začátek streamer Clashe.
The Bird plus Poppy combination is one we've seen work a few times so far at this Worlds. Azir and Nivea, both combined with the Poppy to slam people.
Xante, Poppy, Azir, front to back jak blázen, Poppy, Azir kombíčko. Sivir, Orianna, Pantheon do toho.
The Sivir now locked in for Ruler. There's scaling on both sides already. Like these are team fight comps just from the first 3 picks.
Yeah, I do like the Sivir into the Azir specifically being able to spell shield.
Sivir do Azira, tady týpek říká, že se mu to líbí, Sivir do Azira je illegal. Já to nesnáším. Máš 500 range, ty máš 2000 HP, 500 range proti týpkovi, co má 4000 HP a 2000 range. Jak chceš a dává větší damage než ty. To je hrozně těžký hrát Sivir do Azira.
Things we've seen, the Zeri ban actually coming through, even though the pick has not been at the
forefront. Poho, Jardo, poho. Měl být joke. První mapu vyhráli KT, jop. První mapu KT, drog, Genji. Ale jako tady, hrát si do Azira je docela... Jakýkoliv low range AD carry hrát do Azira je hrozně nepříjemný. Ty nemůžeš nic proti tomu. Týpek na tebe vytáhne Soldiera z 2k range, dá tě jeden autoattack a jsi na půlce HP. A ty mu nemůžeš dát hit nic. Takže tady Sivir pojede Essence River a bude jenom spamovat kvečka na Azira nebo něco a bude se držet tak. Když tak bude hitovat Xanteo. Hodinu nikdo nikde a najednou modí 2. No, to tak bývá. To tak bývá. Gamba, svůj udělal Gambu. Jo, svůj udělal Gambu. Kalista ban. Zeri ban, ok, Zeri ok. Blitz Bard ban for 5. Gangplank do GPO, let's go. Pome, pikuj. Teda Gangplank do Xanteo, ježiš, já jsem úplně retardovaný dneska. GP je docela dobrý, no, nebudu lhát. Aatrox je mnohem lepší. Škoda. Věděli jste, že Gangplank byl můj úplně první hrdina, kterýho jsem hrál a hrál jsem ho na Twisted Freeline 3v3. A přál jsem si hrát toho Gangplanka, toho průhledného Gangplank skin, ten duch. A pak jsem si koupil ten skin průhledný. To byl můj první hrdina a můj první skin. A pak reworkli Twisted Freeline, tak jsem začal hrát rank 5v5 normálky.
You've got a front line, you have a Poppy, you have a Cassante, you've got the Azir, Ashe as well can do a huge
Pak jsem hrál jungle, pak jsem junglil. Po top lane jsem junglil, hrál jsem top jungle a potom jsem zapnul na AD carry. Největší chyba mého života. Ne, AD bylo OP v ten moment. Ashe Lulu blind pick, OK. Ashe Lulu se mi to líbí.
Leona does make a lot of sense, does help them as far as the primary engage.
Kde damage KT? Azir, bro. Počkej, ty jako myslíš, že Azir Xante nemají damage? Jako Ashe ten damage nemá, to je pravda, ale Azir Xante, že nemají damage, chlapče. To bude překvapení pro tebe. Však v té době se zabilo i 1 minutu, ne? Jo, zabilo, no. Včerejší Ashe měla damage, neměla. Však týpek dal 50 autoteků, jako posmurfil dal komplet 1v9 s tou Ashe. Seraphine Ashe dali strašně velký carry včera. Ale týpek dal legit 50 autoteků do frontline a neměl damage. Kitil jak bůh, teda úplně pixel perfect kiting, jak kdyby měl VS a Gumayushi včera s tou Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always so hard, right? Because you can try to look at the draft in isolation, and then you read the nameplates, and you're like, oh, maybe the Gen G draft does win, right? You know, they're just kind of that team that can execute on anything.
KT mají lepší draft, já se podívám.
It's an exciting one. I really like the risks I think that KT are taking. I think they took a couple good ones. And BDD Azir is something that you can count on and have been able to count on for so many years.
Takže tady musím zatáhnout.
A single best of 3 between these two LCK teams and the finals between that spot in the heavens that they talked about earlier today. For Chovy,
Ukáž, co oni mají? Oni teda mají Xante, Poppy, Azir a Ashe Lulu. A enemy mají Aatrox, Pantheon, Orianna, Sivir, Leona. To je jako jestli se tady feedne BDD, tak GG KT vyhraje. Tam není moc dobrých jumpů do toho. Tady v podstatě není dobrý jump do Azira. Sivir je useless do Azira. Leona taky jako meh. I když Leona je OK do Azira. Orianna whatever, Pantheon whatever, Aatrox. Takže KT kondice je feednout Azira. Pokud Azir bude třeba 2-0, 3-0 early game, mid game, tak je to vyhraná hra. Hrubou štěku za 4 měsíce. No a u Genji se musí ideálně feednout Aatroxe, co nejvíc to jde. A nebo Orianna musí vyhrát mid a feednout se na midu. Yep.
As well as Peter with the Airy would obviously expect this early laning phase to be heavily in favor of Dogdom and Peter. We already also highlighted the power of that Ashe arrow because I think the pick on KT is actually great. You know, if you can get a stun into the wall, but once you get to the later team fights, that opportunity just isn't always going to be there. So having the arrow and no cleanses either, right? And as you already highlighted, not a lot of members that will be happy to tank this.
And I mean, also look at all the priority they put for this level 1. Double wards in the side brushes here, so that Duro cannot sit in a side brush whatsoever. So KT...
Level 1 se snažila Leona fightit proti Ash Lulu, XDD. Ash Lulu má nejlepší level 1. Tak, teď jsem vlastně celý moc tady zase. Tak. Co se snažili? Jak se snažili contestit level 1? Kdo tě přivedl vlastně k lolku v kroužku programování v Lužánkách v Brně mě ten týpek, co vedl Lužánky, příměstský tábory a to programování, tak přivedl k lolku. Prvně teda jsme hráli Dotu 1 a potom jsme přešli na League of Legends.
Be a bit of a struggle if Rula can keep hold of his summoners, but with just barrier, we'll have to see if he can survive. There is definitely an opportunity because if they take more damage, Ruler and Duro basically just stay underneath the turret, and I think just try and not get traded at all, just so that they are.
V Dotě 1 jsem hrál svůj první turnaj.
Is also towards the bottom half of the map. We do see the coverage in the Tri-Brush ward there as well, so that Dokdam and Peter feel safe.
Je z toho znám, jo. Bude asi znát hodně lidí z Brna.
Canyon actually also using a really interesting ward around his own blue buff. There's the threat when KT have this push on the bot side for them to invade with Cuz around the level 3. Cuz skips his red and you invade towards the blue. You can see Peter's going to start doing it now. And there was a ward from Canyon at his blue buff just to make sure if he had to back away, they still have a little bit of vision.
Co je horší? Když by mě ukázal Fed anebo League of Legends. Já si myslím, že League of Legends je lepší alternativa.
And I want to highlight something. Chovy TPing first, actually getting the worst trades as Orianna into Azir is not something that we've seen of this player, and it's again a reminder that BDD gonna be up early now. I think Chovy will be able to mostly equalize. Did pull the wave there, so but. The fact that Chovy isn't ahead is something that, again, it's when we talk about the expectations for this player.
Opat zvládá obojí. Yo.
And I just feel like Chovy, his whole career, he's been synonymous with lane dominance, right? You know, Chovying, people can refer to as just getting all of the CS.
Nebudem kopat do opata, teďka dostal Denied na streamer Clash.
How do you have these incredible CS numbers? Like, well, just don't miss the minions.
Yeah, just order them.
It's simple. Exactly. But yeah, it is a bit of a surprise to see BDD being able to put that pressure on him.
And I think importantly, the surprise is not that BDD is playing well. We expect BDD to play well. He's probably one of the top 2-3 mid laners so far at this World Championship and has been consistently top of the tables through his entire career. Zenith played hits, but BDD should just be able to walk away from this. Will be able to back out as well. Global Lance doesn't connect.
Little tempo. Ping, ty auto ataky jsou funny.
Yeah, I don't believe in curses, but that you were trying to serve me some evidence there, Medic.
No, I just kept going. There's no curses.
He's okay.
It's LCK. You don't believe in curses? There are no curses.
Well, I don't. I have had many a disagreement with my colleagues on that one.
Oh, okay. So if KT win this series, Atlas will go bald. We agree?
No. That's only very specific. I also feel like I
Perfect se tady snažil být funny s tím Xantem.
Can't promise it for him.
No,
you can. He can't do anything about it.
Well, I could do that, but like that wouldn't.
Because you're fleeing to the Netherlands afterwards.
No, but that wouldn't feel fair, you know. I don't want to bully Atlas. That's not nice.
He always bullies you.
Oh yeah, but that's his love language. It's fine. I'm not bothered.
That is true.
KT better laning kvůli Azerovi, ano, je to tak. Ale zase Aatrox, no. Tam záleží Azer Aatrox. Tahle hra bude v podstatě IMO mezi Aatroxem a Azerem, kdo bude hrát líp. Ale Keen je, kámo, fakt, jako Keen je nejlepší topař na Worlds. Takže si... Tak uvidíme. Tak, kastuje na meč toho Pantheona, ví o tom. Orianu bych nezahazoval, tak samozřejmě Orianu bych nezahazoval. Ale Ori... Jako Ori může dát tak 1v9, no, je to Midas. Ale víceméně nejlehčí job dát carry má Aatrox a Azir. To jsou jako to mají nejlehčí.
kind of so-so outside the bot lane because the Zero obviously has so much mobility. He still has his flash.
Ash Lulu.
Top is Cassante. Feel like I don't really have to elaborate on that one. And KT.
Že co si myslíte, že je nejlepší support enhancer? Nejsilnější enhancer support?
It's been huge, right? You know, that march towards Soul.
Milio, Lulu, Yumi, Nami, Karma, Sona, Jana. Milio, Nami, Lulu. Milio je strašně dobrý, ale musí to dobře hrát ten support. Serafín, Milio, Renata, Niko. Niko není Echate.
Early objective stacking has been 100% predictor of who will win the game so far in this series. If you take the
Serafín, Milio, Jana. Milio je strašně silný, ale musí být strašně dobrý ten support, jakože vědět, kdy používat Campfire a tak, kdy používat ult, kdy kvéčko. Kámo, dobrýho Milia a mezi špatným Miliem je hrozně velký rozdíl. To je stejný jak s tou Renatou. Rozdíl mezi dobrou Renatou a špatnou Renatou je den a noc. Rino, čauko.
I'm with you, buddy.
Canyon is there, but this is Cassante. Maybe could get like a flash or something.
Umí Kamil Milia, Kamil bude hrát LeBlanc support a prohraje. Debílek.
Annoyed with how this wave is set up. It's a 4v1 as Canyon and Keen now walk down towards the Grubs. Cuz is on his way across, as is Peter. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow available to Docdam.
Yep, Docdam has that, and they have first move here, so KT definitely want to contest.
Keen in the back of the pit, and just dash across. Volley from Docdam, Grub's begun, KT with 5 Chovies on his way across. Juro stepping forward, flash shield of David.
Duro flashkové, engage má tam, Oriana flashnutá, Azir, dobrý Azir ult. A teď kite, typci musí zdrhat, ale Leona je nesmrtelná, co ti jebe, halo. Počkej, perfekt, to nentil. Mi vysvětli, jak ta Leona skočí do 5 lidí, level 5. Level 5 Leona skočí do 5 lidí a přežije to. To je šílený. Nic se nestalo, to podle mě favoritizuje. Ani ne.
And it's Keen being knocked away there by Cuz that I think ended up making that a very even fight. But if Keen actually was there, because I think he either ulted for the movement speed or ulted as he got knocked away, and that Aatrox was in the midst of it. One reason.
Leona je ten poslední support, jak byla Leona Nautilus. Co to bylo za metu? Leona Nautilus, Reo. A ještě něco. Leona je ten poslední support, co je tanky. Všichni supporti potřebovali Aftershock, aby jako, když byl OP Aftershock, tak byli nesmrtelní. Ale Leona je tak broken, že ani nepotřebuje Aftershock, že prostě je nesmrtelná no matter what. Alistar taky byl, no, s Aftershockem ještě. Broken. Ale padla tam dobrá Azir ultimátka, mám pocit. Keen vzal 2 plátečky. Proč se nehrá Renata? Renata je mega OP podle mě, ale jenom do určitých tým kompů. Leona 2T potřebuje dostat nerf jako insta.
Able to get a kill as well.
Ash 20 CS ahead.
And Ash is one of those picks that I think just feels great for all of the game. You have
Ten Kali ale hrozný bait, ne? Když to prostě, ono ti to dá profit jenom 180. OK. Do jeden turret hit. Ale nic z toho nezíská. Člověk ani nemusí flashovat. Že blbý, to je blbý. Takhle nechceš ultit, ty chceš ultit, aby musela flashovat třeba.
The damage onto Duro as the Eclipse comes off, he loses that extra armor and magic resistant, falls down to about 2/3 HP. KT now setting up towards mid, arrow, Eclipse, Chovy not quite, and it doesn't find anyone towards that top side either.
And Chovy could have had to expand his flash, not going to be the case. Instead, just going
protože ten Kal, ono je to bait i v tom, ve spectate klientu. Si představ, že ta Ashe bude 450 goldů ahead, protože má Kal. Ale realisticky je ahead jenom 180 goldů. Protože ona ten kal koupí za 450 a prodá ho za 180. Takže ono to bude vypadat, že je ahead, ale ona nebude ahead. Nebo jako bude ahead jenom o 180 goldů.
Even though Perfect had the push again there, Keen just held the 4 ranged minions.
Chápete, ne?
Trying to push up to get this reset, knowing that again you can be vulnerable. Obviously, Cassante very hard to take down, but if you are pushed up too far in that lane, there is the ability for Keen and Canyon to run you down, to take you down, and you highlighted it. It had been an issue for Perfect in the LCK, getting picked off in these side lanes, but to his credit, it has not happened at all in this series.
I'd argue not even at Worlds. I think he's actually had a really big step up.
Na peníze, ale ty 3 HP na hit se hodí, no, jakoby ne. Useless.
KT being rewarded. Also, I do want to shout out, because we were giving Chovy some criticism early on, and his early laning phase didn't look too good. Now starting to build towards that Chovy lead we all know and love.
Chovy, flash, fail flash a Poppy a flash do toho. Tohle je to kombo, na který čekali. Tohle je to Azir Poppy kombo, který se hraje. Z tohohle důvodu se hraje Azir Poppy. Že ty prostě zaultíš a ta zeď se počítá jako zeď a Poppy insta stanne do té zdi. A Chovy, ty vole, Chovy ne. Jako Genji nehrajou všeobecně tak dobře tuhle sérii. OK, Arrow. Leona to chytla. Dura má flash, ale ty vole, nevím, kucí.
KT will accept just that summoner as their price for the chase.
Still a really big win here for KT as Canyon
Chovy flashnul dvakrát, fail flashnul v téhle sérii, ano. Chovy nehraje dobře. Oni ví, ale oni fokusou Lulu. Počkej, to můžou trnout, jestli mají vizi, nemají vizi. Kdyby tady měl vizi, tak může trnovat a může chaseovat toho Pantona. A tohle je druhý flash, kdy to fail flashnul, no.
Doesn't get the flash, immediately gets slammed into the wall, and again that's what BDD not having a
Oh my god, he got solo kills.
A BDD ty vole solo killnul Orianu, což je insane, a ještě přežívá. Bro, KT is winning worlds. KT is winning worlds. Azir dá 1v9, si říkám tady, tuhle hru.
2-0 for BDD. You get out the flash here, and now I think we're just going to see the solo kill one more time. He doesn't even have his ult, so Chovy must have just overcommitted to this, and I'm assuming BDD
Chovy to chokuje. Choky.
I mean, he procced the phase rush. The phase rush expires. You cannot stand around like that. You need to be able to exit the fight. BDD is looking to take this one over.
No nic, už říkal jsem, tady win kondice Azir 2-0 nebo 3-0 v midgameu, v early gameu. Azir má 2-0. Level 11, když Ashe je level 8. Buff mid lane, guys, buff mid lane.
We have to talk about his history at Worlds, because there's been a number of times over the years where you thought, surely this is the year that they're going to be able to win. Has yet to make it to a final.
Oh můj bože, a zase Poppy, počkej. OK, trošku to přehnal, BDD, ale kill je kill, hej, kill je kill. Actually, to je dobré pro Chovyho toto. Jak moc je těžké se naučit Azira? Je to těžký, nebo je to těžký, ne? Jogdown Clans, engage ty vole na Poppy, to nechceš. Aatroxu zatím není silnej, Xante vole one-shotuje. Xante to tam one-shotuje, Aatroxe. To je GG, GG. Kam ale Aatrox potřebuje skillovat, Aatrox nemůže fightit na jednom itemu. Xante na jednom itemu je hypercarry. To je GG, ta hra je komplet lost. Komplet lost, bro. Tady to bude těžký comebacknout. Ještě poběží na botlane Azir a veme Azir tier 1 na botu, ne? Tokyo Drift, tu. Max Verstappen. A ještě veme solo goldy na tom. GG.
in this game number 3.
That is huge. Just look at where the gold is too. It's all on the carries. We can watch
Oni engageují Poppy, proč engageují Poppy? Poppy je tank. A pak sledují, co tam dělá Xante. Ash jako Jogdam tady smurfil s tou Ash, ale ještě nemá damage na to, aby jako byl impactful. Jako mega tady smurfí Jogdam s tou Ash Lulu.
You talked about it, Azel. You don't get away from Ash and Lulu when you're on the back foot. You need to be stepping forward into them.
Tyjo, to jsou ksichtíky. To jsou ksichtíky.
4,000 gold ahead at 17 minutes. 3.5, 2 Drakes.
Ne, Jogdam hraje mega dobře, Jogdam je mega dobrý. Viper byl mega dobrý, Jogdam hraje strašně dobře, taky mě překvapuje Jogdam. A nejlepší AD carry náborot byl Viper, no, jenže už vypadnul. Chudák. Dostal team gap.
Are going to get you so much value. Poppy is already harder to kill thanks to her passive when she gets low. We have Perfect, who obviously is in that fight.
3,6 000 goldů, třetí drák, engage flash na Sivir, boom, kamo, perfektní chain CC od Kaze. Kaz taky smurfí, ale co je? Jsem myslel, že KT je jenom BDD, že jenom BDD je dobrý, ale ty pičo KT prostě všichni smurfí. Play safe AD, play safe AD. Tuhle hru jsem vám říkal, ty vole Sivir tady do Azira, unplayable. Ale kámo, co to je, že prostě to byl perfektní chain CC. Ty týpci jsou tak strašně najetí, že prostě v podstatě, když vidíš Evropu, když bys viděl Evropu v tomhletom playu, tak Poppy dá flash E, ult, a pak Sivir vyflashuje, protože Lulu nedá ult. Ale Lulu dá pixel perfect. Oni dají flash E na Sivir, do toho chaine tu svoji ultimátku na knock-up a do toho Lulu chaine knock-up s ultimátkou. Rozumíš tomu? Takže vole, Sivir nemůže nic, nemůže hrát. Play safe AD. Play safe AD. Kamo, vyjebaný AD carry hráči nemůžou prostě sedět ve fontánce a hrát safe.
But for me, it's much more about how they look, the hesitancy in team fight. You can see the doubt creep into their play in real time, and this is coming from a team that within the LCK, within MSI, within the entire year, has played with the utmost confidence.
They absolutely have, and I mean, that's the first KP that Canyon has this game, right? You're 19 minutes
Sivir tam, kdyby flashla, tak je mrtvá, protože Panton flash nezabijí. Mnohem lepší si ji nechat.
Decides to hold on to the flash, which I think was the right call, right? You know, because there's
no
no
lepší late game. No, podle toho, jak bude hrát Aatrox, ale Azir je přebůstěný champion.
Potential soul fight here in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and KT has got to stay laser focused.
Problém s Azirem je, že ten týpek bude mít 3,5 HPček, největší damage ve hře. To nebude ani close, on bude mít třeba 2x větší damage než Ashe nebo Sivir v těch fightech. K tomu má dash forward nebo dash backwards na peel, má ultimátku na peel, anebo ultimátku, kterou může použít agresivně. To je jako Azirova jediná weakness je early game. A to ani není slabá, ta jeho early game.
Really any of the members that isn't Peter if he massively
Takže to je průser, no.
Just seems nigh impossible, and in 3 minutes Genji is going to force to fight that. And KT, all I want to say is respect Otacon, please.
You absolutely have, and we already talked about the power, the chase down power that KT's comp has. Well, Rylai's is done now for the Azir as well. So there's so many slows, there's so many tools to chase you down and punish you if you misstep at all on the Genji side. KT know this is a game that is going to be about objectives. They're sweeping out this vision. They do kill it fast, but do not flip from this position. You can just play from soul. There's no need, in my mind, to be able to just force an Otacon.
Počkej, Canyon tady možná má nějaký flank na BDDho, jestli bude hitovat věž. Lána tu čeká, našel ho. Našel ho. Ujujoj. Ten emote, no, to bylo dobré. Nemůžou Atakana začít teďka, bez Azir ultimátky. Ani by možná neměli začínat, protože to je takový nebezpečný. Jak ti to redukuje Armor a Magic Resist, tak je vždycky nebezpečný začínat Atakana. Tak je úplně šílený, že normálně začínat Atakana je nebezpečnější, než začít Barona.
Well, they are not going to do that. They are pulling it for now. And we'll see. It looks like they are going to let this one reset. But that was a really risky moment here because Canyon, when he gets spotted out, I mean, if you get connected there, you probably at the very least lose your flash. But had he gone down, then the Otacon is a very real
4200 a za minutu a půl bude drag, to bude jako ten Atakan se fake contestí tady tuhle hru Imo. Oni to můžou one-shotnout s Azirem, ale podle mě to fake contestí. Engage, boom, boom, výborně. Chovy se nechává per a tak to je free Atakan. Ty pič, ale Chovy je prostě v choku. Týpek chokuje, nemá, prostě neflashuje nic, když flashne, tak fail flashne. To je choky, kámo, choky. Hele, jak to, že tu sérii předtím hráli úplně pixel perfect, flawlessly a tady tu sérii úplně inky. Je to hrozně poznat, ty Genji.
Battered and bruised. They'll have one more game to try and get themselves back off the mat, but for now, KT take total control of Game 3. Keen will get a tower down towards that bottom side.
Jako ten draft není ideální do Azira, no, ale tam spíš je problém to, že ty vole Azir tam jednak flash zabijou, Chovy neflashne Oriana ult a umře, Azir dostane first blood, potom dostane instantní solo kill. Podle mě Chovy se strašně moc pressuruje na to, aby vyhrál Worlds, když v realitě prostě ty se nemůžeš pressurovat. Ty vždycky jako performer nebo jakýkoliv hráč, tak hraješ nejlíp, když prostě máš nulový stres a nulový pressure. Nebo když vnímáš, ne, to jsem řekl špatně, když vnímáš každou hru jako stejně důležitou hru, tak performuješ nejlíp. Flash engage, boom. Arrow na Chovyho. Azir tady bude hrozně silný. Měl by tady proknout ten Blast Plant, ale ten Azir. Jo, proknul ho. Teď je tady problém. 3000 Azir má 3000 HP, nesmrtelný, největší damage ve hře. Pantheon skáče in. Pičo, dobrá timing popy ult. No tak to bylo insane. A ty ale zastunuj ho, tohle bylo trošku divný, to bylo trošku divný. Ale jako nemají damage. Azir má 3000 HP, největší damage ve hře. To je papá, hoši, papá. Co to je za damage ten Azir prostě, halo? Fuj. Tohle je problém prostě midařů. Ty týpci mají tak velký damage a jsou nesmrtelní, že mají 3000 HP. A ještě většinou mají zoniu, dash, self-peel, ultimátky a tadyhle ty píčoviny. V téhle metě je to šíleně broken. Ty ale Chovy fakt jako chokuje úplně neuvěřitelně. Jak jsem mluvil předtím, než se to stalo, ty musíš vnímat jako profi hráč nebo jako performer každou situaci stejně. Každý zápas, nebo každý protivník, nebo každá BO5 musí být stejná. Legit. Pak nečoukuješ. Za popy ultimátka byla clean, to bylo insane. Jako ten timing a pak Azir to, no. Azir popy. A T1 se teď modlí, jednak T1 teda musí vyhrát proti Číňanům, což zatím vždycky vyhráli proti Číňanům. Ale T1 se modlí, aby Genji prohráli proti KT. Modlí se. Protože Genji vždycky porazí T1, vždycky. Genji prostě ví, jak hrát proti T1. Takže to je jejich kryptonite. Ale ty vole KT zase ví, jak hrát proti Genji, takže tak. Však minule porazil T1 Genji na Worlds. Ale prostě víš jak. T1 mnohem raději budou hrát proti KT než proti Genji.
9,000 gold ahead. 3 items on BDD. The Liandry's complete. For Docdam, he has a Peter in his pocket to help buff up those autos. Duro and Canyon and Chovy still looking for the flanks. BDD
Erou na Leonu, to je dobrý. Tady našli, kámo, dívej, prostě on tankuje všechno BDD a je nesmrtelný. On může face checknout, co chce a prostě nemůže umřít. No, 2-1 pro KT, to je zajímavý. Ale furt to může být 5 her a furt ty jako Genji můžou comebacknout, jenom Chovy musí přestat čokovat.
It's a victory lap for the roller coaster. Get in now, you get an extra ride for free. SKT take their Baron. Genji, the desperation evident. Duro gets found. BDD, you can't fool him like that. And coming into this game, we were wondering, should you really give BDD a zero? And the answer is one of the most resounding no's that we could possibly give.
Kills Chovy, insult to injury as he's TPing out. It's Baron, it's Soul, it's 11,000 gold, it's Otacon.
Já to teda sice omejvám furt dokola, ale to fakt mi přijde, že Title Worlds vždycky tu hru vyhraje midař nebo topař. Nikdy ne AD carry. Že nikdy, já si nepamatuju sérii, jako vím, že Viper třeba série, když hrál Viper, ale tu sérii prohrál. Když si prostě řekneš, ty pičo, to AD carry hraje 1v9. Vždycky je to někdo jiný. Guma nedal 1v9 včera. Guma hrál moc pěkně, ale ty vole Keria s tou Seraphim turbo smooth. A tam hráli všichni dobře, no. Dogo, ale actually Dogo dával 1v9, no, s Dravenem. Ale víš, co myslím, že tam jako není ten flashy, tam prostě není takový to flashy, že prostě jednoznačně ví, že dal komplet 1v9, tuhle hru komplet 1v9 Azir. Komplet. Aatrox mohl tuhle hru dát taky komplet 1v9, ale fightil moc brzo bez itemu a dostal one shot od Azira.
Have these two waves synced up and start to really put pressure on the Nexus towers.
Chovy and Genji trying to defend the solo player. BDD slides away from it. You can't catch me.
Hej, Pantheona chytli ho. To už je finíťátko. Tady si pohlídat Formen Oriana. Formen Oriana bacha. Ne, Oriana už nemá ult ani. Oriana už nemá ult a Aatrox je zatím useless. Aatrox by tady potřeboval mít 4 itemy, aby něco mohl dělat. No, reálně proti tomu Azirovi je reálně ne. Chovy potřebuje přestat čokovat. Ale Jog tam hraje dobře, jako Jog tam mě překvapuje, že hraje fakt jako pěkně. Jako... Chovy solo prohrál tuhle hru. A jako furt potenciál na to být BO5, Chovy se musí comebacknout mentálně. Ale už tam není Azir pro BDDho. Bro. Kolika tého se hraje finále Mashwell Esports, ne? 9. novembra.
I mean, let's roll some clips because a picture says 1,000 words and Chovy almost died 1,000 times.
He did. Every second counts, and thanks to that reliable Cisco network that BDD is using, he just slams him down again and again.
So we were hyping up the Azir into Poppy combination.
No, tohle je kombíčko, který jsem říkal, že udělají.
And they pulled it off perfectly on him and got his flash.
Yeah, this is exactly how you want to execute the flash on top of it, and then this is just BDD absolutely taking control of the matchup. This is exactly why you do not give BDD a
Proč vůbec buffovali Elite Game Azirovi?
It was just such a great execution of the Poppy Azir together in so many of these fights.
We literally went from
Co to je za aukci za 800 bodů? Když tady rozdávám třeba Steel Series věci zadarmo, tak to bylo za 800 bodů.
For me, I'm really concerned when I see Chovy like this because I saw him in the makeup room. I saw him backstage before this series, and we're used to seeing him more joyful. At MSI, it was not the same attitude. We knew what it means to him. He stopped his run here last year as well. You can feel the stress. We knew that the pressure was on Genji coming here today. He's feeling it right now.
Absolutely, and we know because we wear headset as well, it doesn't keep everything out. The KT chants after the fight we're going to show you next were unbelievable, and you know it's seeping through and it's seeping into your mental.
I gotta say, Shocks, roller coasters look pretty fun.
Yes.
They look very fun, especially at Worlds. So this was a fight that was very quickly after a lot of these kills.
Tady to Aatrox prohraje proti Xantemu 1-1, řekl Xante.
There's been so much about BDD and about Cuz, but Dr.
Geng
is
to hraje
so
dobře, no.
well kiting and so many Ashe arrows in this game that he deserves a lot of credit.
Yeah, Ashe is such a signature pick for him. It was one of the picks on when he was on FPX immediately previously that he did super well on. The way that they set up layering CC, I actually think Dokdom's been having a phenomenal series, even in their loss.
Yeah.
I thought he performed super well. And to see him on this comfort pick of the Ashe and how they were executing it with the Cuz Poppy, right? With the Azir shuffles. It was just amazing.
I mean, it's just actually too fun to watch. I had been memeing before about KT, and I was like, oh yeah, you guys are so cool. I can relate to KT.
Why would you want in now? Do you want to join us?
Are you accepting late members? Because I actually want to become a KT fan. No cap.
We will have you any day.
Yes.
Wait, before you accept him, I have something to show the jury.
Okay.
Before you accept him into the KT fan
Is it me drop kicking Kobe?
Wait, we're supposed to predict. Is it prediction?
Is this the year that he's gonna win?
This is the year. This is Chovy's year. I mean, I feel like the devout members of the Church of Choji. See, they will be celebrating this year because he has
a true KT fan would say this.
I will count this as
in the top lane.
We will have you here.
I think the best downplay the entire tournament. Honestly, this team is so fun to watch at Worlds.
Goat over next to him, and then of course, Ruler literally deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
I think we can parlay this in what we want to parlay it in. We don't need to hear the other
and Durham was supposed to be this value pickup. He's turned into
rapturous about Genji for a while.
It's the long con, you know?
But tell me a little about that, because that is some of the reasons that we have so many predictions that go for Genji. Those are so many of the reasons, though, that as we brought up in the pre-show lore, that we have given them before in 2023, in 2024, as you already brought up. And KT, how do you think they move from this position?
I don't want to say too much, but they're in a really good position right now. It's up and we'll go. That's what Peter said at the beginning of the tournament. And I had an interview with him actually for the French broadcast right after he qualified for the semifinals. And he told me 3-0, 3-1 for us. We're coming for Genji. We did it once. We're going to do it convincingly this time around. And so far, he is delivering.
I'm convinced. I don't know about you guys, but I am convinced already.
Oh my gosh. I mean, the big thing I want to highlight is that it's this roster, right? Like, we talk about how well Dokdom's been playing. Paddock came in during Split 2. We talk about how well Peter's been doing. Wei came back in after starting Split 1 in Split 3. Like, the fact that it's this kind of ragtag team around the strength of BDD and Cuz, and now they're a match point against Genji in the World Semifinals. How is that even real?
Emily, it's a revenge 8 years in the making, right? If we think back to that World Championship in China, where it didn't go the best for them. Like, tell me about BDD and Cuz, and tell me if they are the ones you trust in for bringing this series home.
I mean, on this roster, I think it is these two that you look at, right? Like, they both just had a phenomenal game. It was these two that pulled out Herculean performances in that initial Genji setup, upset in the upper bracket. So, yeah. We'll see.
It's crazy. They don't want to say too much, but I can feel the excitement. We even have a new member for the KT fan club. Yeah, I'm on notice, I know, but they're doing phenomenally. KT can do the unthinkable and make it to the Worlds 2025 Grand Final in this next game. But Chovy, he needs to rip himself out of that nightmare he's living again.
Starfall in from Canyon, looks for the steal, but immediately he's yeeted.
Tohle je pauza, pár minut. Většinou mezi hrama je 15 minut pauza, a.k.a. 15 až 20. Spíš 15, jako 15 je to, co oni vpušujou, když jsi hráč. Teďka bylo tak kolik? 5 minut segmentu, 7 minut segmentu, pak je 2,5 minuty pauza jako v reklamách a potom je 5 minut do draftu. Takže rychlovka jak blázen. Přemýšlím, jestli si objednám jídlo, nebo jestli budu doufat, že Tomáš, jak mi snědl tu snídani, takže mi půjde koupit snídani a že si ji pak udělám. GG. Mě už do Číny nevezmou stejně, už nemusím tleskat. Já si myslím, že Tomáš šel nakoupit, myslím si to. Takže si nemusím objednat jídlo a můžu počkat, až přijde s těma vajíčkama a já si udělám tak snídaní. Čouvilem se teď čoukoval, kámo, jako 2 hry čouknul jak blázen podle mě. Nebo tuhle určitě, tu hru, ale předtím taky čoukoval, ne? Že flashoval proti tomu Jarvanovi, že neflashnul EQ combo, nebo fail flashnul EQ combo. Stávalo se často, že vás rodiče nepoznali, no teďka se moc nesnažil. Mamka nás rozeznala vždycky, ale teďka měl občas takový CBA mod. Však vlezl do té Caitlyn trapy, jo, tak to bylo, tak to taky úplně... Ježíš, to... On Showy prohrál 2 hry, no, legit prohrál 2 hry. Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pět her může být 5 her. Úplně bez problémů může být 5 her.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where we are one game away from the rebellion of the underdog. As BDD said it in the trailer, so it has become true. KT are one game away, one nexus away from claiming their spots in the finals.
And it's just been incredible to watch. KT just feel like they are playing as though they are the favorite. They're playing with so much confidence. They're playing with so much poise. When things go wrong for them in game, it doesn't matter. They seem to regroup. They go right back at them. And Gen G, they need to try to pull it together here. This is still easily a winnable series for them.
Wukong Trundle, jak říkají to klasteři, tahle série může mít 5 her furt. Úplně bez problémů.
Canyon was not impactful in that last game whatsoever either.
It really is a repeat of when the upset came through. And that was a series where there was, you know, a little bit more play.
Dneska těžce nezvládám. Špatně jsem se vyspal a nezvládám to. Jsem na to sám, nemám studio s 4 borcama. Tato bude poslední. Nebude, že ne. Chouvi teďka se propleskal zleva zprava, přestane čoukovat a bude dobré. Ziggs, Trundle, Yuna, Wukong. Zoe, jo, jak schválně banujou. Ziggs, Zoe, aby to nehráli.
I mean, that's not even just the one, it's the Ziggs and the Zoe. That's the pairing that KT used.
Oh, I love that.
Nidalee ban, okay. Tady už jsou target bany.
And I had talked about how incredible I felt Keenan played through those first 2 games. Perfect. I actually feel like just outplayed him last game. I think he had more of an impact on the game, even getting counterpicked by my best top laner in the world. Perfect had such an impact on the game, was really steady.
0-3 zatím.
Kenyon is going to go towards that Skarner.
Goes for the early tank. A lot of them already taken off the boards. You see the Sion gone, the Rek'Sai, the K'Sante, the Ornn, the last real big tank that you can play out of the top side. See how strong Canyon can be on these Impales, considering usually he plays the Nidalee in game 4. That has a spear that impales. This has a Skarner that impales.
Mundo do Skarnera je v pohodě. Teď si to začali hrát, jako Mundo Jungle je fakt dobrý, no.
Because you need to hit both parts of your CC to actually deal with the canister, right? It's similar to the idea of bringing it out against Sejuani. It can be very difficult for Skarner to actually do much against Mundo. Mundo can outpace you as far as the farm, outscales you as far as, you know, what you're going to do in the team.
Kalista ani
front line. And going to Kalista as well here for Doctum. So now I'm expecting some spice here with Peter. I wonder if we're going to get like a Renata or something along that to really go for a power duo here. KT are just throwing down the gauntlet.
Come on, Kalista.
Because that last game as well, showcasing Doctum and Peter when the matchup is right.
Nevím, jako
the better end of their opponents.
Lucian do toho, okay. Lucian Braum, okay. Tyhle, nevím, jako Kalista. Lucian Braum, Kalista chce hrát s melee supportem, Renata vlastně. Renata je dobrá. A i do Brauma to je dobré. Okay, Kalista, Renata, Mundo. Skarner, Lucian Braum. Moc kde? Nejsou moc. Chcete sásky, jo? Manage Paul. Počkej, choose outcome prediction. Choose outcome. Kdo vyhraje třetí mapu? KT vyhráli třetí mapu. Complete prediction.
Something he always does on this Lucian as well.
Start prediction. Kdo vyhraje čtvrtou mapu? KT, Gen. Budete na to mít 2 minuty. Na to vaše gambu. Gamba. Braum štít blokuje Renatu ult, jo. Jako to jo, ale Renata je dobrá a všeobecně dobrá s Kalistou. Tvoje Kalista byla kdysi banger, no to si píš, kámo. Bývaly doby, kdy jsem byl jediný hráč na světě, kdo hrál Kalistu půl roku a bylo to permabannutý půl roku proti mě v LECčku. A pak přijeli Korejci na MSI a hráli Kalistu a všichni to začali banovat.
So I really rate that as a strategy.
Ty podporuješ gambu? Ne.
There are so many mid lane bans already. Now the question is, do Gen G
Třetí
ban out
mapa
the
nebo
Victor?
čtvrtou?
Or are they unconcerned about it? Because if you take away the Victor, then you start getting into like melee mid territory or really kind of the more
Že hnedka po téhle sérii končím, dneska jdu si lehnout. Normálně. Overworking, takzvaně. Nemocný, no jsem nemocný trochu, nespal jsem dobře, takže jakoby já čtu 0 z 0 ragebait komentář a mě to jako tauntuje, kdybych byl bík a viděl bych červenou barvu. Že to je prostě 12 z 10 ragebait. Streamu ze studia. Udělal jsem si studio.
Is there ever a possibility of Cassio top?
Jorik. Cassio jen tak prostě blind pick Cassio, jo. Jako Cassio je dobrá do Skarnera zase. Jorik blind. Co se jako... Co se tady děje v těch draftech?
But to me, I always think about things like Cho'Gath that are up. And Cho'Gath actually just one-shots the maiden at level 6, scales really well. It's an easy answer.
Jorik je dobrý do Buda, to je Buda jungle. Anivia. Bro, jako co? Halo? Guys? Halo? Jo, to je jako... Tohle je Game 5 draft, ne Game 4 draft. Lucian, Braum, Jorik, Anivia, Skarner. Zase Anivia Wolf funguje s tím Skarnerem na stůl. Jax, proč nevemou Chogata do toho Jorika? Tady by byl Chogat úplně goated, ne? Or ne, do Brauma ne, Chogat. Proč se nehraje Chogat? Ty vole, tady by byl Chogat úplně goated. Je to dobrý do Lušna. Je to dobrý do Jorika. Kamo. Nevím, tady jako ty drafty oba dva jsou takový mega divný. Trošku se říkám, že to bude možná 2-2, že budou Silver Scrapes kvůli tomu Ornn pickovi, ale zase tam Mundo. Jako Munda nezabijou, eventuálně. Lucian je odhoven do Munda. Jako tady bude Anivia Vol do Skarner stanu na midu. To bude dobré. Anivia Vol blokne Ornn, ne. No uvidíme, co Chouky, jestli bude Chouky prezent, nebo jestli bude Chovy prezent, záleží. Protože momentálně Chovy hraje nejhorší sérii na Worlds, kterou má a nesmí čoukovat. Ten pohár je pěkný, tyjo. Ale já vždycky, když vidím tenhle pohár, tak vidím ten ten Mundo skin s tím pohárem a ještě ten Jax skin s tím pohárem. Je tam Championship Jax.
Once more unto the breach for Gen G and KT. For Gen G, a game in which you can turn the tides into your favor.
SKT Jax má pohár, jo, má no. SKT Jax má pohár a Mundo má pohár. Ještě ten TPA Mundo, ne? Nebo ne, počkej, jaký Mundo má ten pohár?
That you should have dominated for KT. It's one step closer to those finals. It's one step further into Neverland, into a miracle. And they have constantly shown throughout this series that they will bend but not break.
I mean, this is a KT that at Worlds now is 9-1. It's crazy, right? And there were those questions being posed. Yeah, well, you were 7-0 coming in, but it's Gen G. So now you're going to go 3-0, and then you're going to go home, right? And now they have proven that they can take it to Gen G as well.
Jako blind pick Jorik a týpek ho nepanišne Chogatem, to je illegal, takže tady Jorik bude vyhrávat do Ornna. Skarner Mundo vyhrává do Skarnera, všeobecně Anivia Skarner absolutně nebudou mít damage na to vyhrát 2v2 na midu. Ta Casio Mundo tady budou hard vyhrávat 2v2 mid, si myslím. No a botlane, Kalista, Lucian, Renata. Tady jako Kalista Renata bude vyhrávat, no. A nevě dobrá do Casio, no ale 2v2 Skarner je úplně koho. To jako Mundo Casio mají šílený damage, mají HPček jak blázen a Anivia Skarner mají 0 damage, jako 0. Doslova 0. Lopatka, boom. A Hovinka útočí, kámo, ty Hovinka koušou.
BDD hasn't always had the same luxury of some of these other mid laners to be surrounded by superstars, to be, set up in that same kind of way. And it's just beautiful to see him playing this well. I mean, his career has spanned such a long time at this point. He has been able to maintain.
Nevím, včera ten Skarner měl nejvíc damage v týmu, to je pravda. To je pravda.
And there are years that would have broken a lot of players, right? I keep going back to that Nongshim roster of 2022, a roster that historically underperformed despite some big names on there. A team that then was followed up by Peter's team as they won challengers, were fully promoted, and that team had glimpses of brilliance, but by and large, we're still a roster that didn't really make too many waves. Although, I did love them very dearly. Funny as they were. One thing I do want to highlight is that
já nevím, já dokážu jako hodně, já dokážu říct, kdo má dobré nebo lepší draft, když ty drafty jsou standardní drafty. Ale v takovémhle draftu prostě většinou nedokážu říct. Že to je tak random, že to prostě no. A jako myslím si, že Katie mají lepší draft o něco možná. Když zase nemají range, engage taky moc nemají. Katie nemají range, nemají engage a Anivia Lucian budou poukovat s ultimátkama, takže podle mě možná Genji má lepší draft. Plus Yorick bude vyhrávat sideline, jo, Genji má lepší draft. Genji má lepší draft. Protože někteří Korejci nehrajou ve full screenu a někteří hrajou ve full screenu. Hodně těch Korejců, co nehraje ve full screenu, tak jsou většinou starší Korejci, kteří se naučili hrát nebo hráli v PC Bangách. PC Bangách v Koreji jsou hrozně proslulí a jakoby každý teenager chodí do PC Bangu si dát párek v rohlíku a hrát League of Legends nebo Valorant nebo cokoliv. Po škole. Víš, že třeba týpci v 5 po škole jdou hrát louko do PC Bangu. Dají si tam čínský nudle a kolu a hrajou. U nás ty herny nejsou vůbec zvykem. Když to v Koreji je to na každém rohu. A ty PC herny většinou mají špatný počítače a špatný monitory. Takže máš monitor, který má třeba rozlišení 1600 na 900 a ne 1920 na 1080. A oni, jak se naučí hrát na tom rozlišení, na tom horším rozlišení, tak si pak to rozlišení nechávají po zbytek kariéry. Víš, aby si neměnili jako rozlišení. Protože s tím to rozlišení je problém na hitboxy, skillshotu a tak. Není to kvůli tomu, že si psali timery vedle toho dopadu? Ne, absolutně ne.
Spamming out those spells. Double Ruby Crystal obviously helping him get through more of those. Canyon's coming across though. The KT bot lane is the first to move. Perfect hits level 6. Does have the teleport if the call of the Forge Gods needed.
Tak, Mundo už má pevný tag. Dobrý dodge. Dobrý dodge, tam by asi umřel.
A little bit too predictable there. Canyon swerving out of his death would have definitely ended up going down there. If BDD had find him with the gaze, not the end of the world.
Píšou se pro play timery do chatu vůbec, jo, píšou. Tady Renata Kalista dá outscale jako Lucian Brownovi.
First two Drakes means you
win
the game. There you go. That's what it's been so far this series. We'll see if KT can keep that up. Some damage going down onto Ruler. Healer was used by Peter as well for the chase, but Juro with a good unbreakable.
Canyon's going to get spotted there by the Kalista W, so the Sentinel does spot him, so they are going to be aware. And will clear out that ward, but we're just seeing Peter and
Já jsem se jak bude ta Anivia Lucian, no, potom v midgameu.
Play in their face, and Cuz looking to cover. I mean, you want these kind of lanes to be able to play aggressive, right? And that does require jungle tracking and coverage, so that's why we see Cuz down here after that ward got cleared out.
This is also where KT are most likely to develop an early lead. You can see topside, Perfect is just trying to survive. He's already 350 gold behind. Docdam and Peter the target for KT if they want to get those early advantages, and there's only a small gold lead for them overall.
Tak, Kalista se docela dostává, jako je even zatím. Oni resetnou, půjdou na gruby. A gruby budou celkem důležitý, protože to budou další neutrálové do botám. Casio, když dostane boty, jako by ten upgrade bot, a na boty nedostane, tak je hrozně broken. Podle mě ji strašně přebufovali tu pasivku. Ona pak má movement speed jak hovado.
It is really, really powerful, but it's sometimes very difficult to close the gap against champions with really powerful slows, right? Because the canister is going to stop your point and click stun, but it doesn't just make you immune to slows or anything like that. You know, the Anivia can be still walling you off, keeping you out. You know, that can be difficult to deal with, and I think that is going to be the question. You know, can they actually play around the creatable terrain, you know, the Yorick cage, the Anivia W, all of these tools to kind of keep them at arm's length and try to whittle them down.
And we have seen a suspicious amount of Mundos in this tournament just like get one-tapped, where I think you feel safe, right? You have the canister, you have the W, you have the ultimate. And that's something that hopefully will not be happening to Cuz if you are a KT fan, as we do have some movement towards the top side of the
map.
CC layering. Because he can't pop the maximum doses when he's crowd controlled. So if you can get him CC layered through the canister.
Jak dneska hrajou KT, KT hrajou docela dobře, ale největší problém je Chovy. Chovy choukuje, jako straight up prohrál 2 hry. Tohle bude důležitý, tady Chovy má teda first move. Budou fight. Anivia tady možná zauní. Oni chcou 2 gruby minimum, aspoň. A ty 2 gruby asi mají. Fight tady ale jako je, ten fight tu je. Flash engage, Renata ult. Dobrá, Lucian stanutej. Casio. Casio žije dál, možná, nežije. Ale tady je... To ne. Tak to ne. Tak tady Genji, ty vole, udělali heist. To byla loupež.
KT will be able to go back and grab one grub. BDD walks away with first blood, but
ale BDD pěkná ult, no.
And this is just such a close fight. Credit to Peter, he kind of just forced his way through here, putting the pressure
to prostě rozběhne. Tady BDD byl hrozně napoukovaný v předchozí situace z linky. Problém je s Lušnem, když ty ultíš s Lušnem, tak ty se nemůžeš otočit. Ty vždycky dostaneš stun od té Casio. Kamo ten coach. Výrazy, to je úplně legenda. Týpek tam prostě se divím, že nemá vrásky ještě.
Just on the edge of that barrier expiring, but I think he might have rendered a
On to dělá každou hru.
Which definitely would have been the difference for Ruler.
Jak kdyby stál na záchodě, real.
Difficult to stay in range there as well as he's running back under that tower.
Ale Chovy vyhrává s tou Anivkou proti Casio, což je klasika, to je jako Anivia je dobrá do Casio. Ale 2v2 nebudou mít damage, podle mě. Jako Skarner a Anivia, ale třeba se pletu, třeba Skarner je nejvíc broken champion in-game. Zgub na streamer Clashi, vole, to zas bude. 1v9. Boom, chytli ho, do toho dvojitý Včko. Má flash.
That will be down for the Drake in 10 seconds time.
I like that from Peter. The flash is definitely a lot less valuable, especially when you have Kalista, though the ultimate is not up right now for Kalista. They have to delay a little bit. All these key ultimates are long cooldowns for KT. Mundo, 5 seconds till that's up, 5 seconds till Casio ult.
Yorick má first move, dobrý poke teda od Munda. Jako ty kvečka, když trefají s tím Mundem, tak je to hrozně nepříjemný. Hrozně velký damage. Dobrý poke od Kaze, dobrý poke. Teleport. BDD má zase flank. Výborná Renata ult na zone, výborná Renata ult. Kaz žije zatím, BDD tam je solo. Orn flash ult. Boom! Tady to může cleanout úplně Kalista možná. Nemůže. Ultimátka do toho, boom. Tak mají prvního. Mají 3 killy první.
And the 2 Drakes are denied to KT, but they will get a bunch of extra kills, so I don't think they're going to be too sad about it.
Ty fighty jsou ale monster close. Kamaráde, komu fantíš, no teďka očividně Katie. Kaz tam strašně dobře jako napoukoval a přežije celou dobu. BTD tady má flank. Dívej Orn ult, boom. On to flash ultnul, aby to kombíčko, na který nemůže zareagovat moc.
Saves that from being a total disaster for Genji. Otherwise, KT would have gotten so much more.
You see some shaking on the player cams there as well. As we look at KT with a 1000 gold lead, and there is a time in a series like this where it goes from...
Škoda, že myslel to E, no jako kdyby tam ten Orm trefil to Ečko, tak je to ace. By dal komplet 1v9 s tím Ormem.
Well, we know we're playing Genji, maybe we'll pick up a couple of wins, now into... We're 10 minutes, 20 minutes away from a World's Finals. We're 10 minutes, 20 minutes away from the furthest we have ever gone as an organization.
Je možný, že může Mundo dávat relevantní pop, protože to Kvečko dává 20% current HP, což je tak broken. To je tak celá sračka to Mundo Kve. Tak, Chovy má flash. Flashnu. No zvědají, co ten mid-game, no. Tam, jakmile bude mít Lucian a Nivea itemy, tak ten poke, co budou mít. A ten zone spíš.
I've just loved how Peter has actually played this game. He's really been active on the map, putting on a lot of pressure. He is not just sitting in the back and playing scared. He's forcing his way in at that early grub fight. He's trading flashes with Canyon. He's wrapping around and looking for plays, getting the flash out of Chovy as well. This is what you want to see someone do when they have lane prio. If you cannot advance it in your 2v2,
Mě řekni, jak Skarner a Nivea bude vyhrávat v tomhle mid-gameu. 2v2 mid. Nebo jak budou mít damage na to zabít Munda. Nivea postavili Andrej, no staví Road of Ages.
No such costs for BDD.
It's Champtiff. That's all it is right there. Boots
Which it doesn't even make sense because it's a bird.
Yeah, you have to put them on the talons, man.
You don't. No, you don't.
No, otherwise their claws get dirty.
Back me up here.
What are you talking about?
Zil.
Co je to,
Birds don't need boots.
Nah.
I mean, what if he has cold talons?
He is an iceberg.
Vajíčka, mlíko, kuřecí maso.
That lends more to my point.
He is the embodiment of ice.
He's got to be constantly cold.
No.
Musíš běhat AVčka.
Okay,
well,
we need like a Christmas skin for Anivia with little booties and a hat, you know?
To disagree. It's fine.
Maybe a nice Christmas sweater.
The important point of it all was that Chovy had to pick
Tomáš ještě nešel nakoupit, teď se ptal, že teď řešil, co má nakoupit. Tomáš Sifu.
Who has a fiendish codex to buff up his tier of the goddess. 1,000 gold, still the lead for KT. Herald up in 20 seconds time. You can see their bot lanes on the top side.
Tomáš mi vůbec nebude pomáhat se streamer clashem. Řekl, že bude hrát Vovko raději.
And this is where the tenacity for Genji really is going to get tested because KT, I want to again reiterate, they will have side selection going into a game number 5. They're the team that there was no expectations on today, and they're a team that coming in was full of confidence as well. Peter was like, you know, I'm feeling good. Did an interview with Kenzie, said, I think it'll be 3-0, 3-1 maybe. And those are the type of vibes, the confidence that is hard to match as we go into another team fight for Herald.
Genji have all 5 players here immediately. TP to the mid lane.
TP, on tipuje.
5,500 HP as Genji
Blade, počkej, flash na BDDho. Chytli ho? Ne, nechytli ho. To je moc, přehráli to. A Kalista má Blade tady, Kalista je strašně silná tady. Ale Skarner ultimátka, výborná Skarner ultimátka, ale nestačí. Kámo, my máme KT ve finále. My máme KT ve finále. Tady vůbec Genji neměli fightit, oni mají scalovat. Tohle je furt moc early game na ně fightit proti Kalista Blade. Mundo, který je nesmrtelný, nemají damage. A Cassio má taky úplně šílený damage oproti Anivia. Anivia potřebuje mít tak 3-4 itemy, aby měla stejný damage jako Cassio, mi přijde. Tyhle, proč nehraju, když jsem dostal autofill na mid, hraju Cassio, já zahraju Cassio, dobře. bych postavil Rod of Ages, Seraph, jsem nesmrtelný, mám 5000 HP. Ono strašně Durov engageuje moc deep. Renata hned flash ultimátka, do toho Kalista ultimátka. Jako tady Cassio nemůžou zabít, protože je tank. KTV, kámo, KTV. KTV, dívej na ně. VVV.
For Genji, they just never wanted to get into that choke point.
No, not at all. And I
Teď je to mega hard, no. Už jako tady prostě Genji potřebují mít strašně moc itemů, aby měli damage, anebo Yorick musí split wash. Ale Yorick je 0-2, komplet vodoven.
But we had talked about how you need to play around your range. You need to play around the fact that you can wall
Kalista bude dobrá do toho, ne? Do streamer clashe, vždycky byla. Minule to bylo mega broken Kalista ve streamer clashi. Nebo? Nebo mi to perma banovali.
And your team has to try to walk through hostile takeover Miasma to try to follow up. There's just no way that can ever work. And Genji get antsy and are massively punished.
A Lushna jsem hrál taky mega dobře ve streamer clash. Musím hodně scrimovat ten streamer clash, abych zjistil, co je dobrý za chumpy. Hlavně s každým týmem máš jiný dobrý chumpy. Záleží, jaký budou mít taky tým, no.
Waited for a little bit as Kaz walks up towards the top side. Chovy backs away, realizing that he doesn't have support right now.
And Dokdam playing with Kalista with a 1.3k gold league now into the
jak crazy je, jestli Katie vyhrál Voros, tak Kamil řekne, já jsem to říkal. Kamil sice říká tolik věcí, že prostě jednou za čas se trefí, ale ty vole Kamil bude, že Kamil tutovka v Katie vyhraje Voros.
Up towards this top side. And you see the immediate response. This time though, Genji might get something out of it because Perfect also rotated over in anticipation of a possible fight. And now Keen is going to get some time alone. Triforce done.
Ale to bude 6-7 na řadě v draftu, no to mě bylo dobré, no. Čet, minulý streamer nešlo nic. Byl jsem trošičku drahej a měl jsem trošičku dobrý pick v draft pořadí.
So maybe that's what they need to do, try to force their opponents to overgroup, try to create advantages through that side lane, but they just haven't really been able to find it, and it feels like KT are completely in their comfort zone right now.
All roads leads to Faker, no to bude zajímavý. Ale hej, T1 ještě musí vyhrát proti Top Esport, jo? Sice je to čínský tým, zase T1 má prostě jenom čínský týmy do finále. Což prostě nepochopíš. To je mega scripted. Ale to je vodoven, já bych nepodceňoval to, ale jako jo, zase T1, jo.
If you're not excited, I don't even know if you're breathing at this point.
Get out of here! I don't want you to actually get out of here, man.
No, you can stay.
I'm just here for the best League of Legends in the world, and at the moment it is KT.
Ale T1 se modlí, aby Genji tuhle sérii prohráli. Fakt.
Has shrunk with that tower falling on the bottom side. Too Keen. Perfect's going to try and get the push in the top side. 1:40 before the next dragon. Chemsoul for KT would be absolutely devastating for Genji.
Looking at some of the spikes here, Keen about to hit a second item.
Finále byl 5, všechno byl 5.
With the flicker blades now done. Actually, Dokdam also, as I say it, finishing his rage blade. And Genji, the fact that Perfect is even up in experience, right, against Keen is such a big deal. Ornn is one of those carries that, or characters rather, that loves being on at least par with his opponent.
1800 goldářků. Jako můžou to comebacknout Genji upřímně. Atakan Fro.
Being the fight that decides the series.
Kalista so good at securing objectives like this. But KT
nechci začínat Atakana Imona, ne. Jako Anivia zatím nemá damage, protože Anivia staví ty stejný itemy jako Cassio, ale Cassio má mnohem větší damage s těma itemama.
Where are you going with this? He's taking it into terrain. Kaz caught out as Canyon looks for the flank, the wall.
Kaz musí ultit, ale přežívá celou dobu, nedostal one shot, to je důležitý. Yorick behind. Anivka potřebuje kámo damage, no. Ale to Genji tady, ne, oni začínají atakat na Genji, to znamená minus armor, minus magic resist. Tady bude mega fight, to bude fight, který rozhodne sérii. Potenciálně. Flashnutá Renata ult. A oni mají minus armor. Minus armor. Atakan. Orn. Freeman Orn. A žije. Co se tady děje? Flash ult od BDD. To je GOAT. To je legoat. Ty debile. To je... A já ani nevím, co se v těch fightech děje. Kámo, tohle jim asi vyhrál hru, ten Atakan. Tak sleduj, jo? Ale Orn, jako ten Orn posmurfil. Tady mají Genji strašně minusový armor magic resist z Atakana. Flashnu to od Munda, dobře. Dobrý Mundo flash, Kaz hraje výborně. A tady Orn, bam. Freeman ultimátka, bam. A ještě flashne a přežije. A Casio ult. Ne, nemůže nic. On ani neflashnul s Casio, on prostě jen zaultil toho Lušna. Play safe AD. Enemy midař tě one-shotne 2 Ečkama. Ty mu musíš dát 50 autoattacků, abys ho zabil. Play safe AD.
Has no cleanse, who has no QSS, gets stunned up and taken down. You can see the top side as well, the Mundo as well as the Orn getting a lot of damage out. I don't know if you misspoke when you called Orn a carry. He's getting in there, man.
Orn tam dal jako monster gapnu, to tam dal Orn. Ten Jurek je úplně odhoven, komplet. Proti tomu Ornovi, ten Orn tady dva fighty tady solo vyhrál. A to ten fight předtím mysnul ještě Ečko, si představ, že tam to u toho draka trefil to Ečko, tak dal komplet ace.
Ornaments coming through. We already had the one on Orn before.
Ale divný drafty, mega divný drafty. Ale musím říct, že ten Mundo tam jak flashnul tu skalnou ultimatku, to udělal strašně dobře, protože tam by ho one-shotli toho Munda potom. To si myslím, že největší problém je junglerů a supportů, že oni neflashujou to, co mají flashovat, jako defenzivně. Oni si nechávají ten flash jenom agresivně. A málo kdo umí defenzivně flashovat.
He's almost a full level up on Canyon. There's also the Renata. Even Orn becomes so much harder to kill, and this is going to be a test for
ale crazy, že ten Mundo kvéčkem dá 1000 damage prostě. Co to je? To je tak broken.
Perfect currently passing with flying colors. Cosmic Drive done for BDD. We'll see what item finishes Genji can get to. And the pedals was really the one advantage they had. I think they were sitting at like 23 to like what was it, like 4 to 6? Yeah, coming up on the 5, but that small advantage that they were clinging onto, gone after that Otacon. Item breakpoints, I think, might be too far away. 2 minutes until we will see that Camtech Dragon to come through.
The thing for KT is as well, if they ever get a small moment with a neutral objective and Genji are misplaced on the map, Casio, Kalista, and Mundo, they just wipe. It's just gone. It's immediately deleted. So Genji now have to be so cautious about not overstepping somewhere else. Keen has been designated the side lane pusher, as you'd expect it. He has a maiden to help him do that. Perfect's moving to the mid lane.
Dobrý, respektuju. Může být Baron Pro. Chovy, až bude mít třetí item, tak možná bude mít damage.
And Chovy has gone for just a very slow build, right? You know, you are going for so much scaling. Once you get to Leandry's, finally there's going to be some real damage coming in behind it. But a tremendous amount of pressure on Chovy and Ruler to really get the damage done. You have to say there's no one else other than Ruler you would rather have in this high pressure situation on a Lucian. To me, this guy really does.
Ještě můžu hrát Casio na botlane, upřímně. Jako Casio AD carry.
He can walk that nice edge so incredibly well, but one step wrong,
to je taky
you're playing no cleanse, you're playing no QSS.
Sice na midu máš o 3 levely zadarmové víc.
By a stun here from BDD, and you're cooked.
There's just so much, right? There is Peter, who, by the way, has been flashing in on every single handshake, as we have seen, flashing into hostile takeovers. Then there is Cuz, who, if he walks you down...
Ty komentátoři mají zapnutý tvůj stream, ne? Vždy zopakujou přesně to, co řekneš. To nevím. Já jako někdy je neposlouchám moc. Ale oni té hře taky rozumí, ti komentátoři, chápeš? Nebo zrovna tady tíhle jsou dobří. Chronicle je mega dobrý komentátor.
here for this fight.
Dogdam yet to get that.
Sixe jsem zkoušel, jo, mega broken.
On a sizable chunk of change as the control wars come out in the mid lane. Genji get control of the Dragon River to start us off. Kuz can walk wherever he pleases.
Crownshot hraje Mundo AD carry, jako vážně. To je Soula. Jorik ultimátka už je minus, takže Jorik je useless. Jorik je tak useless champion, to je neuvěřitelné, jako když... Okay, chytli Kaza. Kaz musí ultit. Ale to si žije prostě. Co ti jebe. Ale nepoukuje. To je Soula. Kalista. Skarner jde. Vola do... OK, počkej. Vanšetu Orna. Nevanšetu Orna. Nemají damage. Bav to. Týpci použijou všechno na Orna a Orn prostě neumírá. Kamo, Mundo a Orn, to jsou čampové.
Where's the TP coming from Perfect? It's a little bit defensive. KT trying to push towards that mid lane, make sure they're not going to lose their tier 2. They just sacrifice the tier 1, but they can.
No, nemají vůbec damage, ty jo. Lucian Anivia prostě nulový damage. Teď mají ještě k tomu tyho Soulu a tahle Soula je strašně dobrá pro Kalista, Renata, Cassio. A Mundo taky. Tohle je třeba best in slot Soula pro Munda. Munda, Kalista, Mundo, Renata, Kalista. The best. To je kámo GG. Instantně začnou Barona teďka. Víš co, jako Genji už teď nemají damage, a oni mají tuhle tu soulu s Mundem, s Renatou. Canyon tu není, to je free Baron. Kalista jde in, Jorik je komplet odhoven. GG, ty vole, Katie jsou ve finále. Katie jsou ve finále, jen to nesmí teďka přehnat. Ale jak broken je tahle Soula pro Munda, Renatu, já to nedokážu pochopit. Ale Genji mají úplně useless draft. Jako, Genji mají úplně Jorik odhoven, Anivia Lucian 0 damage. Docela sad pro Genji, no to jo, no, to dost. Neříkal jsi, že Genji mají lepší draft? No jako v midgame může bylo mít lepší draft s Poukem, když bude mít Anivia Lucian damage, ale celou hru jsou 5000 gólů behind. Ale jako moje první fault byla, ty pičo, ten Orn hraje perfektně.
No hesitation, they all flash
ví, všichni ví, že to je GG.
And Genji are stunned, they can't believe it.
And this is where Ruler's journey stranded in 2023. Semifinals, a 3-1 loss to T1. They were coming in as the heavy favorites, MSI was theirs.
Teď zítra hraje T1 proti Top Esport a rozhodne se, kdo bude ve finále s KT. Něco mi říká, že to bude T1 KT, ale kdo ví. Zítra to bude ale banger série, zase Číňani proti T1. A vždycky, když hraje T1, tak je to neuvěřitelný. Tak, Mundo dobrý champ, teďka. Ale jestli T1, ty pičo, 1000 damage na kvéčku na Aniviu, prostě halo, Mundo.
Bashing heads against each other, the hostile takeover eaten by the unbreakable. KT back away, Glacial Storm doing a
ale jako ta Anivia má ten wave clear, má ho. Pokud by T1 se dostali do finále zítra, výhrou na Top Esport a vyhráli by ve finále proti KT, tak by to bylo poprvé v životě, co nějaký tým dal 3 výhry na Worlds po sobě. Poprvé v životě by to bylo.
I mean, Genji are doing a great job holding at the inhibitors here. It's so tough to siege into an Anivia, even with the Baron buff. But the problem really becomes how do you ever have an even fight
Fake
outside
plot
your
armor,
base, right?
celkem crazy,
And this
no.
Elder is coming up here under 2 minutes now. Genji
Týpek podepsal nějakou smlouvu s démonem, ti říkám, to není možný.
There's Canyon comes in, Ishtal's impact for the CC. Perfect's going to try and walk his way out of this one, but even with a bellows breath, even with a double knock-up, Perfect
Ty vole, jako to trošku jim to trvá.
His KDA goes from perfect
A
to
to měl
him
přece bez
as he
HP.
goes 2-1 and 6.
That doesn't really line up with the timing that Genji were looking for, though, because by the time that this Elder spawns, Perfect will be up, teleport in hand, unbothered. Keen might get a bounty for his effort. I don't know if it is going to lead to anything meaningful, as you can just feel the
Hlavně jako
wheels
úplně
of
neuvěřitelný, víš, že jako out of nowhere.
turning here in favor of KT.
A vždycky se říkalo, to je BDD, jenom to je BDD, to je BDD. Ale Diok tam hraje výborně, Kas hraje šíleně dobře. Jako Kas je šíleně dobrý. Kas Canyon.
No hope. They're delaying no life left. They'll delay it because in 55 seconds the Elder will spawn. Cars can chase him
budou
down
dobře
with the
delayovat,
Moonsaw,
no.
as Keen has no one here to help him. BDD in the end
To delaynuli hodně dobře, kámo. Teďka za 40 Elder a není tam Yorick na to. To bylo smart jak svině. To legit delaynuli 10-12 vteřin a těch 10-12 vteřin rozhodne ten Elder fight.
Keen will be up about 10
To je mega
seconds too
smart.
late for this Elder. He will have his teleport though.
And it's BDD taking down his old teammate in the side
Teďka jenom
lane. They
neface
tried
checknout
to
na
make it.
one shot od Genji, ale Genji nemají
unable to
damage.
get past JDG.
Prostě Lucian nemá damage, Aniva nemá damage.
Performance that even though it was admirable, they put up a good fight, it just wasn't enough.
Cuz is 16, that is massive for the Mundo.
Proč se ten Yorick healoval? Protože když by nedával auto-attack, tak ho delayou ještě delší dobu. On tam musel pressurovat to, že může jakoby někoho zabít. BDD má flank, BDD má flank, BDD má monster big flank. Elder. Peter Deep, oni to trošku to intli. Anivia 5-man ult, Anivia už má damage. Anivia už má damage. Oni to možná frowli. Oni to trošku frowli, hrozně šli deep. Hrozně to feelovali. Oj. Ty ale jako Chovy už damage má. On dostavil Liandry, že jo už. Oni to débali, oni měli jít prostě. Teď nemají ultimátky. Lucian nemá ult, Mundo nemá ult, Kalista nemá ult, Renata nemá ult. Kaz tam umírá. Anivia už má damage. Canyon misnutá ultimátka. Elder, tady se to rozhodne. To je even. Kdo to smajtne? Bloknu to. On to má to. Kaz to má. A Diok tam jde Ty pič, ale tak jako málem to naintili. Nakonec to málem naintili, ty vole. Joj. Kámo, kdyby to smajtnul Canyon, tak jsou v piči. Tak vyhraje Genji. Ty vole, no. Katie je ve finále. Kamil tutovka na Katie Win Worlds. Kámo, ale Chovy to čouknul, ty 2 hry prohrál solo Chovy. BDD brečí normálně. Ne, je úplně šťastný. Let's go. Kámo, ale bylo by to super, kdyby Katie vyhráli Worlds, upřímně. Přeju jim to víc než T1. Actually, co to říkám?
He took his first plane out, and now he has a chance to write history.
Je mi líto Chovyho, on prohrál si tu sérii sám, ale jako to je tím, že se pressuruje strašně.
10-1, their record here at Worlds. A team again that wasn't even expected to be here.
Zítra je další semíčko, ano, zítra hraje T1 proti Top Esport o finále. Ten formát trošku to jako uspěchali, ten formát tentokrát, není tam pauza mezi semifinálem a čtvrtfinálem, což je teda zajímavý. Ale mě to nevadí, upřímně.
one of the greatest upsets in League of Legends World's history, and it is
No a uvidíme, T1 proti TS bude Cinema jak svině. T1 připomínám, T1 zatím nikdy neprohráli proti čínskému týmu BO5. Včera to bylo mega close a málem prohráli. Měli štěstí reálně, že vyhráli. Zítra se hraje to semičko. Zítra, ale většinou mezi čtvrtfinále a semičkem byla vždycky týden pauza. Top Esport je horší než Anyone Legends, jako Sol asi je horší než Anyone Legends, no, Top Esport. Solo kdy teď? Dám jednu hru. Ty ale crazy KT ve finále. Tak, T1 zítra musí vyhrát proti Top Esport. A pak to bude finále KT proti T1. Peter Dog Dam hráli mega dobře taky, no. Ale všeobecně všichni strašně, jako, víš co, většinou, když řekneš KT, tak vidíš jenom, že BDD má, vole, 4 v opice a dává 1 ve 9, ale ty vole, ten Perfect, Topař hrál výborně, Dog Dam hrál výborně. Peter teda intil tuhle sérii. Peter minulou sérii smurfil 1 ve 9. Tuto sérii...
First plane goes to finals.
I know. That's crazy. I've seen someone do that before. His name is Jackie Love.
Jako je to vidět, že to chcou, no. Je to, a vibou to a mají prostě jako dobrý...
An incredibly historic moment for KT, crushing for Gen G. You highlighted before the ruler, the JDG Golden Road run denied. Gen G, there's not a golden run this year with first retained.
Čam na přání, jenom za peníze. Jinak budu hrát Jinx asi.
Circumstances to fall out of the tournament, but the team that they elevate couldn't, I think, be more deserving. A team that is literally characterized...
DRX vibes.
Yes, but this team even more doubted. A team
A Nivea ale pak měla monster damage. Problém je, že prostě Lucian neměl damage, no. KT je 9-1 na Worlds, jako je, no.
By the way, another first time on stage for Cuz. Yeah. Cuz, 2 different champions, first time the Kiana, first time the Mundo, and they win.
I mean, just has to throw briefcases, right?
Yeah.
And pop the ultimate.
I also think it showcases how KT won, right? Because it was with these compositions, with their faith in themselves, and also an understanding of how to execute them from top to bottom. We talked about how, okay, we're a little worried about Perfect going into Keen, but he has been a huge difference maker on this KT run.
What the heck? I mean, the Ambessa game was insane from Keen, but like, how was he? And I don't want to say a non-factor because of him, right? But a non-factor, they nullified all those things on Gen G. All of them. Some, maybe they nullified themselves a little bit, but I can't believe it. I don't know. Is this real?
Dobrý tým si mě nechcou nechat
swapnout.
swapnout.
And pedigree of Gen G, and you told me, someone's been weathering the storm. They've really held it together. I would have assumed it would be them, but no, it was KT.
Nauč svýho topaře hrát Orna, Munda a Choga, tam máš free win.
It's an Orn. Yeah.
But they had a Braum. He should have been able to block every single ult. It's just, it is unfathomable. There is nothing at the start of the day.
Yeah.
I predicted. Oh man.
Kolik těch trenérů tam mají to prdele?
Oh my
Can't believe it either. He's like,
Jaj, first pick Ambessa, guys. No nic.
Crazy.
It actually is crazy. You know, putting a stop to Gen G's perfect season, putting a stop to Gen G's Worlds run now, all these upsets that they've been able to accomplish.
Well, also, it was after last year, right? After the Gen G drafting that Score couldn't find a job until he came back onto his OG organization. KT Rolster now gets his revenge against Gen G. Like, it's just insane.
It's crazy. We'll be setting up for an interview on stage, but it's still a while away, so...
We should talk about BDD, the Cassio finding Ruler with so many Cassio ults.
Jako hrát Luciana do Cassio není příjemný, ale 500 range do Cassio, která má, vole, 3x víc HP jak ty, 2x víc damage jak ty, Musíš hrát perfektně, aby tě netrefil ani jedním spelem, aby si mu vůbec mohl ubrat půl HP. To je jako byl draft gapek trochu.
But remember also back to game 1. On the Yone, the man who turned the tide back in their favor in a close game, even after they found early kills, even after he was shut down. This guy was a total
Tak, borci, já vám ukážu, proti čemu hraju. Já budu potřebovat asi Clans. Jdeme na jedno rychlý solo queue předtím. A zítra pokračujeme League Frogánci, zítra pokračujeme, nebo Worlds Frogánci, zítra pokračujeme v 7:30 ráno. V 7:30 ráno budeme hrát proti, nebo budeme T1 hrát proti Top Esport o postup do finále. Já si tady hodím jedno mega rychlý solo queue. Protože jsem vám ho slíbil, očividně. Nebo vy jste si to vymysleli, že jsem vám slíbil solo queue, že jo? A potom končím. Tak, enemy team má Sejuani, Ambesu, Dianu, Ralph. Tak tady budu hrát safe, normálně budu hagovat svoji věž jak Rekles. Ambessa, Sejuani, Diana, Rel. Bro. To snad ne. Jinak, jak se vám líbí tady to světilko? Je to o dost lepší, že? S tím světilkem. Ještě jsem koupil druhý. Jedno stojí 2000 korun. GG. Normálně farmí mě, LED pásek mě farmí. A ještě jsem koupil tady druhý jako sem na tuhle druhou stranu a pak to bude mega pěkný. Že to bude nasvícený z obou stran. Kup si na tému. Jsem nevěděl, jaký mám koupit. Tak, jaká je šance, že tuhle hru vyhrajem a nebudu 0-10 proti Diana, Sejuani, Ambessa, Rel? Já budu perfektně hrát. Budu hrát perfektně všechno. Perfektně všechno.
Tak bojuj, ne?
A jak mám bojovat?
O mě.
A jak jako?
A Zejcel donates 11 korun.
A Zejcel, bojuju, neboj, budu bojovat.
Stop looking at the girls, that doesn't fucking matter. Queue up! Right now, queue up!
Thank you for saving me, League of Legends. Appreciate it. I forgot myself there for half a second.
A Zejzel, budu bojovat, neboj, budu bojovat. Díky za 111 korun. Ujímáš se top donatu, let's go. Tak Sejuani zase takový velký problém není, když mám Clans. Ale problém je Ambessa Diana, no.
Minions have spawned.
I'm wearing lots of belts for no reason at all.
Tak.
Ask me if I'm listening. All part of the plan. Just
Jsem myslel, že mám bariéru. Tyhle, máme vardy jak magoři. Level 3 Geng, jo? Od Sejuani. To zase posral. Level 2 gank od Sejuani. Jsem nečekal, že tam prostě zůstane commit na flash, mě jsem nemohl ani flashnout, protože oni double flashli a dali perfect chain CC. Vyjebanec. A jak to, že Sejuani gankuje dřív než Jarvan, to je nějaký bug, ne? Jarvan, který má prostě level 2, level 3 gankovat, tak full clearuje a Sejuani, která má full clearovat, tak mě level 2 gankne. To se prostě posrala ta svině. Já nevím, bro. To mi mohl nechat. To docela dojebali, že tady zůstali. Koupím asi attack speed boty, když nemám ten BF sword a vemu refillbo. Nemám flash totiž, tak bych umřel bez bot. Čekaj, já možná ganknu mid. Pomoc. Pomoc. Dobrý, tak nic, play safe AD carry, hagu, bot, víš, mám v piči. Mid ganknul mě, real. A veme mi kill! Já mám vyjebanec, take můj kill. Dobré, dobré. Ještě, že hraju jenom jednu hru dneska solo queue. A týpek tam avkuje a umírá. To si jako dělá prdel, ne? Halo? Halo? To si děláš prdel, ne? Halo? Kamo, oni mě tam nechají umřít. To si ze mě děláš prdel, ne? Prostě Jana mě tam naschvál nechá umřít a Jarvan tady jde AFK, protože napíšu take my kill. Já mám dost. Vyjebaný master elo. Nejhorší elo na planetě. Týpci mají ego, vole, jak kdyby vyhráli Worlds. Vyjebanci. To je, a teď Jana bude AFK roamovat. A já prostě nevím. Bože. Teď dostanu dive. Bro. Play AD carry. We will have fun, guys. Play AD carry. Bože. Solo queue, vole, pro AD carry na Vestu je fakt, kámo, cancer. Prostě cancer. Že já jsem šel hrát solo queue. Kámo, prostě vysvětli mi to, jak jako já nemám flameit svůj tým a mám mate mental v pohodě. Zas mi veme kill. A ten týpek hraje... On hraje Armor Pen Jarvana, já nevím.
Aldo, neflejmi, buď hodnej na svůj tým, Aldo, buď hodnej na svůj tým.
Jungler ti vystyluje všechny killy, potom jde AFK, protože mu napíšeš don't take my kill. Support začne AFK. V ten moment, kdy Jarvan jde AFK, tak tvůj support tě nechá umřít a jde roamovat a vyzomí tě od 40 voln.
Aldo, nebuď toxic na svůj tým. Aldo, proč jsi tak toxic za AD carry? Aldo! Proč furt brečíš, Aldo?
Ty pičo, vole. Běžte hrát AD carry, garantuju vám, budete horší jak já.
I'm crazy. You should see my sister.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
A proč je ta Jana flamey, by the way? Může mi to vysvětlit? Proč je flamey můj support? Halo? Za co můžu já zás, vole? Kámo, já se rozbrečím, já se fakt rozbrečím. Já to ztratím. Mě prostě trolí můj jungler, flamí mě můj support, nechává mě na schvál umřít. To jako nemůže být horší. Dobrý cleanse, kdybych necleanznul, jsem dead. Kdybych mě dal autoattack a umřel bych.
Such a loser. Always ready to cry.
You have slain an enemy. Turret plating will soon fall. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm trying to help.
Ale proč je noknul do mě? Ta Janna nokne do mě! Já nemám slova. Play safe, AD carry. Kámo, já potřebuji boxovací pytel. Nutně potřebuji boxovací pytel. Prečo se hněváš? Ta hra je na relax, Barney, vole. Mám ti pustit replay téhle hry, Barney. Tady by, vole, i Monk Mental normálně to ztratil a vyflamil by celý svůj tým. To by se posral, co se tohle hru jako stalo. Prostě... Ta Janna bude primej s tím Jarvanem, taky mám pocit. A nejhorší na tom je, že oni, vole, oba dva mě trolí. A oba dva prostě AFK šli, aby dokázali pointu toho, že já jsem ten špatný XDD. Nebo já prostě nevím, proč šli AFK dementi.
Reasons.
Tady mám ale teda full turretu, protože oni byli všichni na drakovi, což je super. Chat, upřímně, kdo viděl tuhletu hru a legit by to nestratil. Že co se v té hře stalo. Legit to bylo jako to, ne, oni mě, v podstatě pokud bys řekl, 1 až 10, kolik mě trolí můj tým, to nešlo mě trolit víc. Legit to nešlo víc. To bych normálně udělal kompilaci z téhle videohry, jak trolit svý AD carry, jak prostě tiltnout své AD carry. Je one on one, návod. Jsem udívaný, že tohle hraje na Master Elu, já taky, bro. To je na tom to nejlepší. Nejhorší je, jakmile ty začneš čekat něco od těchto hráčů na tomhle Elu, tak jsi prohrál. A kde je můj Jarvan, halo? No, já se chvilku nedívám na mapu a ten Jarvan tam není. Play safe AD. Play safe AD. Play safe AD. Všichni umřou, ne? Tam teďka, vole, to nemůžou přežít. Kde je Viktor ult? A proč teď Jana třeba nezaultí tu Ambesu nebo něco, víš co? Že dá ult. Uá, jsem myslel, že dám quadrakill. Dobrý, mám damage, guys. XDD, malem jsem nezabil tu Dianu, co má 10 HP. Protože týpek má zonil. Tak, kalkulátor. Tu Ambesu jsem taky nemohl zabít, tam měl 200 HP, ale má ninja taby prostě. A to mám 6 killů. A 7 asistů. Nemám flash, že? Teď mě zaultí Ambesa. Guys, já prostě nedávám auto, tak já jenom přežívám. Play safe AD. Legit prostě, já nedám auto tak v tom fightu. Já jediný, co musím, je prostě, vole, nechat hrát tak, aby mě Diana a Embassy v životě nezaudili. A pak doufat, že můj Viktor dá carry, protože Viktor je carry a ne já. Buff mid lane, buff AD fast. Nehraje ADC v Clashi, legit, jako legit. Jsem udělal strašnou chybu, že hraju AD carry v Clashi. Jsem měl hrát top lane nebo jungle, nebo mid lane. A do prdele. By si dostal v jungli proti random Diamond Junglerovi. Já jsem Diamond Jungler. Jsem Diamond 1 Jungler. LM. Problém je, že na 2 čampech, no. Že zahraju 2 čampy. Já nemůžu ani auta jako tu já se bojím, že dostanu naflashováno potom. Viktor má 3000 HP, má 2x větší damage než já. Já jsem přežil, guys. Jak to? To je neuvěřitelné. Jak to, že jsem nedostal one shot? Od ty Diany. Diana dala dobrou ultimátku. Ale Diana ani nezaultila, nebo? A můžu dávat supportovi, který je level 11 damage, guys? Halo, když jsem level 14? Nebo co jako mám dělat? Já tu roli nechápu. Nechápu tuhle hru. Zdram. Mám 90% krytu teď. Full scaling runy. Teďka už bych Turel mohl zabít, ne? Když jsem level 14. Já tady musím respektit jak blázen, jako... Jak blázen. Damage? Damage, halo? Damage kde? Tak to ani piču. Tak to ani piču, ty kokos. Ale jak mě trvalo, já jsem musel dát reset, abych měl damage, reálně. Ta Ambessa by mě one-shotla hlavu, ne? Když by mě trefila ult. Nerf ADC, jo. Ale ty ho musí jako fokusovat týpci. Týpci musí legit fokusovat to. Viktora, jim trvá strašně dlouho zabít toho Viktora, protože on je tank, má Zoniu a já tam pak dám 40 autoattacků, než začnu dávat damage. Teď nemám flash, ale teď dostanu flash na hlavu nebo Ambessa ultimátku a čus. Dohrál jsem je, takzvaně. Já tady fakt nesmím být na obrazovce. Ambessa se bude mít ult a já jsem zase dead. Level 16 jsem. Máš full armor pen Jarvan, VP. Vždycky, když vidím tenhle build, tak chci reportnout Jarvana. To je nejhorší build, co můžeš zahrát s Jarvanem. A všichni to v solo queue staví. Prostě Black Cleaver Thunder Sky je free win. Ty redukuješ 60% armor pro svý AD carry s tím buildem. Já musím takhle stát v Africe, abych nedostal na bradu. Nulovej pil. Týpci nechcou blokovat ultimátku pro mě.
An enemy has been slain.
Kaj z damage kde?
An enemy has been slain.
Jsem feedly AD carry, bych chtěl připomenout. Tohle má dělat feedly AD carry, ne ten damage, co mám já, vole. Tohle má dělat feedly AD carry, tohle jsem měl udělat já, vole.
An enemy has been slain.
Ale Afik je dobrý zrovna v tom, že má prostě armor pen z levelu. Počkej, já chci si postavit, já postavím asi GA, ne? Guardian Angel chci postavit. Tak, teď mám flash, tak můžu hrát videohru. Třeba, aby Jarvan přežil, jenže on má na hovno build, on tam skočí, nedá ani damage, nic neudělá s tím buildem a umře. Viktor na mid. Já tam nemůžu být lil bro. Proč nejdou? Halo, push mid! Co dělají ty idioti? Já nevím, bro. Já tiltím prostě, já fakt tiltím, já tiltím. Jarvan, dobrý build, bro. Dobrý build, Jarvane. Dobrý damage máš, jak z Didi. Dobrý. Damage mám, ale prostě Afik mi dává jeden auto attack, já mu musím dát 40 auto attacku. Blbý. To je pain. Ale damage mám až když proknu pasivku, no. Když proknu toto. Proč na něj flashuje, když nemá ult? ADC div? Jo, tu hru ADC div, no. Typek má damage jako, já musím dát 10 autoattacků, abych měl stejný damage jako Aphelios. Což je na piču. Potřebuji Jay před fightem, jinak prohrajeme, Imo. Já nebudu mít Jay před fightem. To přehání. Nemám flash, ale. Tahle hra je close jak svině, actually. Tak, mám něj. Že Aphelios mi bude dávat menší damage, protože mám teďka armor. Já potřebuji typky jako a na midlane. Já tam nemůžu být. Oni to neví, ale já nemůžu pushovat mid. A Viktor potřebuje poukovat. Skrz midlane, skrz midlane, skrz midlane. Dementi, z midlane. Play safe, AD. Mám G. Oh. Díky bohu G, díky bohu G. A tam jsem se nehejbal, tam mě prostě na flashové vole sedžu za ultí. Rel toto, díky bohu za G. To vyhrál hru, no. Kdy nějaký mechanik, spal jsem 5 hodin doma. Garen 42, 45. Dobrý Jarvan build, guys, by the way. 24 000 damage, rozhodně doporučuji všem stavět armor pen za Jarvana. Dám mu report, týpek mě, kámo, tohle bych... Ještě jednu, ne. Tahle hra mi ukázala, bro, já vám to ukážu. Sleduj to. Já vám to musím ukázat znova. Všem. Sleduj to. Ne, počkej, já to udělám z mýho POV. One more? Ne, já končím. Já jsem nespal, nejedl jsem, mám hlad. Dívej, sleduj tuhle hru. Vtělte se do mě, okamžitě se vtělte do mě. Bojuj, tady je dobojováno. Sleduj. Jste tahle Jinx. Úplně gapnete enemy AD. Týpek je úplně v čouku, nemá HPčka. Jarvan full clearuje po tom, co enemy nemají summoner spelly a nemají HPčka. Sejuani, která má full clearovat, tak level 2 gankuje. Ten týpek je level 2, ne? A říkám, pingu Jarvanovi, ať půjde na botlane. Tady dělám chybu, že se snažím získat ty milý miniony, kteří jsou důležitý na XP. Ale kámo, proč ten Jarvan prostě neskipne to blučko a nemá tady free triple kill? Dívej, co ta Seju... Já jsem Jarvan, hraju armor Jarvana a musím full clearovat. Když nebudu full clearovat, tak nedám one-shot enemy. Tak to je první věc, jo? Kdy tady ty pičo, kdyby ten kokot skipnul kem, tak máme triple kill. Za A, to je za A, OK? Ještě bych to přežil. Zabiju tady týpky. 2v2 dáme double kill. Běžím na mid lane, protože pušnu to, že ganknu. Lul, cook! Play safe, AD, support na midu. Sejuani na midu. Říkám, ty, kámo. Dobrý, to bych ještě přežil. Teď sleduj. To bych ještě řekl, OK, moje chyba, OK, sleduj. Veme mi tady kill. Týpek mi tu veme kill. Naschval. Take my kill, teď, napíšu, take my kill. A dívej, co dělá Jarvan. Jarvan je AFK. Dívej, jak je AFK. Že on prostě stojí na místě a umírá, a je mu to jedno. A teď dívej na Janu. Pingu Janě, ať mi dá movement speed. Pasivka, ona má movement speed pasivku, ne? Abych já měl movement speed. Dívej na Janu. Mám manu na štít, mám manu na tornádo. A typek mě prostě tady nechá. Kámo, rozbil bych monitor, kdybych byl Astatoro. Legit bych tady nabombil monitor. A teď sleduj, co dělá Jana. A Jana jde roamovat. 3 vlny na botu, nastakovaný 3 vlny na botu, já nemůžu být pod turetou, protože mě divnou. Jana roamuje, guys. Jana roamuje a nechá se zabít enemy midlanerem 1v1. Aldo, proč jsi tak toxic? Aldo, proč flamíš ty svý super junglery? Aldo! Ty pičo, tohle je Master Elo, borci, to jsou budoucí profi hráči v Evropě. Jak my máme vyhrát na Worlds, když tohle hraje v solo queue, ty vyjebaný kundy. Můj Jarvan a Jana by neměli mít volební právo. Legit by neměli mít volební právo. Proč jsi tak toxic? Já tady teď avkuju 3 minuty, protože moje Jana roamuje a nefarmím. Jarvan místo toho, aby přišel na botlane a ganknul je, tak full clearuje. Tady, kdyby ten Jarvan skipnul vlky, šel na botlane a dal EQ ult na enemy AD, tak máme double kill. Ale ne, on prostě bude full clearovat. On mi to prostě bude dělat na schvál. Jana mi to dělá na schvál, Jarvan mi to dělají na schvál. A teď jste tahle Jinx, OK? Jste tahle Jinx. Jste tahle Jinx. Jak moc jste tilted 1 až 10 tuhle hru? Jak moc? Nula Barney ani piču, Barney 0 ne. A ono to pokračuje, Sleduj, ono to pokračuje. Dívej. My vidíme Rel, Sejuani, Dianu na grubech. Rel tady turbo intí, že tady zůstává na těch grubech. Dívej. Tady Jarvan, kdyby byl dobrý jungler, já bych mu legit vzal klávesnici a myš bych tomu kokotovi vzal a zahrál bych to za něj. Kdyby ten kokot tady Rel intí, že je furt na grubech, ty gruby jsou zadarmo už. Sejuani ty gruby už má, Rel musí dát reset a jít na botlane, aby nenaintila AD. Rel tam zůstává. Jarvan, sleduj, co dělá Jarvan. Full clear, musím si udělat full clear. Ty kokote, tady kdyby ten debil skipnul vlka a blůčko a běžel na botlane, tak tenhle týpek je dead a ta tureta je naše. A opět opakuju, Aldo, proč jsi tak toxic? Protože mám oči a vidím, co ta vole za animal hrajou se mnou v Master Elu. Ten týpek má 40% HP, pinguju mu, pojď, dive na bot. Why are you not diving bot, you dog? OK, omlouvám se, dog, neomlouvám se, už mě natiltil takovým způsobem, že bych mu tam měl poslat ještě horší věc. Pinguju, dive bot, Rel je na topu, ta Rel intí, halo, a teď Jana takhle divne a začne mě flamey. Teď mě začne flamey Jana a já, kámo. Dívej, Jana, můj support mě flamey, za co mě flamey? A ten Jarvan full clearuje, prostě ne? Tady nejde udělat nic víc, abych já byl víc tilted. Oni mě chtěli tiltnout, ta Jana mě chtěli tiltnout, naschvál mě tiltili, naschvál afekovali, naschvál roamovali. Tady nešlo legit nic víc udělat, aby mě víc tiltli, ty vyjebaný. Doufám, že dostanou permaban, neměli by mít volební právo a s tímhle končím stream a mám v piči. Čau.